One night inside a particular bustling second-tiered city, filled with congested traffic, some youths enjoyed their time. A man named Suzayo sat on the roof of some two-story villa while the somewhat chilly night air whooshed around him. He wore a large black hood to hide his body in the darkness of the night. These kinds of clothes during the summer, even at night, would still make you feel sultry, but comparing it to what he had to endure already, it wasn't even worth mentioning. He has already been waiting for 2 hours at this roof. Other people Suzayo's age were either attending college or working. At the same time, he was occupied by other things, like learning knowledge such as human anatomy, combat skills, pick-locking, etc., the cause being the hatred lurking inside his heart. The long wait continued. Suddenly, a black luxury car slowly drove into the cottage's courtyard. As Suzayo heard the car's engine stop, the door opened, and a drunk middle-aged man walked out of the luxury car. His footsteps seemed a bit shaky. Suzayo, who was at the top of the two-story villa, grabbed the weapon beside him. It was a long blade with a black edge, making it hard to detect during the night. Jumping from the top of the 5-meter-high roof, Suzayo's arms grabbed on a steel pipe coming out of the cottage as he proceeded to slide down in a fireman-like fashion, almost without making a single sound due to the gloves he was wearing. Arriving at the ground smoothly, Suzayo stood in front of his enemy. Without saying any nonsense, the long blade held in Suzayo's hand had cut through the air with a horrible sound, slashing the enemy's throat and causing a huge stream of blood to erupt. Though Suzayo tried to avoid it, his whole body still got splashed with the liquid. The drunk enemy had a baffled look on his face as he fell to the ground, twitching and choking. Death was imminent and unavoidable at this point. Suzayo immediately ran out into a less crowded street. As he looked around, he saw some security guards close by. Though he just killed someone, he didn't think it was wise to run away immediately, so he decided to hide. He was confident in his stealth and was sure a simple security guard would never find him. In the next moment, he felt a chill, and his hair stood straight. The security guard took out a gun from a holster hidden in his jacket. It was a long black pistol, a Gen 4 Glock equipped with a classic round silencer one would see in movies. How can a security guard have a gun? Still, Suzayo had no time to think about it. The villa was behind him while the security guard was roughly 20 meters ahead of him. If he chooses to run, it would be evident that he was the murderer, and he would become the target of the man with the gun. Suzayo chose to solve the danger instead of running. Thus, he moved forward to the man in a zigzag pattern to avoid being shot. Pew, pew, the gun only made 2 slight sounds. Suzayo felt an impact on his shin and on his chest, which pushed him back a step and a half, making him almost fall on his back. Then he felt pain in his chest. He knew he was shot, though he was seeking revenge. He has never been shot before. A powerless feeling spreads around his body. Suzayo didn't fear death, but he didn't wish for it either. Because if he died now without taking his revenge, it would be a slap to his face, especially since his death came from an unknown enemy. So he exhausted the last efforts to throw the long sword held in his hand as he was falling. It was a desperate move that was unlikely to work, but luckily enough, the blade did what he intended to do, as if the gods were answering Suzayo's desperate pleas. The blade flew in an arch because Suzayo no longer had the strength to throw it straight ahead. Although the sword didn't fly very fast, it was spinning wildly while making swishing sounds. The blade needed less than a second to reach its target, the security guard's chest. Suzayo fell down on the ground with a smile. The security guard was sure to die since his blade was covered with pure liquid prussic acid, or in other words, cyanide. In the past, this poison was used when hunting whales, but it was deemed too dangerous for the crew, and it was banned. Suzayo found it hard to imagine that a human could survive after being poisoned with such a thing. After his head hit the ground, Suzayo's consciousness started to blur, and his vision turned black. He roughly heard something before losing consciousness. Hunter, Reincarnation Paradise is open for you. Body transfer 10, 50, 100. The transmission was completed. The hunter's body was analyzed and needed to be repaired. Some pale blue text floated in the air. The brightness from the letters shed light on Su Xian's body. He seemed to be in perpetual darkness while covered in blood and floating in the void like space. His fingers twitched and he gradually woke up. After waking up, he seemed a bit stunned. After remembering everything, he wanted to get up, but pain instantly invaded his body, which in turn almost caused him to lose consciousness again. As he struggled to sit down, he glanced around the environment. He could only perceive darkness and a few blue words floating in front of him. Hunter, welcome to the Reincarnation Paradise. Text appeared in front of Suzayo, but he didn't look at the sentence and instead began to check his injuries. His calf was shot, the flesh around his wounds was rolled up, and the hole was big enough for a finger to pass through. Suzayo only frowned. He already witnessed scenes much worse than this in his life. His chest injury was the most severe injury he had, but the wound was no longer bleeding. I'm not dead. He touched his chest and felt his heart still beating. Hunter, you're not dead. Would you like to join Reincarnation Paradise and have all your desires granted? Suzayo had already noticed those weird words, but he didn't react. He was cautious with everything he didn't know. The current situation was weird. His injuries were fatal and he should be dead, but instead, here he is, somewhere dark with numbers made of blood ticking down. 13,510, 1,359. 1 hour and 35 minutes and 9 seconds. If Suzayo's feelings were right, then these numbers meant only one thing. He felt that as soon as the counter hit 0, he is dead. Hunter, please communicate with Reincarnation Paradise as soon as possible to establish a contract. Otherwise, you will die after 1 hour and 35 minutes. Those numbers did present the time for which he can stay alive. Suzayo had speculated it because the injuries he got were too grave, and he was supposed to die. My sword. Suzayo didn't care about any contract or Reincarnation Paradise, but asked for his sword, which was the only memento that his parents left him. It was a military sword that his grand-grandfather seized during a war and passed down all the way to his generation. The property from reality cannot be brought into Reincarnation Paradise. Please make the contract as soon as possible. Suzayo didn't speak as the pale blue text kept flashing. It kept referring to him as Hunter, and he didn't know what it meant. Contract. So what should I give you and what can I get from it? The timer was going down gradually. Suzayo didn't have too much time to waste. He felt that it was too risky to sign this contract, the text mentioned. He was desperate for revenge and needed the power to achieve it, but he was not stupid, so he decided to try and get some information before proceeding. After signing the contract, you will go around to all kinds of different places to accomplish missions given to you by the Reincarnation Paradise. Your goal will be to acquire the source of the world. Based on the quality of the source of the world, you will receive an equivalent reward. Reincarnation Paradise is an omnipotent system. A bunch of words appeared, and Suzayo read them carefully. Can you really do anything? Even revive dead people. All light blue texts were static in the air suddenly and then disappeared. With your identity as a hunter, no. Hunter, the mysterious text, the Reincarnation Paradise, used when addressing Suzayo. This nickname made Suzayo feel a bit weird because he did not sign the so-called contract. What is a hunter? This question from Suzayo got promptly answered by the Reincarnation Paradise. After signing the contract, ordinary people will become contractors and perform missions for the Reincarnation Paradise and get rewards after completing the missions. Hunters are contractors who have special talents that are useful in combat. When hunters perform ordinary missions, the Reincarnation Paradise will simultaneously give hunting missions to clean up renegade contractors. The number of inquiries is exhausted. Reincarnation Paradise will no longer answer questions. Please sign the contract or wait for death. All lights faded, the surroundings became utterly dark. An old-fashioned parchment popped up and hanged in the void. Suzayo struggled to stand up and walk to the parchment. The parchment was filled with weird symbols and at the bottom a blank space. Do I sign the contract? To be real, it's not like I even have a choice. Isn't this duress? Suzayo felt that if he signs the contract, his life will undergo earth-shaking changes. He has too many things to do. Even if there's a deep abyss in front of him, he can only jump into it. After sorting his thoughts, he answered, I agree. Suzayo's voice just fell. His hand was lifted against his will, and his thumb pressed on the blank space on the parchment. A stinging pain came from his fingertips. A touch of blood dropped on the parchment, and the parchment became pale red with a faint, bloody odor. The contract is established, commencing healing of the hunter's injuries. A pale green light appeared around Suzayo and covered his body. His injuries fully recovered in a few seconds. Recovery complete, waking up the hunter's talents forcibly. His body instantly recovered, and without waiting for him to speak, a severe pain came from all over his body. The pain came suddenly and had made the veins on Suzayo's body bulge out horrifically. Some of them even burst. However, Suzayo's endurance was beyond ordinary people, so he just let out a groan and fell on the ground on one knee. The pain left as fast as it came. Suzayo felt that something in his body was awakened. This feeling is not abrupt. It seemed he had some unknown ability, but he hadn't been able to detect it until now. To observe the overall quality of the hunter, semi-digitalization is turned on. Warning, semi-digitalization is not accurate. If important organisms such as the heart, brain, and so on got injured severely, the hunter would still die. Please deal with the derivative world discreetly. Starting Hunter Special Trial. If the trial cannot be finished, the Reincarnation Paradise shall take back the hunter's identity and you will be an ordinary contractor. Please be aware that if you were to die, there would be no second chances. Reincarnation Paradise regulations. Every exchange has an equal price. Suzayo just read those words in front of him. He felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Starting transmission. When Suzayo woke up again, he was already in a broken-down house. This house was only a dozen square meters in size, and the roof was half collapsed, and sunlight entered the room without any hindrance. There were a lot of spider webs in the corners, which were covered with dust. The windows and doors were blocked with huge trash piles. Some of it even got in the room. Huge pieces of garbage cover this broken house, so only the roof could be used to get out of this place. The pungent, sour smell from the garbage entered Suzayo's nose. It made him want to leave this place as soon as possible. As he was about to leave, there was a burning sensation in his arm. A black tattoo with the shape of a sword appeared on his arm. The pale blue text appeared again. It appeared directly in his sight this time instead of drafting in the air. Though he moved his eye, those words just stayed static, as if they were attached to his retinas. The content of those words was as below: World One Piece, World Difficulty, LV6. Nightmare. This is the difficulty of the Hunter's exclusive trial. The World Source 0 interacting with the characters in this world will help you gain the World Source, which will be calculated along with the emission rate to give the final reward to the Hunter. World Camps: Marine, the Revolutionary Army, Pirates, World Government. Main task: kill the King of the Goa Kingdom. Secondary task: none. Warning: please do not mention anything related to Reincarnation Paradise. If the warning is ignored, the Hunter will be executed instantly. Tip: this world is a high derivative world. Please do not leave the Goa Kingdom area. Otherwise, the world's difficulty will rise. Tip: because Hunter entered this world for the first time, Hunter can automatically utilize the world's language. The mission's time limit is 3 days. The world starts now. The text disappeared, and Suzayo started sorting out the information he received. First, he was invited to a mysterious thing called Reincarnation Paradise. He did not know its purpose. Still, his goal is obvious: getting power from Reincarnation Paradise and executing his revenge. The second thing is his current situation. He came to the world of One Piece. Though he wanted his revenge, he still watched some anime or read some manga to relax in his rare moments of free time. People cannot be stressed all the time. From what Suzayo's remembered, he could conclude that this was a dangerous world. Specific individuals in this world can destroy whole islands or even countries. Suzayo was only an ordinary person. Although he might be slightly stronger than average due to the skills he attained for his revenge, it wasn't enough for him to survive a fight against any of the characters in the anime. From the word nightmare in world difficulty, you can tell how difficult this world was. As for the task, Suzayo could not understand it. Kill the King of the Goa Kingdom. Only these few simple words. There were no other clues. Suzayo had a headache as a message came from the new tattoo on his arm. It implanted knowledge into his brain, which allowed him to use the tattoo to see and do certain things. After activating the tattoo, this was what appeared in his eyes. First, personal information status. Second, tasks. Third, storage space. Fourth, skills. Fifth, equipment. Suzayo couldn't use any functions except for the first status and the second tasks. He was eager to know about the specific content of the task. He had a feeling that the Reincarnation Paradise will not tolerate any failure during the functions. If he fails, he will die. It seems failure meant being lowered to an ordinary contractor, which must be a type of punishment, thought Suzayo. He was made aware of the cruelty of Reincarnation Paradise, despite signing the contract just a few minutes ago. Opening the options of the tasks, the specific information of the quest appeared. Primarily task: kill the King of the Goa Kingdom. Difficulty level: LV3. Task description: Goa Kingdom is located in the East Blue, which rules those nearby cities and villages. It is surrounded by Fuchsia Village and Colombo Mountain. Task information: use any methods to kill the King of the Goa Kingdom. Phillips Herbert always stays within the palace, which increases the difficulty of this mission. Task period: 72 hours. Task reward: receive the hunter's identity permanently. With this information, Suzayo finally understood who he was going to kill and the precise place. The location he is now is most likely the Grey Terminal, near Goa Kingdom. No wonder there's lots of trash surrounding this place. This place will be burned down when the Celestial Dragons decide to visit the Goa Kingdom. The main character, Monkey D. Luffy, and the crucial character, Ace and Sabo, stayed in Colombo Mountain during their childhood. There is also a group of pirates living inside the mountain. But he didn't know the current time. He assumed that before the Celestial Dragon came to Goa Kingdom. He wasn't sure since in the story, even after the Celestial Dragon left this place, till remained a garbage dump. The Goa Kingdom's capital was located near the Colombo Mountain and right next to the Grey Terminal. The Goa Kingdom left the trash here. When Suzayo remembered what kind of place this is, he started leaving in a hurry. The situation was very dangerous since many exiles, criminals, and other types of dangerous people could be found here. He started to think of the next step after understanding the situation. Suzayo closed the task window and opened his status. Personal information is as below. Contractor N13013 to protect the hunter's identity. This is a fake contractor's identity, and no one can know the real one. Name: Suzayo Hunter. Level LV1 Level 1, nothing will be added when upgrading levels. Every 10 levels there is rank up. The hunter's authority will increase as his rank increases. When that happens, the world difficulty and task difficulty will increase. Health HP 100. This cannot be calculated completely. The value changes by the severity of the injury. Mana 60, Intelligence 10. The speed of mana recovery is 3 points per hour. Strength 6, related to attack power. Agility 7, related to movement and attack speed. Vitality 5, related to defense and abnormal status resistance and health. Intelligence 6, related to magic attacks and perception. Charm 3, related to socialization and summoning. Luck 1, related to obtaining objects and success rate of making items. This is hard to upgrade. Please cherish the opportunity to upgrade it. Remark, the standard of an adult male is 5 points, and the fortune is 1 point. Psychic talent, killing an enemy. You will devour his spirit and permanently increase mana by 1 to 15 points. This talent can only get 100 mana points at most per world. Personal information is useful for the hunter to estimate his personal ability conveniently. It doesn't reflect the hunter's fighting power. Those abilities will influence the hunter's body, but fights are not only determined by attributes. Please remember this. Suzayo checked this information discreetly for few times, remembering his personal information in mind. His was LV1, needless to say, that the function of level equals to his power in the Reincarnation paradise. The world difficulty of One Piece, which he entered, is LV6, but his level is only LV1, which means it will be very dangerous for him to stay in this world. In the normal situation, the Reincarnation paradise will not send a contractor to a world with a difficulty level above 5 from his current level. He was sent here because of his trial. What are the benefits of this hunter rank anyways? Suzayo didn't know any advantages to have it. He could only see the danger it brought him. Entering the LV6 world and accepting LV3 task as a LV1, this game seemed a bit hard. And depending on the introduction of the Reincarnation paradise, he needed to help it in cleaning some abnormal contractors in other worlds in the future. It means the relationships between Suzayo and most of the contractors are that of hostility. They can hardly finish tasks together because most of them will not agree with doing that. Once they found out his identity, they will just attack him. Who can make sure that they weren't on Suzayo's list? Who can say that the Reincarnation paradise won't give mission for his elimination? He couldn't trust it after all. But he also got some good news. His abilities were better than ordinary people. It's the results of his hard work. Although this kind of abilities is not that munificent in the One Piece world, it gave him a higher starting point. Suzayo's ability is not only presented by those attributes, but he also had another talent. He knows how to fight, and he dares to fight. Although he didn't have that kind of intelligence for knowing everything, he had a mindset that he is not afraid of getting hurt or dead. It's not that he's unafraid at all, it's just he has more courage than other people. In this point, Suzayo's could only do what the Reincarnation paradise told him to do. Sometimes a brave heart is far more important than a strong body, so let me see how dangerous this world is. Suzayo ran for few steps acutely. He put his feet on the part of the window, then jumped and stretched his arm to grab the wall of the house. He put some strength on his arms and pulled himself up to see outside. When Suzayo tried to check the situation outside, he heard a sound. Pong, it was a gunshot, a few dull gunshots. Suzayo judged the situation immediately. He grabbed the wall tightly again. Suzayo moved his head to check the situation outside. Pong, pong, pong. The gunshot sounds burst out through Suzayo's observation. This was a fight between two sides in the gray terminal. They both have a dozen or more people fighting with guns in the distances. Suzayo found out that they both were thin and wore old clothes. They are supposed to be the homeless inn, the gray terminal. Toby, this is our place. What do you mean by this? We're all poor guys living by collecting garbage. Are you going to kill all of us? The gunshots started ceasing for a while. They started arguing loudly. Your place? I have 10 more guns now. Here is my place now. When I earn enough money, I will bring people out. Then I will be a pirate. Roger, put down your arms. I will give you a chance to leave. Toby hadn't finished his words and was interrupted by a gunshot. Suzayo moved his head back to the garbage mountain. Suzayo, who stayed in the old house, can see the guy who was speaking. That is a muscular guy with a beard. He stood behind a pile of garbage with a smile. They didn't seem to want to succumb to each other. This muscular guy with a beard named Toby looked different from those pale homeless, and he is tall and muscular. Suzayo sighed in his heart. He finally realized how dangerous a LV6 world was. If he goes out suddenly, he will definitely be beaten like a dog. And this is just in the beginning. The situation will be more dangerous in the future. When Suzayo was waiting for those people to leave, a person suddenly jumped into the house that Suzayo stayed in. I finally found a safe. The person hadn't finished his words. He saw Suzayo, who climbed on the wall. Lad, The person just started speaking. Suzayo had already loosened his hand which held on the wall and jumped to the ground. After arriving in the ground, Suzayo lowered his body and put his feet into the ground. Few leaves flew because of the wind Suzayo created. He closed to the person like an acute cheetah. The person just wanted to explain something, but it was too late. Suzayo punches into the person's stomach, and he can obviously feel the person's soft stomach which sunk because of his attack. The person bowed in front of the body and wanted to scream, but Suzayo's hand covered the person's mouth and nose. He didn't finish there. Suzayo covered the person's mouth by one hand and attacked his chest aggressively. Oh, a unique sound was heard as he slammed on the person's chest. Suzayo can feel the person's soft body, the latter's face full of panic, and can only speak little sound. Suzayo felt a very soft feeling when his finger attacked the person's heart. Woman, he did this is because he cannot judge whether the person is an enemy or not, so it was better to attack. Don't hurt me. A tiny and small sound came. Suzayo checked the person for a while. Dust covered her face, but her cheeks were white and the linen clothes were extremely wide. He can found out the person's body is thin and young. Who are you? Suzayo could roughly guess the purpose of her coming here. It was to avoid danger. My name is Mia. I don't have any purpose. Please don't attack me. Mia's sound was tiny. She felt dizzy after her heart was attacked. In a short time, she could not move freely. Don't make any sound or I will kill you. Suzayo will kill people if they endanger his life. He still didn't execute his revenge. Kwalu. Mia, who was only 15 or 16 years old, swallowed. Okay, I just want to avoid danger. I will not make any sound. Mia suddenly felt that staying here will not be any safer than staying outside. The gunshot outside gradually stopped. The fight is supposed to finish soon. Suzayo was waiting. Once the fight ends, he will go out immediately. Although it was dangerous, it's also an opportunity to get weapons. But after he went out, he did not find anything. Don't mention a good weapon. There was not even a wooden stick. The gunshot gradually stopped while there was mourning sound from victims. Suzayo observed a little. He thought the time was ripe. The muscular guy Toby had already attacked and the homeless already left. Homeless strategy of fighting was nothing after they shot randomly. They just started attacking fecklessly. Jumping out of the house, Suzayo landed on the ground steadily and lowered down his body immediately. He saw huge mountains of trash and the smell was too strong. Suzayo didn't care about this. His eyes stared at a gun on the ground in the distance. That's a short gun. Even though it was a bit old, it was a weapon which can kill people. The owner of the short gun was dead. He was shot on the throat. The scene was terrible. Maybe because that person's appearance was hideous, so the muscular Toby didn't pick up the gun. Otherwise, in this Gary terminal, which lacked arms, they will never leave this old smashing short gun here. Suzayo started lowering his body and closing to the gun. But at this time, a thin homeless had already run toward the old smashing short gun and grabbed it using his hands which were full of dust. Suzayo wrinkled his eyebrow. It was not because of the person took the gun before him, but was afraid that if the guy shoots him, the others will appear again. Suzayo randomly picked up a stone as huge as his hand and threw it. The stone with strong power harshly hit the homeless arm. The homeless screamed and moved at the same time. Suzayo ran to the person and put his knee on the spine of the homeless back harshly. The homeless bowed in front of his body and threw up water, but he still moved for few steps instead of lying down though he was hit harshly. Suzayo was surprised. How strong the body of those humans in One Piece world, and this is just a homeless person. But he could not focus on those things. Suzayo found out that the homeless was angry and looked like a monster who was aggressed with his strong yellow teeth. If ordinary people see this situation, they will definitely faint. But Suzayo was different. He had experience. He knew that if he runs in this situation, he will mostly get shot on his back. Suzayo clenched his fist and punched the homeless jaw when he hadn't recovered from the attack. Humans' jaw distributed a lot of vessels. If it's suddenly hit, it will not provide enough blood to the brain, so it will cause coma temporarily because of lack of oxygen. Pong, some yellow teeth with blood flew far away. The homeless fell down straightly like a wooden stick after he was punched harshly by Suzayo. Ordinary people will faint for 10 or more seconds after their jaws got hit, but the bodies of those people in One Piece are mysteriously strong, so Suzayo threw the homeless body and hit the back of his neck again. A snoring sound was heard, and the homeless fell. Whether he was alive or not, no one knew. Suzayo grabbed the old smashing short gun on the ground and text immediately appeared in front of him. He hadn't checked the text as some people ran in his way from a far place. They were part of Toby's group. Suzayo knew that if he is found out at this time, he will not have any chance to speak. He will be beaten to a pulp instead. Suzayo looked around the environment for a bit. The position he stayed in was surrounded by high garbage mountains. Those garbage mountains formed a circle, covering the surrounding. Suzayo did not dare to climb on those unsteady garbage mountains. There was a possibility for those garbage mountains to go down. He could not be sure what was hiding inside those mountains. If he were hit by harsh arms in this dangerous situation, he would die by blood loss or infection. So Suzayo got into the old house, and the girl called Mia looked at him with fear. This time Mia spoke automatically. She did not need Suzayo reminded her. I won't talk. Mia perceived she had already spoken. She put her hands on her mouth immediately, but she stared at the old smashing short gun which is held on Suzayo's hand. After Suzayo entered the house for a while, some noise was heard from outside. After some kinds of arguments, the environment gradually became quiet. It seemed those people came back for the loot, but they did not find much. Obviously, they sounded angry. Suzayo became less nervous, starting to check the notice that appeared, acquired the old smashing short gun white. Old smashing short gun white. World 1 piece. Durability 630. Number of bullets 4-6 shooting incessantly is one of the special technologies in One Piece. Attack power 213 depends on the distance. Equipment requirements 1 point in strength, 3 points in agility. Rating 3 remark white equipment point from 1 to 9. Equipment with 10 points can be considered as rare, which will have an additional attribute on them. Introduction: this is a gun that wasn't taken care of, which made it drop from 9 points to 3 points. Please use it discreetly. Maybe the next shot is its last shot. It's also your last. Price 150 park currency. This thing cannot be brought outside of One Piece world. Hunter gains equipment for the first time, starting the introduction of the equipment system. The equipment are separated as white, green, blue. Cannot receive more information because your level is too low. Please discover them by yourself. Hunter interacts with park currency for the first time, starting the introduction park coin. Using park coin, you can purchase from the Reincarnation Paradise or other contractors. This is the only currency in the Reincarnation Paradise. Warning: please use every park coin discreetly because it's the capital for the living and becoming stronger. Suzayo nodded his head as he thought. It seemed that the Reincarnation Paradise has a strict mechanism. It not only marked every kind of arm but also had complete currency system. Though Suzayo knew he will experience a lot of dangers, he had a bit expectation in his mind, expecting the Reincarnation Paradise to help him become stronger. Though he didn't know how to become stronger now, he knew there was a way, or he will not able to finish those harder tasks in the future. Suzayo smiled after checking the old smashing short gun on his hand carefully. He finally got a weapon. But compared to guns, Suzayo preferred to use cold weapons, such as swords, those with narrow and sharp long edges. If he had his sword with him, his power would at least be higher by 50%. Suzayo had already understood the basic situation. Now he needed to complete the task in 72 hours, which is the time he was given. Suzayo did not want to understand what will happen after failing the task, so he could only focus on completing the task. But it will not be simple to kill a king in a kingdom, so he needed some other methods to at least to get closer to the king. Suzayo had not had the thought of getting in the palace privately because there was a thing called haki in One Piece world. According to Suzayo's memory, this king must have a relationship with government. Depending on his ability, the difficulty of a task to kill a king will not be LV3. In the real world, which was full of sensor equipment, Suzayo could fulfill his revenge plans, so it should be easier in One Piece as the technology wasn't that developed. But it was too early to think about this. The primary thing was to understand the position he was in. The Reincarnation Paradise did not have the map function. He needed to discover everything by himself. After perceiving Suzayo's sight, the girl Mia rolled up her body. What are you gonna do? The voice of the girl was trembling. She kept hiding her gender because being a woman is dangerous in the gray terminal. Are you hungry? Suzayo looked at the girl with a mild smile, but there was some coldness in his eyes. He was not a kind person. Hatred had already taken away the kindness in his heart. Mia nodded her head but then shook her head. There was one thing that was lacking in Gray Terminal, that was food. Those homeless lived depending on collecting garbage. They were basically starving. Suzayo took out some compressed cookies from his bag. This is emergency food he brought with him. He saw a forest not far away and he already has a gun, so he was not worried about food. Mia took the compressed cookie with fear. She never seen this kind of food. In the instruction of Suzayo, Mia took out the compressed cookie and bit it carefully. Delicious. The girl was hungry for a whole day. She ate those cookies quickly. You are called Mia, right? Bring me out of here and those cookies will be yours. Mia had eaten all the compressed cookie on her hand. She stared at those compressed cookies on Suzayo's hand and swallowed. Okay, but you cannot hurt me. Suzayo did not reply her as went out of the old house. Mia followed him after a bit. Where are you going? You are not the resident of Gray Terminal, right? Suzayo stopped walking and some cold appeared in his eyes. Then he threw a compressed cookie in his hand to the ground and stepped on it. Lead the way out, don't ask me anything. If Mia did anything abnormal, Suzayo would point the gun at Mia's forehead without hesitation. Mia was shocked because of Suzayo's actions as she retreated a few steps. Okay. Mia didn't dare to say anything and quickly led the way. Bring me to the entrance of the Goa kingdom. Suzayo checked the surrounding carefully. He could see those homeless staring at them. When they noticed the gun in Suzayo's hand, they put away their greed with a sigh. Memorizing the information he got from the anime, Suzayo started thinking about the next steps. The Gray Terminal is like a huge garbage place. This place was formed by Goa Kingdom, who threw their trash outside of the town. Those homeless were residents in Goa Kingdom, but they were ticked out because they committed serious crimes or had some problems with nobles. After that, the garbage began to produce a kind of toxic blue smoke that eroded the homeless lives all the time. He could tell this because of the drop in his HP, which went down from 100 to 98. There were no doctors or food, so crimes and diseases were normal in the Gray Terminal. This was a place without law. Everything is determined by people's power. Through Mia's lead, Suzayo went out from Gray Terminal quickly and arrived in front of a high wall. The high wall built using black rocks. A gate which wasn't that big appeared in Suzayo's sight. We can only arrive here. That's the law in Goa Kingdom. Homeless cannot get into the town or they will be killed. Even though Mia was talking to Suzayo, she kept staring at those compressed cookies in Suzayo's hand. After giving those compressed cookies to Mia, Suzayo did not talk to Mia anymore, and Mia ran away immediately. She brought Suzayo to the town only for the food and nothing else. The gate of Goa Kingdom opened. There were few soldiers stood on each side of the gate. This is only a side door for throwing garbage conveniently. Those soldiers looked lazy, but their eyes were cold. They often killed those homeless who wanted to get in the town. Suzayo was hiding in the side instead of being eager to get into the town. He was waiting for the best timing to get into the city. He could not fight with those soldiers. The bodies of those residents that lived in One Piece world were abnormally strong. Even a girl, Mia, was hit by him harshly and recovered in a short time. It made Suzayo aware of this. Suzayo suspected those soldiers had more than 10 points in strength at least. 1 hour, 2 hours, until 3 hours later, it was almost at noon. The temperature increased quickly. The weather became hotter. The chance which Suzayo was waiting appeared finally. A horse carriage which was full of trash drove out from the town. A disgusting smell came out of it. Those soldiers did not look at it, but intentionally went back a few steps. Do you need to check it routinely? The diver stopped the carriage. He was afraid of those soldiers. Go quickly, it's so stinky. Those soldiers shake their hands with annoyance. They had no intention to check at all. Suzayo saw this scene in the distance and quickly followed the horse carriage. After the horse carriage entered the garbage mountains, the driver found an empty place to throw trash. The coward driver had a dagger on his waist. This is a rule of Gray Terminal. Strength is all that matters. The driver lit a cigarette to cover the odor. He put the shovel and began to clean the horse carriage, which was full of garbage. While the driver was busily working, Suzayo walked quickly behind the driver quietly like a cat. When he prepared to hit the driver, he suddenly stepped on broken glass. A crisp sound came. The driver was shocked. Suzayo was shocked as well. There was a heavy layer of garbage under his feet in this messy Gray Terminal, so he can barely know what's under his feet. At that time, Suzayo jumped toward the driver, but the driver reacted quickly. He suddenly took out the dagger on his waist and stabbed toward Suzayo's direction. The ferocious expression of the driver made Suzayo realize the driver wanted to kill him. Suzayo's eyes began cold. If you treat rivals kind, you will be cruel to yourself in this task world because there was only one person can alive. Suzayo took the gun on his hand and pointed it into the driver's head. If ordinary people had a gun pointed at them, they will stop their actions or walk back, but the driver was different. He surprisingly walked towards Suzayo. Suzayo shot the gun with no expressions. The bullet behind was like a meteorite, and some fire appeared on the barrel. It was fired in a narrow space, bursting out with strong momentum, which made the bullet seem like fire. Boom, smoke rose with a kind of stinky smell was spread. A bullet directly pierced into the driver's forehead, and the driver was suddenly thrown back. After spasming for 2 times, he dead. Notice, you killed a merchant from the black market. Your talent as a psychic is triggered, adding 5 points to mana. Now you have 65 mana points. You gained a treasure chest white. This is the first time for you to kill an enemy. Storage space opened 2 square meters. Your storage space can be upgraded by using paradise coins. The remind from the Reincarnation paradise made Suzayo understand. The person is not a driver but a merchant in the black market. He was supposed to do some traffic in the Gray Terminal by using the identification of a driver. After the merchant in the black market dead, there was a wooden chest on his body, the chest which is white, as big as his hand. Suzayo tried to take the wood chest which was full. Even though it's only as big as his hand, it was quite heavy. Treasure chest white, open, yes, no. Suzayo didn't open the treasure chest, but put the treasure chest and old worn smashing gun into the storage space. If Suzayo willed it, the old worn smashing gun will appear in his hand. He was satisfied by this new storage space. This is a very practical function. If he can use this kind of ability well, it will be a huge help for him to finish the task. This place wasn't safe, so Suzayo didn't choose to open the treasure chest. Once the chest shine with golden light when he opens it, he will get in trouble. So the first thing he needed to do is getting into the capital of Goa Kingdom. Suzayo took off his shirt and changed to the clothes of the merchant in the black market. Suzayo hesitated for a bit, then jumped into the dirty water on the ground. A stinky smell covered his clothes and face, making people unable to see his face clearly. Suzayo sat on the horse carriage and drove the horse and moved into the town. Now he got a dagger which belonged to the merchant in the black market. The dagger was a bit different from what he imagined. When Suzayo got the old smashing shotgun, he got a lot of hints. But he didn't receive any hint when he got this dagger. There was no specific information or whether it can be sold or not. Suzayo guessed maybe it was fortunate to get the old smashing shotgun, or it could be an elaborated arrangement by Reincarnation Paradise. It means he can get weapons, but he needs to take a risk for it. It is supposed to be the rules of Reincarnation Paradise. And the dagger on his hand didn't seem special. The dagger is sharp. He can use the dagger but cannot bring it out of One Piece world or exchange for Paradise coins. It made sense. If everything can be sold as Paradise coins, then the currency mechanism of Reincarnation Paradise will be a joke. Suzayo manipulated the horse and closed to the gate. Some soldiers' figures come into his sight. This old horse seems a bit uncontrollable because of changing the driver. It made Suzayo feel a bit embarrassed. He had never manipulated horses before. But those soldiers stood in front of him. He could not step back. The horse snorted and stopped in the same place. Suzayo automatically stopped for checking. According to his guess, those soldiers will be lazier when going out of town, but when entering the town, they won't slack off. The soldiers walked toward Suzayo with lazy expression but sharp eyes like an eagle. "What's wrong? Why are you coming back so early today?" This kind of familiar attitude from soldiers made Suzayo feel nervous. These soldiers may know the identity of the merchant of the black market. They may even have a beneficial relationship. Things became somewhat difficult. "Boss, I just got out of town. Is the power of Toby grabbed vomit?" Suzayo's voice was very vague, and he was still wearing retching. His voice was different from that of the driver, so he deliberately did. In line with the stench of the sewage on his clothes, the guards did not doubt and even escaped Suzayo for a distance. "What, Toby? Are they crazy? They even dare to rob you. They don't know your identification." The soldier in front of Suzayo seemed a bit angry, but another soldier said, "Boss, Toby's power expanded quickly recently. According to my investigation, Toby just killed Roger's power. No one has higher power than Toby in the Gray Terminal except for Blue Gem Pirates. So we don't do anything. What about the money?" Few soldiers looked at each other, even though they felt unfair, but they had no methods to deal with Toby who hid in the Gray Terminal. If this kind of things happens again, you don't need to come back anymore. Just live in the Gray Terminal. Suzayo pretended to nod carefully, but he was very calm. He should be calm in these important moments. Every failure happened before the success because of presumptuousness. Suzayo manipulated the horse, which walked forward reluctantly. A soldier looked into the bottom of the horse carriage before Suzayo left, just in case someone hid below, which is a most common way for the homeless to get into the town. Suzayo had never thought about hiding in the bottom of the horse carriage. He just killed the driver directly. Though this is risky, this method, while risky, captured the blind spot of the soldier. The garbage car gradually passed through the gate and drove forward stably for 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Carlos, wait. The sound came from the soldier. Suzayo's eyes tightened and soon recovered. "I have settled your nephew's thing with enough sincerity. He can go to the soldier team to report today." The soldier held his hand and thumb, and middle fingers moved together. The term sincerity means money. Suzayo nodded quickly and thanked him, but he retaliated. "Hurry up, it's so stinky. I can even smell it from this distance." Suzayo will never miss this good opportunity, so he took the rein and shot on the bottom of the old horse. Pa, a crispy sound came. The old horse mourned and sped up. Suzayo successfully got into the capital of Goa Kingdom safely. Though he had a safer way to get into the capital, it needed time, and he didn't have enough time to do that. In few conversations with those soldiers, Suzayo got a lot of useful information. First, the current time is before the original protagonist Monkey D. Luffy set out to the sea, which means this is the period of the childhood of Luffy, or Luffy is not born at all. The basis for this is that the Blue Gem Pirates in the former guard's mouth. If Suzayo remembered correctly, the Blue Gem Pirates are the ones that attacked Luffy and Ace and Sabo in the original story. The Blue Gem Pirates were used by the king of the Kingdom of Goya in the original book to ignite the Grey Terminal, and then they were abandoned and allowed to fend for themselves in the fire. And second, it's a surprising acquirement. Maybe this acquirement is the key point for Suzayo to complete the task. The word from the soldier made Suzayo pretty happy. That is, I have settled your nephew's thing with enough, sincere, he can go today. It seemed that's the dead merchant in the black market traded with soldiers. They used the money to buy the career of the soldier. If Suzayo pretends to be the nephew and enter into the team of soldiers, he will be closer to kill his goal. Though this is risky, it's also the best way for Paradise to not to arrange identification for him. Suzayo drove horse carriage on the streets of Goa Kingdom, because of it just the outside layer of the capital. This is just a district for residents in a normal class. The street in the ordinary district was neat and tidy. Two sides of the street were vendors. A lot of residents walked leisurely through the streets made this city a bit noisy, but some of those residents were suffering and poor. There was only a difference between these residents and the homeless. They will not starve but still lived on the edge of having enough food. This was a messy generation in One Piece world. It was full of wars and pirates, so the living condition of those residents was relatively poor. Suzayo seemed to realize something when he crossed the street. It seemed like this is not a task world but a real world. It was full of real human instead of so-called NPC. From those soldiers, Suzayo found his way. If he did not prepare well, he would probably be found out. Suzayo warned himself to not look down on anyone in this world. But the most important thing now is to find a place to clean his body and check the treasure chest white. He wanted to use every resource he could use. Suzayo, who only had LV1, found it hard to do everything in this dangerous LV6 world. It seemed like a nightmare. Those pedestrians became less because the strong sun hit the ground, burning the earth. The temperature was nearly 30 degrees. Suzayo walked on the street under the strong sun. Some pedestrian who walked near him all frowned and looked at him with disgust. The horse carriage was cleaned by Suzayo, and the horse was sold by low price as well. After checking the money on his hand, Suzayo sighed. This is a currency called Bili. Selling the horse made him get 100,000. It seemed a lot, but it was only equal to 6,000 RMB in the real world. Please do not overestimate 100,000. The ability of purchase is much lower than your imagination. After Suzayo had already attempted to buy things, he found out purchasing nice clothes needed 8,000 Bili, and having a nice meal needed approximately 900 Bili. Suzayo looked around the surrounding and walked slowly toward a house when he found no one was there. Though it seemed a random choice, actually he had already observed the house for a while. The house was not really clean, but there was no plant on the wall, which meant someone lived inside the house and it could be used. The tiny dust on the door handle meant the host of the house seldom went home, only came back sometime. This is the best choice for living temperately. As for why he did not want to live in the hotel and so on, it was because those places are too complicated. He did not want to get any unnecessary troubles. He was only here for completing the task in One Piece world, and there were only 60 hours left for him to complete the task, so he will make contact with too many people, except if it was necessary for the task. Contacting too many people, he didn't know equal troubles equal unknown danger. Suzayo took out some simple tool to unlock the door, after making sure no one was nearby again. Kala, the door was opened. Suzayo had learned the method to unlock doors before. This kind of simple lock in One Piece world is just a piece of cake for him. Suzayo went into the house seemed, and then closed the door. After entering the house, it was the same as he predicted. There was no one inside. This was a house big. There was a photo which hanged on the wall, a family including a man, a woman, and a young girl, and he could notice out that they were happy family from the woman's warm and true smile. Suzayo went to the bathroom, then took off his clothes immediately. Though his endurance is good, the stinky smell still made him feel disgusted. The water ran down from his head, flushing out the dirty and stinky smell. After changing the new clothes, Suzayo felt refreshed. In Suzayo's hand appeared a white treasure chest suddenly when he sat on the sofa. Treasure chest white open, yes no. After choosing to open it, the treasure chest on his hand opened quietly. There was no shiny light and even no sound. You opened treasure chest white, you got the following items. 50,000 Bili only can be used in this world. The recommendation letter to the leader of the soldiers' team, 100 paradise coins. He only got 3 items. It wasn't that much, but not bad anyway. It's after all only a white treasure chest. As for the level of items in Park, the white treasure chest is the lowest level of treasure chests. Suzayo put the money into storage space because it was not needed now and took the letter. The recommendation letter to the leader of the soldiers' team. Quality white type contacting tool. Rating 5. Rating tool is equal to rating equipment. 110. The item with higher rate has a higher rank. Introduction: This is a recommendation letter. The leader abused his right to make anyone he wants to join the soldier team. According to this letter, anyone can be a soldier. The premise is you are a man and have enough money. After checking the introduction of the letter, Suzayo was excited because this is what he wanted. If he cannot kill the king directly, he at least needs to see him. The task difficulty as a nightmare level will not be solved only by brute force. Suzayo put all items into the storage space, then left the house. He found a restaurant to have a meal, then started noticing some soldiers walking on the street. The soldiers were supposed to walk on the streets to catch any thief and the likes. Though they weren't that powerful, they were still a power under the Goa kingdom. Following some soldiers, Suzayo discovered the headquarters of soldiers. It was a 2-floors office with 2 lazy soldiers stood in front of the gate. Suzayo walked into it directly because he got the recommendation letter. Stop, here is a soldier team. You cannot get in there. A younger soldier was arrogant after checking Suzayo's appearance of the ordinary resident. I'm a new soldier. Suzayo just wanted to speak out his name, but came out immediately. The name Suzayo had a bit different with One Piece world, so after thinking for a few seconds he kept speaking. I'm a new soldier, Byakuya. Young guards a glimpse looking up and down Suzayo. Byakuya, I had not heard about a new one, are you gonna? An older soldier stared at younger one, then brought Suzayo into the headquarters of the soldiers. The young soldier stared at Suzayo and murmured something. Suzayo did not care about this insignificant character. He followed the older soldier and arrived in front of the office. Cough, cough. The older soldier straightened his body and checked his appearance before knocking the door. There was a quick breathing sound coming from the room. Suzayo and the older soldier looked at each other. They both understood what was happening in the room. The older soldier put down his hand and waited quietly. At this time, it was not decent to knock the door. It will interrupt the pleasure of the boss. The elder soldier smiled apologetically to Suzayo. Suzayo is the special person who is taken care by, head, so the older soldier didn't want to offend Suzayo. Suzayo and the soldier walked to another side, and he took out a box of the cigarette, then took one to the older soldier. Highlighting the cigarette, they chatted on the hallway. Thought it was a cigarette. It can build up some friendship, so he didn't have any problem in doing so. Why would he? You're so lucky you had the leader to take care of you, don't worry. You will not have any problems because someone will take care of you. By the way, I'm Hank, we'll be co-workers in the future. Suzayo smiled modestly, but there was no change in his eyes. My name is Byakuya, nice to meet you. When Suzayo was talking, he put rest of cigarette box into Hank's clothes. He had already considered the value of those soldiers. He did not understand any situation of the kingdom. It will be useful to have them. Hank smiled even more obviously. At that time, there was a deep sound from the room. They both knew it was the time. After waiting for a few minutes, Hank knocked on the door. Who is there? Come in. A coarse sound came from the office. Hank smiled obsequiously, then pulled the door of the office. Boss, it's me, Hank. He followed after Hank walked into the office. A smell which mixed a light odor and hormones came into their noses. Is it Hank? It's nice of you not interrupting my interest. Say it, what's wrong? A naked man with shiny bald head sat in the office. His strong and violent power made people feel this person was not weak. This is a new person, Byakuya. This is the recommendation letter which that person recommended. The man stared at Suzayo, then took the recommendation letter for glancing it carelessly, then destroyed the letter, put another hand swing on a woman's body at the same time. The price is 200,000 bali at that time, but some things changed, so we have to keep it tight. The price will be 400,000 bali. Suzayo still smiled because he was still weak now, so he could only hide his real emotions, though he really wanted to shoot the man on his head. Suzayo gave 400,000 bali straightforwardly without saying anything. The straight attitude made the man wrinkled. You're so generous. No wonder you are one of those people in that place. You're a member of soldier team now. Remember to call me boss. Suzayo kept smiling while having some weird feelings. Yes, boss. It's big progress for him to finishing the task of killing the king to be a member of soldier team. Hank stood on other side, looked at the ground as if there is something interesting on the ground. But it was not the truth. Hank was showing an attitude that he did not see his boss corruption. It could be seen from this thing. The atmosphere in One Piece world is messy. If people have money, they can even get a higher position, but it is unquestionably good news for Suzayo. Money means nothing to him. He only needs time. Problems can be solved by money are not problems. Reminder, Hunter became a member of the soldier team. There was a tiny change in the story. You gained 2.1 world source. Walking out of the office, Suzayo got standard equipment of soldier team. In the garage, Suzayo looked at the simple fire gun with embarrassment and looked at Hank. Hank, can I change weapon? Hank revealed some confused expression. These are all assigned equipment, This irresolute sound made Suzayo realize this person was asking for some benefit. Suzayo quietly took out 20,000 bali and put it in Hank's pocket. Then Hank's expression suddenly changed. He began to smile. We're coworkers, we can discuss if there were some problems. Just pick up any kind of weapon you want, but you can only choose one weapon. It's the rule which cannot be changed. Suzayo just put down the gun he found in the garage. There were various kinds of weapons here. He put his sight on a long sword quickly. The sword is about 1 meter long and the blade width is about 3 centimeters. The curvature of the blade is very small. Although it is not as good as Suzayo's sword, it is also a good weapon, that's it. Suzayo took the knife. When he touched the sword, a notification sounded from the Reincarnation paradise. Hey, you can take anything else, but not this one. Hank's face suddenly changed. It seemed like he didn't receive that 30,000 bully. What are you talking about? Suzayo took the sword and looked at Hank coldly. If he keeps tolerating, it will make other people think he is weak. After Hank found out the change of Suzayo's expression, he was shocked and felt a bit scared. This person had killed people, not only one person. Hank was thinking to fight with Suzayo, but he was also scared when Suzayo was taking the sword. Hank, don't care about those things. We're friends, aren't we? The handle in Suzayo's hand was aimed at Hank's chest. There were only two choices. He could be quiet and receive the money, or Suzayo killed him on the spot because the sword will have a lot of help for Suzayo to complete the task. Suzayo will never give up the thing he had already gotten in hand because of little threat. Suzayo believed even though he killed Hank, he can shit other people's mouth only for giving enough money to the man. This thing is only between us. We're friends after all. Hank patted Suzayo's shoulder intimately, and he compromised, and the momentum of the sword in the warehouse dissipated. I just got in the capital today. There were some things I need to understand, so as a friend you need to tell me many things. Suzayo sighed in his mind. This is just an ordinary soldier, but he is so hard to deal with. What kind of enemies he will meet when he closer to the king. This kind of adventurous feeling made Suzayo feel excited, and heartbeat became quicker. Passion ran through his body. He started loving this kind of feeling. An element of loving to fight in his body was awaked gradually. The reason why Suzayo became hard it was because the hint from paradise appeared when he touched the knife. Dragon Flash. Dragon Flash White Rare. Origin 1 piece, Steel Furnace Blacksmith Shop. Durability 3545. This weapon was seriously damaged. Durability 5. Attack 516 calculated according to the strength of the slamming force. Requirement, strength 2 points, agility 5 points. Rating 10 remark, rating of white equipment from 1 to 10. When the rating of white equipment is 10, it will be marked as rare and attached with a special attribute. Additional attributes, the majesty of the dragon, when holding this weapon, will have a deterrent effect on the enemy. Shocking effect, reducing enemy momentum. Introduction, this was a hero's sword when he was young, but it was damaged seriously, later. Because Samurai Ryuma got the black sword Shusui, the blade was always placed in the bedroom of Samurai Ryuma. After the death of Samurai Ryuma, the blade was not enough to accompany the dragon horse. Master, I am almost rusting. Where are you? Please wave me down on the dragons. Price 1100 paradise coins. This is a rule item. You can bring it out of One Piece World. Samurai Ryuma was famous. He was a winner in One Piece World. Even the strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, might not be stronger than him. How strong could this sword be when it wasn't damaged? Suzayo even suspected if it has never been damaged, maybe it will be a green or even blue weapon. That's why Suzayo wanted to get this sword even if he had to fight with Hank. It was better that they did not fight. This kind of fake friendship can be maintained for a while. You're so lucky this sword was discovered by a pirate. Seldom people know this knife is treasure except for me. If I know how to use swords and there's a strict rule that people cannot take more than one weapon, I would definitely take out this sword. Suzayo smiled but didn't talk. He just put the sword on his waist. Suzayo felt safer because he got a sword, and it also meant his attacking ability increased a lot. Let's go. It will have an event happen after 2 days. We will be busy then. Hank sighed. He seemed concerned about something. What's wrong? I will prepare well if you tell me first. Aristocrat will come to the Goa Kingdom for checking after a half-month, so the day after tomorrow we will clean the gray terminal. Hank's words made Suzayo sigh. He finally knew what time was now in One Piece. It was the time of burning the gray terminal in the 3D2Y special. That meant that the gray terminal will be burned by the time he should finish his task. This is unquestionably good news for Suzayo because the more complex the situation is, the more chances he had with this task. Hank walked out of the warehouse and thought of something, then turned his head and said, "Our boss name is Brandon Oka. Now you're the member of Soldier Team. How can you not know about boss name?" Suzayo smiled and nodded his head to present his agreement. They walked out of the garage. The sky became darker, and the streets were full of tired pedestrians. Suzayo found out through talking that the man he had seen before is his supervisor now. He had already been the leader of the soldier team for nearly 10 years. He had a lot of relations inside the palace and even met with the king before. Suzayo did not really trust Hank's sentences because he was obsequious. The fact that Brandon Oka has been the leader in Soldier Team for 10 years may be true, but having lots of relations is suspected. Being a position for 10 years means this boss did not do well in the palace. When Hank prepared to say goodbye to Suzayo spoke. How about we go grab a drink? I just arrived the capital and wanna ask you many things. Hank pretended he was not convenient to do this, but Suzayo's invited strongly, so they went to a bar together. After few drinks, Hank's face turned red and talked obviously more with the smell of alcohol. Tell you what. If boss could tight himself carefully, he would have been in the palace by now. Why did the boss interact with? Hank stopped when he was in the mid of his sentence. He seemed to find out he was talking about something wrong. Suzayo took up the drinks with Hank when Hank drank his alcohol. The drink in his hand had already gone. It was a very dangerous behavior to drink in this dangerous world, so Suzayo did not drink any alcohol. Forget it, don't say it. The boss is still alive and quiet every day. He is a frequent visitor to Happy Street. It is really enviable. Suzayo casually said a few sentences and gave Hank a cup. After drinking for 3 times, it was almost 7 o'clock at night. Suzayo and Hank departed from the bar. The streets were full of light. Suzayo lit a cigarette, then he looked at Hank, who was going far away, and thought. He provided a lot of information for him, and it's the time for Suzayo to start his night activities. Suzayo touched the knife on his waist and stopped a resident who seemed a bit angry, but he became scared after seeing Suzayo's uniform. Can you tell me where's Happy Street? The resident revealed a man's smile, then pointed a direction for Suzayo. This kind of smile and the name of the Happy Street let Suzayo knew what kind of place is Happy Street. His boss is so energetic. There was a street basically covered with pink and red light as their main color. The 2 sides of the street are dominated by double or triple spires. The top is covered with glazed tiles, and a round or square lantern hangs in front of the door. The gentle sound of the instrument is intertwined with the laughter on the street, and many men and women are intimately snuggled together. On the street pavilion, you can see some women with exposed clothes and slender pipes in their hands. Those women were smiling and standing on the floor, trying to attract customers. Here was Happy Street, the horny street in One Piece world. Suzayo with black clothes held Dragon Flash and sat on the roof of a building. After entering One Piece world, Suzayo seldom did things, and tonight he will kill the first person as the base for finishing his task. A laugh came from the street. This laugh, which seemed a bit familiar and attracted Suzayo's sight. The person who laughed was his boss he saw in the morning. There were 2 soldiers followed behind Brandon Oka as they walked on the Happy Street. Those pedestrians looked a bit nervous and suddenly hid in other places when they saw them. He finally came. Suzayo hid in the house and followed them closely. After a few moments, they walked into a building. Suzayo then walked through the dark night and got to the top of the building. He waited for a while and jumped from the top, then arrived at the ground quietly and closed to the wall to avoid being discovered. Suzayo started checking every room in the cover of the night. Checking room did not need eyes, he could check by sound. Suzayo had trained this kind of ability especially. He still remembered Brandon Oka's sound. After checking for 3 rooms, Suzayo found his prey. There was some chatting sound which came from the room. They belonged to a man and a woman. When will you save me? Can you tolerate that I accompany other men? Soon it will be soon. This kind of business can be solved only using the money. I made efforts recently, but he is the person near the king. Suzayo heard their talk with no expression, but as their conversation became more horny, made him wrinkle his eyebrow. It was not the time yet. Suzayo needed to wait for the weakest time Brandon was at and killed him directly. The thing went on smoothly. After a few moments, some signs were coming from the room. Suzayo slowly took out his sword from his waist, then carefully pulled open the window and got into the room. He did not make any sound. There were 1 woman and 1 man twisted together. They were making love. The reason why Suzayo chose this timing is that only now Brandon Oka will be at his weakest. Suzayo became very careful for every step to close the distance. He seemed like a predator getting close to its prey, walking with no sound. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. After Suzayo came beside them, he slowly raised his long sword and pointed it at the back of Brandon Oka. When the woman under Brandon Oka was closing eyes in joy, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Suzayo, who was pointing the sword at them. The woman was shocked and tried to scream. Brandon Oka also noticed the woman's frightened expression, but it was too late. With both hands holding the handle, Suzayo tried his best to poke the back of Brandon Oka. Pose. The longsword runs directly from the back of the Brandon Oka, and the sharp tip of the sword, like a piece of paper, pierces from his back to his mouth. The long sword didn't stop as it pierced through the eye socket of the woman under the Brandon, and then pierced the bed they were on. The 2 of them seemed like a fish out of the water as their bodies twitched vigorously. One was pierced from his back to his mouth, and the other was pierced through the brain. Both of them could not scream, so they did not attract the attention of others. This attack from Suzayo had been calculated discreetly. If Suzayo only killed Brandon, then the woman under him will definitely scream. Then those soldiers who stood outside of the room will get into the room. Then Suzayo will be met with some dangers. Because ordinary people all have strong power in One Piece world, soldiers will definitely be strong. One attack for killing 2 people with no sympathy, Suzayo's talent for killing was much better than most of the killers. This is why Paradise chose him as the hunter. Hunter did require not only special talent, but also the determination to kill. After Suzayo killed 2 people, he found out immediately there was a bloody red bar on Brandon's head. Needless to say, it will definitely be the remaining HP of Brandon. Suzayo's sword pierced through his spine, leaving the other party in a state of paralyzed but not dead. The so-called falsely dead was a body that lost the ability to move, but the brain still worked. This is the first time for Suzayo to see this because he killed the merchant of the black market last time. The merchant was killed by a shot to the brain, so there was no life left in him. The bloody bar was the advantage of having the system with him. It could let him judge whether the enemy was dead or not. Brandon Oka had roughly 5 of HP left. He was only hanging by a thread. The long sword was pulled out from Brandon's back, and Suzayo held it in one hand, changing from the backhand to the forehand, and slashing it on Brandon's neck. Pose. Blood splattered a few meters high. Suzayo's cheek had some blood on it, which made him look more cold-blooded. After this attack, Brandon's head flew, and the rest of his HP dropped to 0 and disappeared. You killed the leader of the soldier team. Brandon Oka is a member of Goa Kingdom. You acquired 3.6 of the world source. Now you have 5.7 of the world source. Your talent Psychic is activated. You gain 10 points of mana permanently. Now you have 75 points of mana. Your talent Psychic is activated. You gained 1 point of mana permanently. Now you have 76 points of mana. Suzayo just roughly checked those notifications. Suzayo was surprised that killing Brandon Oka made him get some of the world's source. So if he kills stronger enemies, the quantities of acquiring the source of the world will relatively increase. So he will get a lot more of world source if he kills a leader of the Marine or one of the 4 emperors and so on. But he just thought about it for a few seconds because he could not even see those kinds of strong people. Even if he meets them, he will not do anything because it is too dangerous and he may die. Now he did not know the function of world source. He just got a hint from Reincarnation Park that world source will get him better rewards as he collects even more. That was so-called award. It was supposed to be the key for him to become stronger. There were so many ways in One Piece world to become stronger, but all of them needed time. He only got 72 hours. Now he only had 60 hours more left. It was fortunate if he could finish the task before the time limit. Suzayo even did not have time to think about other things. As for those incredible things like devil fruits, Suzayo had ever thought about it. He did not have basic strength. He did not have the qualification to seek or take devil fruits. He only has a slightly stronger body. His potential has a bit distance from those strong people in One Piece world. As for normal situations, the first world for Suzayo to arrive will definitely not be this kind of highly dangerous world like One Piece world. That was all because of his hunter identification trial. Now it was like he is a level 1 player in a high-level area, and those existences of low-level monsters in this map were all bosses for Suzayo. Now Suzayo's ability was far stronger than ordinary people. If they put a normal contractor in this situation, he may have a huge possibility to die in the gray terminal outside of the capital. He threw out the idea about the world's source. For now, Suzayo was more confused with the magic and mana. He did not have the ability to consume mana, so it did not have any help for him to fight. Even he got more mana, it will be useless. Everything is hard in the beginning, and he even needed to count on himself. There was a white treasure chest which was same as the one he opened before, drifting on Brandon's body. Suzayo took the treasure box and put it into the storage space and left the place quickly. He was a soldier now. This identification is very important for him. If the thing that he killed soldier team leader was known by other people, he would be a criminal in the Goa Kingdom. Did not even talk about finishing the task. He will be more busy to escape killing by soldiers in the Goa Kingdom. The cold wind at night blew Suzayo's black hair, which fading the smell of the blood on his body gradually. After turning back the house, he took a shower. Suzayo checked the warning system he trapped, a bunch and few hairs. He found out no one had been there. It was safe. After entering the house, Suzayo did not turn on the light and sit in the dark room and took out the treasure chest he got by killing Brandon Oka. Treasure chest white, open, yes, no. After opening the treasure chest, there was a necklace that appeared in Suzayo's hand. You opened the treasure chest white, you got the following items. 300 part coin necklace of dead wife. The necklace of the dead wife white. Location, One Piece world. Genre, accessory were rare items. Durability, none accessory, don't have durability, and don't need to be repaired. Requirement, everyone can wear it. Effect, strength +1. Rating, 8. Remark, white equipment are rated from 1 to 10. When the rating of white equipment is 10, it will be marked as rare and it will have a special attribute. Introduction, I love you like you love those girls. Brandon Oka's wife is dead by committing suicide. Price, 1600 park coin. Suzayo held the necklace in his hand and smiled. He finally found the way to become stronger. This necklace in his hand surprisingly can add his strength. He exhaled deeply and became calm, put the necklace of dead wife on his neck. He checked his personal information. The strength, which had 6 points, became 7 points. The strength up to 7 points was not just adding 1 point, it actually increased by a lot. It meant every time he upgrades a property, it will bring a huge change. It was not as simple as 1 + 1. Reincarnation Paradise, what an interesting place. Suzayo clenched his fist as strength ran through his body. This feeling made him joyful. Suzayo clearly knew that the strength which increased by the necklace was just external. His original strength didn't increase. After losing the necklace, his strength will decrease. The delight of increasing strength did not stun Suzayo. He came up with an idea immediately. The necklace belonged to Brandon Oka. It may be recognized by other people, and it will be trouble if things go on like this. When Suzayo concerned about that, he found out a tiny text in his sight. It was hard to perceive it. Open the function of hiding equipment. This function cost 100 paradise coins, yes, no. Suzayo had not known the purchase ability of 100 paradise coins, but those paradise coins were a treasure because he had taken the risk of losing his life to get them. But this function is very useful. Suzayo decided to use it. You open the hiding function of equipment. You can freely hide the equipment you're wearing, but weapons cannot be hidden. The necklace on his neck gradually disappeared, but the adding of strength still here. It made Suzayo satisfied by spending 100 paradise coins. He can get a reward from Reincarnation Paradise if he finishes the task. As for whether Reincarnation Paradise will hurt him or not, Suzayo did not care about this question now. He could find out how strong the Reincarnation Paradise is from recovering his injuries that fast, which may cause him to die, and transmitting him to One Piece world. Suzayo did not have a habit of thinking too much, but if the Reincarnation Park want to hurt him, why would it save him? Even if he was being used, Suzayo could get benefit from it, those benefits that he will never get in the real world. He can become stronger. Maybe after he finished the first task, he will know more about the Reincarnation Paradise. Now the key point was becoming stronger. Suzayo felt being weak is a sin. If he was strong enough that time, he could have avoided the tragedy that happened. The clean floor was dyed by blood, broken parts of the body, and that. Suzayo forcibly stopped his memory and forced himself to take a break. He had a lot of things to do tomorrow, so he had to get enough rest tonight. He needed to kill the king of the Goa kingdom. Suzayo not only needed to kill him, but also keep himself safe. He was doing the task. He didn't want to risk his life for the Reincarnation Paradise. Killers with no purpose would get killed in the end, but Suzayo wasn't like that. Suzayo woke up pretty early next day morning. After washing himself, he wore the uniform of the soldier team and went to the headquarters. Before he even arrives at the headquarters, he saw a lot of soldiers busily coming in and out. Hurry up, the boss was killed. This thing made the nobles shocked. They asked the whole town to capture the criminal. Hank manipulated a bunch of soldiers with grief, but his eyes revealed ambition. It seemed like after Brandon died, he can become the boss. Suzayo noticed that 2 soldiers were standing beside the gate of headquarters like nothing happened. Those 2 were the soldiers that followed Brandon last night. Needless to say, they were Brandon's best soldiers. The action of Hank maybe had already made those 2 people suspicious, but it was indeed an opportunity for Hank to replace Brandon's position if things work well. Soldier team wasn't that big of an organization. Other people are ordinary soldiers except for Brandon, who is the only leader. There was never a second leader in soldier team because Brandon didn't allow his position to be split with another person. Suzayo kind of figured out that presumptuous personality. The reason why Suzayo killed Brandon was not because he found Brandon irritating. Suzayo really needed to promote his position. He will never get the appropriate position if Brandon wasn't dead. As for sneaking into the palace to execute his mission, he didn't even think about it because of the danger that would have bought him. The more straightforward plan will have fewer vulnerabilities. He only needed a position which can let him have contact with the king and be promoted fast. Tomorrow was the date to burn the gray terminal. This kind of negative thing will not be facilitated by personnels from the palace, but people with lower positions. Suzayo investigated that there were 2 parties in the soldier team. One party was for taking care of the city. The other party was responsible for checking the gate of the town. Generally speaking, this kind of things were supposed to facilitate by soldiers who were responsible for the gate, but Suzayo saw a bunch of bumps when he selected weapon in the warehouse. According to those details in the warehouse, Suzayo knew what they were. If they want to burn the gray terminal, which is a large area, they obviously couldn't use normal means. So Suzayo needs the position of a leader in the soldier team. As for whether he can see the king or not, this will be decided by his personal actions. Hank, what's wrong? Hank, who was manipulating people, looked at Suzayo. Boss was killed last night. Those people surprisingly found out today morning. It's right time you get here. Come with me to see the nobles now. Suzayo felt nervous. See the nobles. This Hank is not a kind person. Suzayo just became a soldier yesterday. It is definitely a trap. Maybe he wanted Suzayo to become the scapegoat. The possibility is not that big. Suzayo was thinking how to kill Hank in mind with smiled. Nobles, that kind of big figure wants to see me. Suzayo pretended that he was suspicious but kept looking at Hank. Yes, the nobles wants to see you, but I don't know the specific detail of the reason either. Hank revealed some expression with envy and even some jealous. This sudden good news made Suzayo a bit shocked because he did not have any relation with high positions in the palace. The thing only can show relation is that recommend letter. It seemed that recommend letter was far more important than he imagined. Suzayo followed Hank through a few streets to a yard. A luxury cottage appeared in this sight. Hank walked to the place with nervously. Two soldiers who were responsible for taking care of the gate stopped Hank. This is the person that boss want to see. Hank nodded quickly. Those two soldiers took away Hank's weapon. As for Suzayo, all his weapons were in the storage space. The soldier will not discover it. The soldier guided them to a lobby. There was a family was eating breakfast, and an old person with white hair sat in the first place. After the old guy saw Hank, he threw the meal on his hand carelessly, and then asked other people to leave the place. Only a muscular figure stood behind the old man. The muscular man gave Suzayo a strangely dangerous feeling. Although the other side was freehand, Suzayo noticed that he was well trained and his body was like steel. This person was a physical master, also a personal guard of the old man. Are you Hank? That's the new soldier, right? The old person talked slowly with relaxed expressions. He was that kind of person with huge power. Yes, boss. Hank started feeling nervous about speaking. Get out. The old man may felt annoyed about the way Hank talked. He even didn't look at Hank anymore. Hank kept looking at the ground until he reached the gate, then disappeared from Suzayo's sight. I'm a noble of this kingdom. Carlos gave me a lot of interesting gifts. I'm supposed to take care of you as you're his nephew. But Carlos was not lucky when he got out of the town, and I couldn't get my gift as well. I couldn't find him, so I'm supposed to find his nephew. Who is you? Suzayo came up with the approximate situation. Carlos was supposed to the merchant who in the black market was killed by him after Carlos died. This couldn't get his gift, so in the condition that he couldn't find Carlos, he only could find Suzayo to replace it. This merchant was so unlucky. He was not only exploited by soldiers, but also by the nobles. In current condition, the person wanted him to replace Carlos to buy things for him. Suzayo did not understand their trade between these two sides. If he does not have people to protect him, Suzayo will control this person immediately. But this kind of opportunity to contact someone with a high position in the palace was rare. No problem, I understand all kind of ways Uncle got. He was injured severely and resting now, but... The person wrinkled his eyebrow, looking at Suzayo and said, if you can get what I need, I will give you everything. I heard that your leader was dead yesterday. If you can make it, you will be the leader in the soldier team. After a half hour, Suzayo left the noble's yard and walked on the street. Things went smoothly, but the condition the noble mentioned made Suzayo feel a bit headaches. Not only this, after mentioned the condition, a new task appeared on the Reincarnation paradise. Secondary task, Noble's Collection. Noble's Collection. Difficulty level LV2. Introduction of the task. The collection of the noble is abundant. Every valuable thing will be seen by this arid old guy. Information of the task, killing the host of the mountain and gaining its teeth. The host of the mountain, a violent monster in One Piece world, a tiger with a huge body. Time limit 10 hours. Reward, get the position of the leader in the soldier's team. Punishment of failing the task, getting expelled from the soldier team and becoming a criminal. Suzayo understood what is the host of the mountain was. That's a tiger with a huge body which almost killed Monkey D. Luffy in his childhood. He sighed. After entering One Piece, he met those enemies that were too strong which made him helpless. One day, he will use the sword in his hand to kill every enemy he meets. He will not be afraid of doing things such as now. But One Piece world was too dangerous. He did not have the qualification of doing things without thinking. And he was too weak. He needed to learn appropriate haki before became strong. The host in the mountain was strong. At least Suzayo couldn't fight with it blatantly now. But even though it was strong, it was still a monster. Suzayo couldn't fight with it blatantly didn't mean he couldn't kill that tiger. Suzayo checked those shops on the side of the street when he was walking and stopped walking in front of a shop selling grocery. This was the place he wanted to find. Suzayo walked into the grocery shop which didn't have many clients. "Hey soldier, we had given the protection fees 3 days ago. Why are you here?" The boss in the grocery shop looked at the soldier as if he was a devil. It seemed he was exploited a lot by the people in soldier team. "I didn't come here for the protection fees." "Do you have this kind of plant here?" After a half hour, Suzayo left the grocery with a smile. The boss walked him out passionately. It seemed Suzayo bought a lot of things. It was not easy to kill the host in Kalubo Mountain. According to Suzayo's memory, the body of the tiger was several times of normal tiger. Its height was at least 4 or 5 meters. It was definitely a monster. Suzayo did not go to Wild for finding the host in the mountain, but going back to headquarters of soldier team. After wandering inside the headquarters of the soldier team for a while, Suzayo went into the warehouse. Because Brandon was dead, now there was no leader in the soldier team. It seems like only a few soldiers are inside the headquarters now. Hank and 2 partners of Brandon became a party. They were fighting with other parties. They will burn Gray Terminal tomorrow night, so they must select a new leader, or the big deal will be influenced. Suzayo got into the warehouse easily in this condition of turmoil. He stayed in the warehouse for a while and left the soldier team, then walked into the way of Kalubo Mountain. Looking at the gate in the far distance, Suzayo got into the capital from this gate in the past. Now he could walk in or out easily. He only needed to walk with no nervousness. Those soldiers in the gate nodded to Suzayo after noticing him and let him out of the town directly. They did not even ask anything. Suzayo walked through the gate and arrived at the Gray Terminal. Suzayo saw a forest before the mountain, the place that the character in the original animation Monkey D. Luffy grew up. Walking into the forest, Suzayo obviously felt the air was clearer. Some smell from various kind of plants spread around. Some unknown birds screamed on the branches. Sometimes a few mild omnivore animals walked through plants. The mountain was beautiful. It was dangerous as well. Sometimes violent monster appeared, so ordinary people did not dare to walk deeply inside the mountain. Walking into the forest, which did not have any human, Suzayo held the sword in his hand. He looked casual while actually as he was aware of everything happening near him. Suzayo needed a wide flat area instead of a forest which was dense near him, inappropriate to become his hunting ground. The area did not need to be huge, but it needed to be satisfied 2 points. First, it should have a source of water. Goa Kingdom was a marine island, and lacking water is the most common situation, so the source of water in Kalubo Mountain was not that much as well. If he can find a water source, the opportunities of finding that huge tiger will increase a lot. The second was the ground needed to be covered by plants. It will be more convenient for him to put traps. Of course, the traps Suzayo will make consisted of bury bombs under the ground that the host of the mountain move on. It was not that hard. That kind of huge animal will easily be killed this way. There was a green space with grass surrounded by trees, and some flowers with various colors grew on the ground. After smelling the fragrance, Suzayo frowned. The smell may influence his plan. It had pros and cons because the smell can cover the smell of something he puts. Taking out a shovel from the storage space, Suzayo took off his shirt and started digging a hole. After 2 hours, Suzayo hit on a tree near the area. The ground didn't look abnormal. Only some fruits were put randomly on the ground. Sweat dripped down through Suzayo's cheek down to his shoulder and chest, showing his well-built muscle. His muscle was not exaggerated but smooth. Those hunks with a lot of muscle were not appropriate to fight. Strong muscle did increase strength, but it influenced speed and flexibility as well. That was not good for fighting. Suzayo had found a famous boxing hall with the strongest coaches. According to Suzayo's estimate, that coach who was full of muscle had strength at least 4 times of his, and he was faster as well. But that coach fell down and couldn't fight anymore after some time. What Suzayo was practicing are skills for killing people, and the boxing coach practiced to fight. Those had some differences in the basis. But if they have rules in the contest, Suzayo may not be able to fight with him. But if they just fight to kill each other, Suzayo can kill that person in 2 minutes. That coach was tall, about 180 centimeters. One day he looked at Suzayo then said practicing does not need rules, so that's why this happened. Suzayo sat on a thick tree and held the old smashing gun. This gun had 3 bullets left. Suzayo had attempted to put bullets into this gun, but Reincarnation Paradise hint, this gun was damaged severely, so putting bullets may cause this gun to break and could not be used anymore. It seemed like it has a limit because Suzayo did not get this gun in the treasure case but picked it. After opening 2 white treasure cases, Suzayo roughly understood the rule of Reincarnation Paradise. Items he got through treasure chests were basically rule items could be brought out of One Piece world, but items he picked up or gained through task had some percentage could be brought out of One Piece world, such as Dragon Flash on his waist. Through initial exploration, Suzayo got some conclusions. Semi-data was a kind only gave a few hints, such as his strength increasing from 6 points to 7 points. This concept embodied that he can become stronger. As for life value, this kind of thing could not be shown concretely. It at most calculated by percentage. There will be no case where he cuts someone and calculates how many drops of blood the enemy has dropped. The value on the head of his enemies was shown only when he attacked them and did some damage. After receiving the fatal attack, they will die directly. Though they had 100 of HP, the value will become 0 before it was even shown. Digitalization of the equipment and items was more interesting, such as Dragon Flash on his waist. Suzayo understood the durability and additional attributes of this weapon. As for the power of attack, 516 means how well he uses this weapon. The rate of the equipment was the most important data. From the rate he could easily see the value of items. After few fights, Suzayo knew though it was semi-digitalization, it was convenient for estimating strength. Everything depended on reality, but it did appear game-like. Semi-digitalization was for showing his ability directly and the value of items. This is the most useful help Suzayo got from Reincarnation Paradise. There were a lot of advantages of semi-digitalization, such as directly understanding his ability. Like this, the way to become stronger will be easier. He just needs to increase his body strength and fighting abilities at the same time. The attribute was stronger than ordinary people, and he couldn't display that advantage because of the world he was in. It was really strange. Suzayo could guess that this was because he was sent to One Piece world. When he goes to other worlds, there will be a lot of opportunities to become stronger. His attributes now are Strength 7 points, Agility is 7 points, Vitality 5 points, Intelligence is 6 points, Charm is 3 points, and Luck is only poorly 1 point. Strength and Agility were obviously related to his fighting attributes, needless to explain. Vitality represents his life force and ability to defend. Intelligence was in a magical genre. The function was unknown currently. Charm was something confusing. Will he become more handsome because of increasing the charm? Suzayo shook his head. Maybe charm was for increasing social ability. It was not supposed to like that. As for the fortunate, it was supposed to a very important ability, but the difficulty of increasing it must be hard. Suzayo was good at using swords, so it may be relating to strength as well. He must increase it in the future. But he wasn't sure his way to do so. After all, it was the first world he experienced. It was too early to think about this question. When Suzayo was thinking, the sound of the branches and the sound of the cracks in the distant forest came. A huge beast was approaching. It came. That was the host of Kalubo Mountain who was approaching gradually, a huge tiger. The appearance of this huge tiger and normal tiger were similar. It just had a bigger body. Its height was 4 meters, and length was at least 7 or 8 meters. It was bigger than an elephant on the earth, almost as big as a house. The deep yellow hair of the giant tiger is very rich in texture. The hair is bright, and the shimmer is reflected in the bright sunshine. Suzayo hid on the tree, staring at the huge tiger beneath him. He even lowered his breathing sound. This kind of beast, even a tiny sound may be perceived by it, so Suzayo was very cautious. After approaching the trap that Suzayo put, huge tiger nose, it seemed smelled the danger, did not go near the trap. But those apples on the trap had a fatal attraction to this huge tiger. These apples were bought by Suzayo in the grocery in the capital, called Wood Scorpio. That fruit is a special fruit in One Piece world. It was also a plant had a similar function to the catnip in the real. Though the host of Kalubo Mountain had a huge body, it could not overcome the instinct of cats. It did not have any resistance toward the Wood Scorpio. Catnip was called marijuana of cats, so it had a fatal attraction to most of the cats. Looking at the coveted eyes of the huge tiger, Suzayo knew that his plan was successful. The huge tiger walked near the trap with caution. It smelled a strange odor, but did not discover any danger. Finally, it came near the center of the trap gradually due to the Wood Scorpio. The huge tiger firstly walked for few steps discreetly, then stopped suddenly and checked the surrounding. Suzayo's eyes twitched while he was on the tree. He thought that the animal in One Piece world had much higher intelligence than a normal beast. From the performance of the huge tiger, it had at least the intelligence of a 10-year-old child or even higher. Time flew by. This was a competition of patience. Finally, the tiger could not resist the attraction of the Wood Scorpio and ran toward it. Zhou. Dust rose. The host Kalubo Mountain ate all of the Wood Scorpio on the ground and started chewing them. The taste of the Wood Scorpio was not good. It was bitter, but the tiger didn't care as he continued chewing. After chewing for a while, the tiger began to react from the original lying position to 4 feet up, and its back was rubbing against the grass. The tiger was rolling. After eating a lot of catnip, its cat-like instinct started to act as he started hallucinating and rolling around. Though the tiger looked serious, it still could not resist this kind of instinct. From the mouth which was sweating, Can found out it was an illusion now. The time was ready now. Suzayo rose the gun on his hand and pointed to the ground under the huge tiger. Right, the ground. This gun in his hand will only hurt the tiger. Even he pointed the tiger's eyes. Also, he could not make sure to hit the tiger. A lot of bombs were buried under the tiger. He extended his arm and shot the place. Pawn. A sound of the shooting spread in the forest and broke its quietness, frightening a lot of birds. After the detonation of the gunpowder, a hot bullet flew out of the muzzle, pushing open the air, and then it penetrated the soil. The red bullet first penetrated the surface soil, and then it hit the bomb under the soil. The high temperature instantly ignited the gunpowder. This sudden sound of the gun made the host of the tiger, who was rolling on the ground, tremble. It wanted to run immediately, but it was too late. A huge sound spread in the forest. All animals were shocked within 1 kilometer and looked toward the way that sound came from. More than a dozen bombs were buried under the ground exploded. It caused a continuous explosion. Several sounds combined with a huge sound. The tiger was blown by the explosion. Suzayo didn't just bury gunpowder under the ground, he also placed hundreds of nails inside the explosives. The tiger not only flew for 3 to 4 meters into the air, but hundreds of nails also penetrated its huge body as well. The tiger screamed in agony, but its nightmare is yet to end. The fire rushed into the sky, engulfing the tiger in midair, and the smell of burning hair filled the place. The tiger landed, and the smoke produced by the burning of gunpowder engulfed the giant tiger while he was being burned. Suzayo looked at all these things with calm face while on a tree in the distance he didn't look good. It was not because of sympathy. There is nothing called sympathy in his dictionary. The reason he got bad expression is because the huge tiger did not die. At least Reincarnation Paradise did not give him the notification. The plan went smoothly, but the creatures in One Piece world were so strong that it made Suzayo afraid. Suzayo jumped to the ground from the tree. He took out the dragon flash on his waist, then walked to the smoke with the sword in hand. If it cannot be killed by the bomb, then he will kill it using his sword. If he has even a tiny opportunity to win, he will fight because he is never afraid of fighting. From some perspective, Suzayo was eager to fight. The feeling of fighting will let him forget his hatred, the unfortunate past. He will put all that behind as he concentrates on fighting until he kills his enemy. Thick smoke rose into the sky. The stinky smell produced by the burning hair smell mixed with the smell of the burning gunpowder made the smell weird. Suzayo frowned after smelling it, and his sight was blocked by smoke. He could not judge the exact position of the huge tiger. An angry sound of tiger came from the thick smoke. After hearing this sound, Suzayo concentrated his attention while loosening his muscles. Because tight muscle will lead to a slow reaction, it will have a fatal weakness during the fight. He let the long sword in his hand casually hang down, and the top of the sword was against to the ground. The huge tiger did not appear. It was hiding in the thick smoke, but Suzayo could feel that it had already found him. The strong wind blew from the forest suddenly, and the smoke was blown away. At that time, a huge figure with some smoke rising from it came out. It was that huge tiger. The huge tiger that appeared in Suzayo's sight wasn't as strong as it was originally. The long hair on its body was burnt, and some of its skin was burnt as well. That huge body was seriously injured. Countless iron nails were stuck on his skin. The most serious injury was its left eye. It was surrounded by iron nails, and black, red liquid flowed out. After finding the tiger's injuries, Suzayo smiled. Even though the tiger did not die, this kind of injury will at least decrease 90% of its fighting ability. Suzayo's trap was useful. A human was the most dangerous creature in nature. Compared to this kind of a huge tiger, Suzayo was not as high as its leg. But for an unknown reason, Suzayo's heart started beating faster. Fighting with this kind of huge enemy made him a bit excited. Without waiting for the giant tiger to attack, Suzayo slammed his feet on the ground, and the dead leaves splashed. He rushed to the front of the giant tiger in a few steps, and his long sword slammed into the front paw of the giant tiger. Pause. Blood splashed, the front paw of the giant tiger was wounded. Dragon flash rate was 10. It surprisingly can be effortless to break the large tiger skin and deeply penetrate its muscles. The huge tiger shouted in pain. The explosion made him dizzy and couldn't react like it usually did. At the time that the huge tiger prepared to fight back, Suzayo had already jumped to the side. It was the side of the injured eye of the tiger, so he directly went into its blind spot. The two claws of the tiger were continuously scratching forward. They shined in metallic luster. Taking this opportunity, Suzayo's hands clasped the handle of the sword as he slashed the tiger's claw. The reason why he chose to attack the tiger's claws was because of the height difference. He had no way actually to attack his throat or head. Because of those two claws, Suzayo did not dare to attack the important parts of the huge tiger imprudently. But it was not a big deal. He still got a few hours to finish the task, but the huge tiger did not. The tiger was struggling, it lost too much blood, and it would collapse at any moment. Huge tiger knew this as well. It stared at Suzayo resentfully with one eye and wanted to leave at the same time. The beast was doing things like this. Most of the beasts will choose to run away when they are in an extremely bad situation, except when they need to protect their offspring. Escaping danger was not only an instinct of humans, but beasts also had it. Furthermore, the intelligence of this huge tiger was high. The The huge tiger breathed heavily, and the claws were deeply immersed in the soil, preparing to run away at any times. Coming this far, how can Suzayo let this huge tiger run away? He had spent precious time to set this trap. When the huge tiger was thinking to leave, Suzayo's dragon flash in his hand continued to slam on its body, which left few marks on its body. Looking at the HP bar on the tiger's head, Suzayo saw that only 8 left in it. Maybe if it were someone who had the Reincarnation paradise, he would explode with power even though he only had 10 HP or lower, but someone normal would be extremely weak when he reaches that state. The tiger now could not even run fast. Its attacks were without sequence. It only wanted to run away. Suzayo thrust his sword into the foreleg of the tiger. The sound of the blade passing through the muscles was very special. Suzayo, who gripped the handle, clearly felt the slight vibration of the blade when the muscle was split. The giant tiger mourned, and a very deep wound appeared on its leg, and blood filled the wound. As he pulled the sword, Suzayo saw that the bone on that leg was broken. It meant that the huge tiger had already lost the opportunity to run. It will definitely die today. Maybe the huge tiger found out this fact as well as it roared at Suzayo. Suzayo stood in front of the giant tiger, and the shirtless upper body was splashed with the tiger's blood. The warm and smooth feeling of blood makes Suzayo more violent. Suzayo smiled especially warm and stood in front of the violent beast, which was as big as a house. The host of Kalubo Mountain for several years had never been afraid of any creature, but at this time this huge beast was a bit afraid of Suzayo because this human who was smiling may take away its life. Who? A yell with some anger and fear spread through all Kalubo Mountain. Suzayo's footsteps rushed to the giant tiger and changed his position from time to time. The huge tiger lowered his body, seemed to prepare to fight for life with Suzayo. The tiger's claws were like a hurricane moving toward Suzayo. This giant tiger actually hid its speed and only revealed it now. It seemed ready to take Suzayo with it. If Suzayo is touched by this attack, even he doesn't die, he would be heavily injured. Suzayo looked at the tiger as he stood in front of him. The difference in strength was too big, but if he is directly attacked by the huge tiger, the fight will probably end by his loss. The attack came from the front. Suzayo didn't avoid it. He chose to face it directly. Just as Suzayo was about to be scratched by the tiger's claws, his legs were opened, and he was in a kneeling position. His body weight was lowered, and the whole body leaned back. The tiger's claw with a strong bloody smell slid past Suzayo's nose, and the strong wind blew his hair. Standing on his knees, the leaves on the ground were lifted, and Suzayo's escaped the tiger's claws. Suzayo caped a hand to the ground and jumped up. He was directly under the tiger's head. The throat of huge tiger appeared. Suzayo didn't hesitate at all as he swung his sword. Blood splashed on Suzayo's body. When Suzayo was fighting with the huge tiger, there was a thin and tiny person hid in the distance. It looked like a child. Wow, so strong. The shrubs shook, the child's head came out of the shrubs, and the straw hat child's head was still covered with green leaves. After this attack, the tiger's body untensed and fell toward Suzayo. Suzayo, who was standing under the huge tiger, felt something wrong and immediately rolled away. Poof. A dust cloud rose when the huge tiger's body fell on the ground. Suzayo, his body covered in blood, stood up and carefully stared at the giant tiger, which was already lying down. Still, he did not dare approach because it still had 5 HP left. The master of Kalubo Mountain did not die yet. This huge tiger was surprisingly smart enough to pretend that it was dead to catch Suzayo off guard. What a smart animal. Flicking his long sword lightly, the blood on it was sprayed off, forming a half circle of blood on the ground. Huff, huff. Although the fight lasted only a short amount of time, the dangerous situation caused Suzayo to consume a lot of stamina, leading to him breathing heavily. His vitality was at 5 points. That meant that his endurance was not that strong. It was only at the level of ordinary people. It was quite hard to increase an attribute by 1 point in the real world. Suzayo estimated that after 3 years of harsh practice, he should be able to gain 1 point of strength and 2 points of agility. With 3 attributes being higher than ordinary people, Suzayo was a lot stronger than an ordinary person. It felt like every added attribute point brought a huge increase in ability. 1 minute, 2 minutes, human and tiger didn't move. The ruler of Kalubo Mountain was still pretending to be dead, and Suzayo could not attack it because he needed to recover his energy first. The huge tiger, which lay in a pool of blood, suddenly opened its eye, showing some desperation. It was somewhat hard to imagine a beast being able to express this kind of feeling, but it was not that strange at all. Animals had higher intelligence here in the world of One Piece. In Alabasta, there was even a certain horny camel only willing to carry women. The ruler of Kalubo Mountain stood up with some difficulty, staring at Suzayo with his eye, which was dripping with blood. Suzayo, who recovered some energy by now, walked toward the ruler of Kalubo Mountain. Ra'arg. A roar left the tiger's mouth as it attacked Suzayo with his last strength. Suzayo dodged backward at first, but then rushed forwards again. Suzayo had no choice but to fight with the giant tiger. He knew that even though it was in a very bad state, it still could kill him. The danger level of the world of One Piece was too high. Suzayo could only carefully try and cope with it. After noticing that Suzayo was delaying, the ruler of Kalubo Mountain was growing extremely desperate. It had met an experienced hunter this time. The ruler of Kalubo Mountain trembled in pain and exhaustion, but managed to stand straight, then roared loudly. This might be the last time it will roar in the forest. After roaring, the tiger pulled its broken body up and ran toward Suzayo, not caring about the sword in Suzayo's hand or its damaged organs. With each step, the ground was shaking. The massive beast in front of Suzayo was trying to fight with every ounce of power it had left. The king of Kalubo Mountain was strong, but with his body broken, it had barely any strength left to use. The way it chose to attack was straightforward, that is to say, it wanted to bite him. The tiger bared his fangs and tried to bite Suzayo, but the pain in its foreleg made it stumble and fall after only a few steps, yet it still tried to change its aim immediately. The monstrous tiger's mouth moved toward Suzayo, which actually surprised him a little, but he quickly reacted and stabbed forward with his sword. Dragon Flash first pierced through the soft mouth of the giant tiger, and then cut through a layer of bones, deeply into the brain of the giant tiger. Dragon Flash was rated with 10 points as white equipment. As such, it was at the highest class of white equipment. It might even be better than some green equipment, and its durability and sharpness are definitively reliable. After receiving this lethal injury, the eye of the massive tiger finally darkened. The HP value on its head began dropping. Still, the huge tiger did not die even after it received such an attack, and what happened next was even more surprising. The giant tiger that, with its brain pierced, surprisingly leaned forward, pushing the blade deeper and deeper into its brain, and Suzayo's face changed. With the huge tiger moving its body forward, Suzayo's arms had entered the range that the huge tiger could bite. It sharply closed its mouth and bit Suzayo's right arm. Suzayo immediately felt that his right arm with which he held his sword was pierced through by something sharp. First, he felt numbness, then came the pain. Though his arm began to numb, Suzayo did not lose hold of the dragon flash in his hand. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and Suzayo suddenly pulled a gun with his left hand. He pointed the gun toward the huge tiger's eye and fired without hesitation. Bang! The tiger's only healthy eye exploded. This shot finally killed the huge tiger, its mouth loosened, and Suzayo pulled his arm free at this opportunity. The upper part of his arm was bloody, and Suzayo attempted to move his arm. Though it hurt, at least it wasn't paralyzed. Even though the tiger pierced it with his teeth, it wasn't that strong of a bite. If the tiger bit with its full strength, then his hand would probably be cut off. You killed elite creature, the ruler of Kalubo Mountain. The ruler of Kalubo Mountain is an elite creature. You acquired 3.2 of the world source. You currently have 8.9 of the world source. Your talent as a hunter is being activated, increasing mana permanently by 15 points. Total points of mana are now 91 points. The notification of the Reincarnation Paradise made Suzayo relax a bit. The ruler of Kalubo Mountain was definitely dead. Suzayo's tense body softened as he sat on the ground, tired because of losing too much blood and stamina. He then took out a cigarette from the storage space and lit it, and smoke started to float in the air. Ha 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 ha. Suzayo, who was full of blood, sat on the grass and shook his head. He was completely fascinated by the feeling of a life and death battle. Winners live and losers die. Although it was cruel, it was simple. He puffed smoke as he looked at the body of the huge tiger. There was a light green treasure chest on the body of the giant tiger. The treasure chest was shining with beautiful green light. Suzayo, still covered in blood, stood up with difficulty. This was his first time seeing a green treasure chest. If opening the white treasure chest granted him magical equipment like Necklace of the Dead Wife, then what could he get from this green treasure chest, which was a rank higher? Suzayo was excited, but it was not the time to open it yet. He may still face any kind of danger in this unknown forest. The smell of the blood dying on the ground nearby could lure other predators. Suzayo put the green treasure chest into his storage space and pulled out all the teeth of the tiger. Then he prepared to find some source of water nearby to clean his body, but at that time there was some light sound coming from some shrubs roughly 10 meters away. Suzayo became cautious, gripped the dragon flash tightly and looked at that shrub. "Who's there? Come out," Suzayo yelled loudly. If there was a beast in the shrubs, it would definitely have reacted, but it was the opposite. The source of the sound in the shrubs quieted down. He was still cautious. Maybe there was a person inside the shrubs. Suzayo walked toward the bushes while aiming in its direction using his pistol, though there was only one single bullet left. "Wait, I'm not a bad guy." A child's voice rang from the shrubs. A kid. Suzayo looked at the shrubs dubiously. How could a child wander around in this dangerous mountain region? It made him cautious. "I will give you 3 seconds to come out. Otherwise, you won't move ever again." He gradually tightened the trigger of his pistol. If the person did not come out within 3 seconds, he would shoot it. Really? Then I'll just stay here. Maybe the child inside the shrubs misunderstood Suzayo's words. Suzayo's eyes twitched. He was now sure that it was really a child in the shrubs, and the child's intelligence was not that high. He put the pistol into the storage space, thinking the final bullet of the gun could be used at another time. It shouldn't be wasted now. Come out. Suzayo rushed into the shrubs with a few steps and kicked at the bushes, but the feeling was quite strange. He did not feel he kicked a human. Boing, like the sound of a bouncy ball, a thin body was kicked out of the bushes. Boing, boing. After the figure landed, it bounced a few times until it finally squatted on the ground. While Suzayo kicked the kid, it might even be hurt, but he was surprisingly sitting on the ground and crying out. This weird bouncing grabbed Suzayo's attention, and he fixed his eyes on the child. Yellow skin with black hair and black eyes, and with that weird flexibility, Suzayo could guess the child's identity. It was the main character of One Piece, Monkey D. Luffy. He felt weird previously. Why would a child roam Kalubo Mountain? But if it is Monkey D. Luffy, that could be explained because Luffy lived on Kalubo Mountain for a while in his childhood. Suzayo walked in front of Luffy and looked at him. Luffy was sitting on the ground and crying. His nose was runny. It seemed Suzayo actually hurt him. The devil fruit ability of Luffy was apparently not fully developed yet, so he was not immune to blunt force yet. The Luffy in front of him now was totally a kid. He did not have the kind of charisma and charm he would have in the original story. Kid, don't cry or I will kill you. Suzayo, with blood all over his body, seemed really violent to him, so Luffy forced himself to stop crying immediately. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Suzayo shook his head with a bitter smile. What a straightforward answer. He did not care about Luffy because of his identity as the main character in the world of One Piece, but because he wanted to observe this person who had a devil fruit's ability. Grabbing Luffy's cheek, Suzayo picked up Luffy, whose face was pulled up. Luffy sniffled and looked at Suzayo, stunned. This seemed ridiculous. At this time, the Reincarnation Paradise suddenly gave a series of warnings. Warning, warning, the hunter is touching the protagonist of this world. Please get away from him. Warning, warning, the hunter is touching the protagonist of this world. Please get away from him. Warning, warning, the hunter is touching the protagonist of this world. Please get away from him. The notification that appeared this time was not light blue like before, but dark red instead, instantly giving Suzayo a bad feeling. Warning, a super strong creature is approaching. The super strong creature is Monkey D. Garp. Hunter, please escape as soon as possible. Triggered task, killing a legend. Killing a legend difficulty level, LV79. After seeing difficulty level, LV79, Suzayo quickly threw Luffy out of his hands and quickly walked toward the nearby river. He did not even look at the rewards of the mission, nor would he pick up the so-called killing a legend. Don't even think about it. The task difficulty is LV79. No matter how fantastic the reward will be, for Suzayo, this kind of task was beyond him. Right now, completing a LV3 mission was already very difficult. When he entered the world of One Piece, the difficulty was stated as LV6, but this was not the real difficulty of the entirety of the world. LV6 just referred to the average difficulty of the Goa Kingdom. Suzayo didn't care too much about Monkey D. Luffy. That person should stay far away from him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to leave. After entering the water, Suzayo started washing the blood off of his body. The blood was quickly washed away by the clear river. After Suzayo thoroughly cleaned his body, a small area of the river was already dyed red, and the smell attracted a large group of fish. A big fish jumped out of the water. Suzayo subconsciously swung his sword and directly pierced the more than 2 meters long fish. Then he grabbed it up and went ashore. That attack was quite good and directly killed the fish, which surprised Suzayo a bit. Knowing that he had only been through a battle, his skill of using swords had actually increased a lot. The reason why Suzayo had made such progress was actually related to his training in his own world. In the real world, Suzayo rarely had the opportunity to fight with his entire strength. This time, he had an all-out struggle with the huge tiger, which made his previous effort shine. The real world was like a cage. His trained killing skills had no use except for his revenge, and when he was finally getting his revenge, just one sword strike was enough. He didn't have the time to actually fight. But in the Reincarnation Paradise, everything is different. It is full of danger. Even if you're prominent in the real world or have a high status, if you're not strong enough, you can only wait for death. Suzayo actually felt relaxed for escaping from that cage. It was indeed dangerous in the Reincarnation Paradise. The weak don't have a chance to flourish, but he liked it. Perhaps he was suited for being in the Reincarnation Paradise. He could only truly show his talents here. Getting power while risking his life in a different world may be a good experience. Suzayo took a deep breath and decided to make a good start in the Reincarnation Paradise. He would become stronger, stronger, and stronger until he is stronger than anyone, because only then could he break free from any shackles. But before fulfilling this great goal, he had to fill his stomach first, and the big fish he just caught was undoubtedly a good lunch. Draining blood, descaling, gutting, cleaning, then cooking it. A while later, the 2-meter-long big fish was being grilled. In the absence of any spices, this big fish may not be delicious, and he also noticed one thing, that is, killing this fish didn't add any mana at all. This should be because the fish was too weak to trigger the hunter's ability. This was very reasonable. If he were to get magic from anything, then Suzayo would only need to step on a nest of ants and would directly increase his magic amount by 100 points, which was the maximum limit that he could obtain in each world. As for the exact function of mana, Suzayo was still unclear about it, but it may have a crucial role in the future. After the branches took fire, they made a few crackling sounds, and the big fish was quickly cooked. Oil continuously spilled from the crispy skin and dripped into the fire. Cutting a piece from the fish, Suzayo directly ate it. Although the fish looked nice, he didn't expect it to taste good. After all, he didn't add any seasoning. After chewing for a while, Suzayo was stunned. The fish in his mouth was fresh and smooth. He felt the rich taste of the fish itself was enough. Anything else would just be extra. Delicious, very delicious. This should be the most delicious food he had ever eaten. After swallowing, Suzayo continued eating the big fish. Perhaps he could not only gain strength in the derived planes, but also taste various specialty foods. After enjoying a surprisingly delicious lunch, eating until he couldn't eat anymore, Suzayo was left with a satisfying feeling. The sideline task had been successfully completed, and he would now be able to obtain the position as leader of the soldiers. It was time to prepare for assassinating the king. This was ultimately his mission, and everything he was doing until now was done to complete it. After returning to the city, Suzayo went directly to the noble's home. In the study, the noble was checking the giant tiger's teeth. Yes, very good. The noble took away the tiger's teeth and looked at Suzayo meaningfully. I didn't expect you could really do it. Although this tiger wasn't too strong, it did after all hide on MT, Kalubo, and should have been very tough to kill. You've proven better than your uncle, so you will replace him in the future. With these words, Suzayo replaced the position as the merchant in the black market. It was obvious how cold-blooded the noble was. All the merchant's efforts in the black market have made for him had just been thrown away. I completed the mission. I'm ready to take over the position as the soldiers' team leader today. Suzayo fixed the noble with a look as he said that. Relying on the character of this old guy was impossible after all. The soldiers' team leader. What are you talking about? I have never said. The words of the noble suddenly stopped, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. This person violated the regulations of the Reincarnation Paradise. Personality is being corrected. Cold voice appeared in Suzayo's ears. This was the first time he heard such a tone from the Reincarnation Paradise. It was a strange mechanical sound, without any emotional fluctuations, like it was talking about any random object. After a short period of silence, the noble continued to say, "Since you have completed the task, you will now lead the team of soldiers. I will go to the palace to help you with the procedure. Within an hour, you will be the leader of the soldiers." The noble's tone was dull and inconsistent, which incited doubt in the guard behind him. Suzayo carefully observed the noble. This strange behavior was definitely related to the Reincarnation Paradise. The noble did not abide by the contract, and Suzayo had wondered if this would happen. The reason why he went to kill the ruler of Kalubo Mountain in the first place was entire because the Reincarnation Paradise acknowledged that task. So far, even though the Reincarnation Paradise acted very cold and had no emotional fluctuations, it had never been unreliable. Cold and distant, but fair. This was Suzayo's impression of the Reincarnation Paradise. So Suzayo also wanted to find out what would happen if the noble didn't acknowledge his promise. It looked like the Reincarnation Paradise directly controlled the noble from the current situation, forcing him to give the stipulated reward. As for what was going to happen to the noble afterward, that was uncertain. Maybe he would be restored after a while, or he may even become mentally challenged. Furthermore, Suzayo had doubts about something before, and that was whether the world of One Piece he currently was visiting was a real world or a world created by the Reincarnation Paradise. If it is a world created by the Reincarnation Paradise, then the noble's identity was equivalent to an NPC non-player character, and it would not have reneged on a promise. From the current situation, it appeared very likely that this was indeed a real world. At least everything that Suzayo had come into contact with was real. The so-called derived world appeared to be a world derived from people's imagination and became a real world. After leaving the noble's house, Suzayo began to plan the assassination of the king. Although he was now the leader of the soldiers, this identity could not help him get close to the king, and even if Suzayo were to see him, he couldn't directly assassinate him. There should be a lot of guards around the king. Even if Suzayo were to fight them, 9 out of 10 chances would end with him dead. The Reincarnation Paradise previously issued him a warning. If he died in the world of One Piece, he would die permanently without a second chance. It seemed like Suzayo was in a difficult situation. Actually, he already had ideas to kill the king. There were two critical points for killing the king. The first was to sneak into the palace. Suzayo had never worried about this. The second point was to distract the guards around the king. This was the most crucial part. The guards around the king would be strong. Under what kind of circumstances could he distract these personal guards? Only the emergence of a strong enemy in the palace, which was likely to threaten the safety of the king, would incite the guard to take the initiative to attack. Only then could Suzayo start. As for the strength of the king himself, Suzayo was not really worried about it. If the king was strong, the possibility of successfully completing the task would be too low, and the difficulty of the main mission wouldn't be only LV3. As for where he could find a strong enemy that could threaten the safety of the king, he would have to rely on the issue of burning the Grey Terminal. That's why he made efforts to obtain the status as the leader of the soldiers, just to get the power to decide when to burn the Grey Terminal. Although the nobility of the Goya kingdom did not treat the people outside the city as human, the burning of the Grey Terminal will not be handled by royalty. The reason was very simple. It would tarnish the image of the kingdom and its leadership. Therefore, the burning of Grey Terminal will be handled by some outside power, and in the world of One Piece, those were the pirates in the nearby sea. Some strong pirates in the nearby sea have been informed that there was a big deal to be made in the Goa kingdom. If they do well, they will get an aristocratic status as a reward. The identities as nobles held a massive attraction to those who were homeless or pirates. So there were several groups of pirates who had already arrived in the sea near the Goya kingdom, waiting to be approached. And tonight, the Goya kingdom would choose a group among these pirates and let them burn the Grey Terminal the next night. As soldiers were the armed strengthened kingdom, with Suzayo's current position as the leader, it was his responsibility to contact and negotiate with those pirates. If he takes advantage of his current identity, he would definitely have the chance to assassinate the king. According to the original story, the king did not want to give the identity of an aristocrat to pirates and was planning to cut them loose. While Suzayo was thinking, he had returned to the headquarters of the soldiers. Compared to just a day ago, the situation here was very chaotic. The soldiers standing guard in front of the door had disappeared. After entering the headquarters, Suzayo saw more than a dozen soldiers in the lobby who were gambling, and a few even gathered to drink. The smell of inferior tobacco, cheap alcohol, and sweat was everywhere in the lobby. There was no boss here. Although Suzayo was their leader, he would not manage the soldiers. He just needed his current status after all. As for the headquarters, it had nothing to do with him. When he came to Brandon's office, Suzayo entered. There were 3 people in the office. They were Hank and 2 guards of Brandon. Hank sat on the sofa, and the 2 guards of Brandon stood on the sides of Brandon's seat. The 3 were looking at each other, but no one dared to sit on the chair. Suzayo walked into the office and made the 3 people somewhat surprised. Hank did not speak, but the 2 guards of Brandon spoke. "Is this a place you can come and go as you like? Get out." Suzayo's eyes were downcast, and he didn't even look at them. Instead, he walked over to Brandon's seat and immediately sat down. "You bastard, that's not a seat you can casually sit on. Who do you think?" A guard of Brandon approached Suzayo with an angry face. "Hey, you are fired. I will give you a minute to disappear." Suzayo still didn't look at them. He was actually thinking about the next plan. As for these people, he didn't want to pay attention to them. That would be a waste of time. The guard stood still and looked at Suzayo with a violent expression. At this point, the office door was pushed open, and a messenger entered with some documents in his hand. "Mr. Byakuya, this is the proof of your new position as the team leader." The efficiency of the noble that was controlled by the Reincarnation paradise was higher than he imagined. The guards of Brandon were stunned and looked at Suzayo. "If you don't want to leave now, you'll stay here forever." Suzayo looked at the 2 guards, then Hank reacted sharply and yelled, "What are you doing? Greet our new boss." Hank was actually unwilling, but he was helpless at this point. He did not dare openly resist the orders of the kingdom. Intensive footsteps came, and a large group of soldiers approached the office. Because of a large number of people, the soldiers huddled in the door of the office. "Did you hear? This is our new boss, Byakuya-san." Hank stood by Suzayo's side and expressed his attitude. The soldiers around him were a little confused, but after Suzayo raised his letter of appointment, the soldiers knew what was going on. "Hi, boss. Byakuya-san, I am Kappa. Boss, we brothers will listen to you now." Congratulations incessantly came. Suzayo just nodded and looked at the 2 guards of Brandon. The 2 men contacted the pirates privately, intending to disturb the order of the king. Before Suzayo finished his words, the 2 guards of Brandon took out their weapons and directed him. "Brothers, don't listen to him. Brandon is our boss." Suzayo was stunned and strangely looked at the 2. "These 2 guys have no brain." It was not because the 2 have no brains, but the identity of Suzayo and the words he said which made the 2 were somewhat scared. Suzayo just said that let the 2 stay here forever. "Come," these 2 guys contacted the pirates. Now they are exposed, they wanted to resist openly. Hank was very alert and immediately realized the situation. Come on, stupid. Suzayo did not move after sitting at the desk, and now he does not need to do anything. A large group of soldiers swarmed, and at this moment, the two guards of Brandon had been entirely desperate. Wait, we just want to. Not waiting for the two to explain, the large group of soldiers had taken out their weapons to kill these two. The sound of weapons colliding, gunshots, and the sounds of the bodies being smashed came one after the other. 30 seconds later, there were two broken bodies in the office. The soldiers in the room had blood on them. The smell of blood was thick. This seemed ridiculous, but it was not. The rules of the One Piece world were nakedly cruel. The strong are the masters, and the weak can only wait to die. In this office full of blood, the commander of the royal palace swallowed. Suzayo's cruelty made the commander a bit scared. The idea of wanting to get some benefits had vanished. Clean up, go on. Shortly after, there were only 3 people in the office, Suzayo, Hank, and the commander. Hank did not go out but stood straight beside Suzayo. Suzayo just looked at Hank and ignored him. He was too strange to the headquarters of the soldier team, so he needed Hank's guidance. Smart enough and ambitious assistant, he needed it very much. Byakuya-san, please ask your subordinates to retreat, I have something to report. No, he is my close friend. When he heard Suzayo's words, Hank smiled. Well, that's tomorrow night's action, have you heard about it? The action in the commander's word was to burn the Gray Terminal. Somewhat heard. That's good, I will say it directly. There are 3 groups of forces that are suitable for this matter. We have all contacted these 3 forces. Now you need to contact these 3 forces. Choose a group among them and perform the action tomorrow night. What? Suzayo looked at the commander and his eyes showed a strange look. I decide who to do it. Yes, it's up to you to decide. After all, we just heard about those pirates and we need to contact them actually before making a decision. With a clear answer, Suzayo's was overjoyed as he did not choose the wrong one. The current identity played a crucial function. I know I will contact the 3 powers in a moment. The commander smiled at Suzayo and wanted to leave. Right, there is one more thing. Although there are 3 groups of powers, we can only choose one group to implement tomorrow's plan. As for the specific information, it is in the file. Commander left with Hank's obsequious words. Suzayo picked up the documents on the desk. The detailed plan for the burning of Gray Terminals inside the document, it roughly said, choose a group of pirates, then provide the pirates with bombs and use bombs to burn the Gray Terminal. There are 3 groups of pirates to choose from. The first group was the local power of the Goa Kingdom. The Bursum Pirates was the group of pirates who had fought with the young Monkey D. Luffy and Portgas D. Ace in the original story. The second group was the pirates who recently formed, the Krieg Pirates. Seeing the information of this group of pirates, Suzayo had some thoughts. This is a group of pirates that he was familiar with. The Krieg Pirates was a relatively famous pirate group in the East Blue. In the original story in the Ark of the Sea Restaurant, the Krieg Pirate group was destroyed by Mihawk, then fled to the Sea Restaurant and fought with the Straw Hat Pirates, and finally they were defeated. Although it was now 10 years before the plot began, the Krieg Pirates were not weak, and the entire group had about 600 people. As for the third group of pirates named the Skeletal Pirate Group, the strength was not good, so it was directly excluded by Suzayo. According to the information from original animation, the strength of the Bursum Pirates was ordinary. It could be seen by the fact that they were defeated by the young Monkey D. Luffy, Portgas D. Ace. As for the Krieg Pirates, Suzayo had high hopes, so he had to see them first. Hank, go to contact with the people in the Krieg Pirates. Hank smiled with embarrassment. This, boss. Hank's attitude made Suzayo clear. I will leave it to you, I must see them today. Apparently Hank can contact the Krieg Pirates. As for the relationship between the 2 sides, Suzayo was not interested to know. Government officials and pirates conspired with each other. This was a common phenomenon in the One Piece world. There were many possible interests between the 2. Hank did not let Suzayo be disappointed. In just 2 hours, he made the appointment with the Krieg Pirates. The location was, of course, within the kingdom. No one will trust a group of pirates. In the civilian area, in a dirty alley, several men in large black robes and hooded men stood in the hutting and looked around vigilantly. Krieg boss, it is here. The old warehouse in front of us is the appointed place. A pirate with a thin body and a sword on his waist stood behind a tall man. The man was also wearing a large black coat and a hood, but in the gap between the clothes, you can see that the man is wearing gold armor. Well, you wait for me here, Jin, come with me. Krieg's voice was low, but as he walked the sound of his armor could be heard. Yes, boss. Jin was also dressed the same, with weapons in his sleeves. Boss, it is said that the new leader of soldier team is ruthless and we should be cautious. Krieg looked at Jin. Well, can't I deal with the leader of the soldiers team? If not for the identity of an aristocrat that can bring a lot of conveniences, I will not work for the Goa Kingdom. The arrogance was the common problem of most pirates. Jin was speechless as the 2 walked towards the warehouse. Krieg and Jin were anxiously waiting in an old warehouse. Whumph. The warehouse's door, which had not been opened for a long time, produced a heavy sound. Krieg and Jin were vigilant. Both of them were pirates after all, they had blood on their hands. Suzayo stood at the door of the warehouse but did not enter immediately. "Wait here for me." After saying so, Suzayo walked into the warehouse, all the while Hank's mouth opened and closed behind him. But in the end, Hank didn't say anything and could only obey and wait. When Suzayo walked into the warehouse, he noticed there were wooden boxes strewn around and the ground was covered in thick dust. It seemed like that this warehouse had been abandoned for quite some time. "You're late. Is this the attitude of the Goya kingdom?" Krieg spoke first and his tone was harsh. Suzayo chuckled and calmly looked at Krieg in front of him, whose tall figure was hidden beneath a hood. Although he was still a few meters away, Suzayo noticed a strange smell. That was a foul smell, and as Suzayo sometimes poisoned his sword, he was pretty familiar with this smell. "We will hand you some equipment. After the event, the kingdom will award you with the identity as a noble." Suzayo went straight to the matter at hand, not wanting to talk nonsense with these pirates. "Just like that, I thought that two other pirate groups are competing." When Krieg's words were halfway spoken, they were interrupted by Suzayo. "No, those other two groups of pirates are weak. The decision lies with me. You only need to answer me, whether you agree or not." Since Krieg was interrupted, he was obviously dissatisfied, but since he was currently in the territory of the Goa kingdom as a pirate, he did not show his malice. Suzayo didn't come alone to this meeting. There were hundreds of soldiers in the vicinity of the warehouse. Krieg was hesitant and didn't seem to trust Suzayo, or maybe he did not believe the Goya kingdom's offer to be genuine. "First, explain what specifically you want me to do." The ones chosen to burn the gray terminal apparently weren't aware of the people outside the city, since only the people inside of Kingdom knew about it. Krieg was a foreign pirate, so it made sense he did not know the specific circumstances. These guys were merely attracted by the title of nobility. "You will burn the gray terminal at exactly 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, and you must be on time." Suzayo began to describe the specific mission, and after listening, Krieg and Jin became more and more serious. "Burn the entire terminal. That could be a bit difficult. What with the size of gray terminal? Don't you know about bombs?" Suzayo stared at Krieg in case he would change his mind, and the negotiation came to the most critical moment. "Are you kidding me? That takes so many bombs. Unless you are willing to prepare them for us, I will give up." Krieg's attitude, Suzayo had already guessed. "Oh, what a pity." After commenting, Suzayo turned to leave and without bargaining. "Wait," Jin interjected and then whispered to Krieg, "Boss, if we bring over the bombs on board of our ship, there should be enough." Krieg stared at Suzayo with some anger visible on his face. Of course, Krieg knew that the bombs on the ship were sufficient, but he was reluctant. "Do you really think that as long as you set fire to the waste terminal, you can just get the identity of an aristocrat? Of course you need to provide bombs yourselves. Otherwise, we won't talk about it anymore." Half an hour later, Suzayo walked out of the warehouse, leaving Krieg and Jin with stunned faces. As a prepayment, Suzayo left a voucher behind, which was a sealed document offering one person to become an aristocrat in the kingdom. As long as Krieg signed the document and then went to the kingdom to have it notarized, Krieg would become a noble. Moreover, this document couldn't be one-sidedly destroyed, and it bore the seal of the world government. Pirates were not fooled easily. If Suzayo didn't bring some real bait, they would never fall for it. "By Akuya-san, how did it go?" Hank attempted to ask. Suzayo's footsteps suddenly stopped. "Are you sure you want to know?" Suzayo's cold eyes made Hank subconsciously take few steps back. "No, I don't." At this moment, Hank regretted not killing Suzayo when he was picking weapons. "Hank, there is something I need you to do. That is absolutely critical." Afterward, Suzayo asked the soldiers who hid in the surroundings to gather, and hundreds of soldiers came out of the vicinity. He then returned with these soldiers back to headquarters. As night fell, Suzayo sat alone in the office inside the headquarters. The room was dark. The sudden appearance of the Krieg pirates in the plot did not disturb Suzayo's plan, but even benefited him. With his elbows resting on the desk and Suzayo lightly pressed his forehead, he was smart enough to know that no plan was perfect. There may be unknown vulnerabilities, but this couldn't be helped. Right now, Suzayo was weak. He could only achieve his goal by schemes like this. It was more his style to solve his problems with a sword in his hand. "I need to leave this world soon." Although the first world he was experiencing was a high-risk world like One Piece, he believed that the reincarnation paradise wouldn't always throw him into a world 5 levels higher than his. The reason why he entered the world of One Piece may just be a test, from the reincarnation paradise, about his reaction and a new identity as a hunter. In other words, before completing the first main task, he would not really be a hunter, but only have the name of a hunter without any benefits. Suzayo slept in the office that night. Early the next morning, Suzayo woke up and began to prepare for the action that night. This was the last day of the main task time limit. At 12 o'clock that night, the time for his task will run out. Tonight, he would assassinate the king of the Goya kingdom, and whether his plan succeeds or not, he has to go for it. Throughout the day, Suzayo was busy all the time. He is, after all, the official in charge of burning the gray terminal, so no matter which department he is facing, the other party would give way. That noble who tried to cheat him was utterly abolished. Suzayo saw him once, and his eyes were empty. He was busy until 4 p.m. until Suzayo finished everything, and then he entered his office in the headquarters and disappeared from sight. Now he just had to wait and wait for the pirates outside the city to set fire to the gray terminal. As for the reason to burn the gray terminal, it was completely ridiculous. In another 10 days, to prepare for a visit of a celestial dragon, the world government would come to inspect the kingdom. In order to not let the world government see the large garbage mountains outside of the city, the Goya kingdom chose to burn the gray terminal together with the people who lived there. There were at least a few thousand people living outside the city. These were the rulers of the world of One Piece. To prevent the upper class from seeing a stain on their kingdom, they would burn thousands of people alive. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the sky gradually dimmed, the night wind blew slowly, and an hour later, the time had come. The city was quiet. In the dark of his office, only Suzayo was sitting at his desk with a green treasure chest in his hand. This treasure chest was the one he obtained after killing the ruler of MT, Kalubo, but he was too busy recently and had no time to open it. The green treasure chest filled Suzayo with expectations, and he was smiling in anticipation. Treasure chest green, open, yes, no. After choosing to open it, several items appeared in his hands. You opened the treasure chest green and got the following items: 1,000 paradise coins, soul crystal small. Tiger claws, there was no equipment, but this was expected. Suzayo has opened 2 treasure chests already and had at least some understanding of the rules of treasure chests. The level of the items obtained by opening the treasure chest was related to the color of the treasure chest, with the only known qualities right now being white. As for the equipment or items that were received from the treasure chest, that was related to the person or animal that dropped the treasure chest in the first place. For example, Suzayo killed the tiger and got the tiger's treasure chest, so he never thought of obtaining a sword or a shield. The things you get from a treasure chest are things from your opponent, so by killing the tiger, he will obtain items related to the tiger inside the treasure chest. After killing the merchant of the black market, Suzayo got the recommendation letter left by the merchant. From killing Brandon, Suzayo received the pendant he wore. Suzayo looked at the items in his hand. The paradise currency was directly deposited in his account. Although it is called paradise coins, it is a currency without shape, tiger claws. Quality green, type material. Rating 16. Note, green material scores are 10 to 30, and the higher the score, the more precious the material will be. Description: the claws of elite creatures can be forged in the Reincarnation paradise or can be served as enhancement items. Soul crystal small. Quality none, type soul concentrate. Rating none. Introduction: soul crystals are rare and have many uses. There isn't enough authority to get the following information. Playing with the soul crystal in his hand, Suzayo was completely confused by the 2 items he had acquired, but he had a feeling that the crystal in his hand was perhaps the most valuable item he had ever obtained. After returning everything to his inventory, he started focusing on his task. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Suzayo left his office and disappeared into the night. Completing the mission or dying, there was no third option. Jo. A burst of explosions came from outside the city. The Krieg pirates fired at the gray terminal, and only a few hours before the time limit of the main mission is reached. He was planning for 3 days, and finally, the time has come. Suzayo walked through the night and began to approach the gate. Outside the city, the gray terminal. At this moment, the explosion here had been connected, the fire was rising, and a large piece of burning garbage was blown up. The homeless people who stayed at the gray terminal were awakened by the sudden explosion, and the fire began to spread in the garbage mountain. When the displaced people reacted and wanted to escape from there, the fire had spread completely. The dismal of screaming echoed with the explosion and showed a scene from hell. If hell does exist, then the current gray terminal is hell. The people of the Krieg pirates, looking at the fire that gradually filled the gray terminal, began to approach the city gate quickly. They had discussed with Suzayo before, and once the gray terminal was burned, they will immediately head to the city gate, and Suzayo would send someone to open the gate. This kind of behavior that gives life to the hands of others, of course, Krieg will not agree. So after the meeting, Suzayo sent his friend Hank to go with the Krieg pirates. At this point, Hank has disguised as a pirate following Krieg. Quick, the fire will soon spread, and we will be in danger. Krieg shouted, and his men behind him steps became quicker. After 3 minutes, the Krieg pirates arrived outside the city gate. Before coming to the city gate, these pirates showed their smiles on their faces. They had already done the deed, and they only had to enter the city to live happy lives from now on, especially Krieg himself, already dreaming of becoming a noble. Luxurious accommodation, exquisite food, and women, these were Krieg's dream after becoming a noble. At this moment, Krieg even wanted to abandon the identity of a pirate completely. Bon, 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 Krieg knocked the gate. Open the door, we are the Krieg pirates, and the gray terminal has been fired by us. After Krieg knocked the gate, it was dead silence. In addition to the sound of the night wind blowing the flame, the city was silent. Hey, hurry up and open the door, the fire is about to reach this place. Still quiet, Krieg panicked a little. Behind him was a fire that swallowed everything, and in front of it was a strong city gate, and they were trapped. It will not take long before they are burned to death. What happened? Why didn't they open the gate? Krieg's eyes were red as if he was an angry beast while he turned to stare at Hank. Hank's lips twitched. He was sent outside the city by Suzayo. Hank was just an ordinary soldier. He didn't know anything about the king's intention not to keep his promise. No, wait, let me try. Hank's words are unfavorable, and he seemed to guess something. Hey, open the door. I am Hank of the soldier team, Byakuya, come out. Hank began to shout. He called Suzayo without honorifics. Byakuya, I will kill you, you bastard. Krieg understood that he was deceived by Suzayo, and now they are just sacrifices. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Hank. Burn him to death. After Krieg spoke this word, the men next to him immediately tied Hank, and several people joined forces to throw Hank into the sea of fire not far away. I didn't know this, Byakuya, you will die. The flame began to kiss Hank's skin, and the screams of sorrow disappeared after a few seconds. Just as the Krieg pirates were almost desperate, a low male voice was uploaded on the wall. Hey, the people below, do you want to live? Everyone in front of the city gate shook. Who is it? Get out. Krieg was somewhat irrational and looked at the wall with the help of fire. It was a thin, middle-aged man. When Krieg was about to talk, the barrels of artillery were dropped one after another. Seeing the dynamite barrels that landed, Krieg had a horrible scream, and there was a sea of fire behind him. If the barrels touched the fire, they would be blown. Break through the gate, and you will have little hope to live. After that, the middle-aged man on the wall turned around and disappeared into the darkness. After hesitating for less than 2 seconds, Jin first rushed to the barrel of bombs and placed the barrels of explosives at the gate. Krieg pulled off his black robe, revealing a yellow armor. He raised his arm and fired a bullet at the barrels. Boom. Because of the impact, several pirates were caught in the falling debris and died, but it is very worth because the gate has been blown open. After the gate was blown, there were scattered bodies, which were the soldiers of the soldier team. The Krieg pirates stepped on the broken gate and walked into the kingdom. They were angry and didn't care about anything anymore as they decided to rob the kingdom. Hey, stop. Krieg looked at a dark corner with his arms flat and the muzzle on his shoulders pointing forward. Don't shoot, I saved you. The middle-aged man on the wall before walked out in the dark with some fear in his eyes. Why do you save me? I didn't recognize you. Krieg did not lay down his weapon. I have some enmity against Byakuya. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Krieg's mouth showed a cruel smile. Where is Byakuya? In the palace, he is accepting the king's reward and is said to have been rewarded with aristocratic status. Words such as rewards and aristocratic identities stimulated Krieg because it was supposed to be his thing. Pawn. The gunshot sounded. The middle-aged man's chest was pierced, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. Krieg actually shot his own savior. You bastard, you actually dared to throw bombs at me. Do you want to kill me? After that, Krieg took people in the direction of the palace. He wanted to kill Byakuya, kill the king, and rob the castle to make up for today's losses. The middle-aged man lay down on the ground, bleeding from his mouth, as his body kept twitching. Looking at the Krieg pirates who were moving forward, the eyes of middle-aged people began to dim. It was at this time that a young man with a cigarette came out of the dark corner. Give money to my wife and daughter. I have done according to your request. Suzayo spat out a blue smoke in front of the middle-aged person. You did well. The money has been handed over to them. After that, the eyes of the middle-aged man were completely dim and died. The middle-aged man was a criminal with a death sentence and was rescued by Suzayo in prison. The previous incident was only a transaction. Suzayo paid money, and the middle-aged person paid his lives, which was fair and unfair at the same time. Looking at the Krieg pirates group that was far away, Suzayo threw the cigarette in his hand and stepped on it. Krieg pirates, don't let me down. Suzayo disappeared into the night and rushed to the direction of the palace. Guys, come with me, kill Byakuya. A large group of pirates ran on the streets of the kingdom. After seeing this scene, the civilians of kingdom screamed and ran away. When the pirates rushed to the palace, all the cruel pirates began to set fire on their way. The fire spread outside the city, and now the pirates were setting the fire inside as well. Suzayo walked through the night, soon passed those pirates, and came to the palace in advance. The Goa Kingdom was only a small country in the One Piece world, so the palace was just a castle with a surface of a few acres. Hiding beside the castle, Suzayo began waiting for the Krieg pirates. The kingdom was divided into 3 areas. The outer was the civilian area, followed by was the central street, which the nobles area, and at the center of the city was the palace. Outside the palace area, there was a wall, but the wall was not very high. The Krieg pirates soon broke through the wall and entered area beside the palace. The soldiers in the palace area were coming out to defend the palace. It didn't take a long time, the shouts came. Suzayo was still waiting. According to him, the soldier team in the palace seemed powerful, but they were weak. Those soldiers who had not seen blood were usually not the opponents of the pirates. The fact was true. In just over a half an hour, the soldiers in the palace area were repulsed and retreated to the front of the palace. These soldiers were tattered. Their loss was huge as many died and even more were injured. Some of them were cowards as they just fled away on the spot. Guys, the palace is in front of us. We will rob it. Krieg was already mad. Firstly, he was deceived by Suzayo, and by killing all the way here made him even more violent. Kill, no one will live. Krieg made a command, and hundreds of pirates behind him yelled at the palace and fought against the soldiers. The most aggressive battle began, bursting with gun-like gunshots from time to time, blood splashing, residual limbs landing. In the palace, the king who was resting was awakened by the sound outside the castle. The king of the Goa kingdom was a man who was 60 years old, full of black hair and with a beard. Because he was rich, doctors with high skills were hired in the palace to make him look young. What's going on outside? It's so noisy suddenly. The king got up impatiently. The queen next to him woke up as well. King, it seems like they're fighting outside. What is wrong? The queen was very young and she was cuddling in the arms of the king. Hey, come in. The door of the bedroom was pushed open and a big man with a strong body rushed in. On the face of the strong man there was a deep cut. It ran across his entire face, making him look extraordinarily savage. Hausen, what's going on outside? This brave man who is called Hausen is the king's personal guard. But on Hausen's neck there is a metal collar. The collar is iron black and there were some precise marking on it. If Suzayo is present, he will definitely recognize this collar. This is the slave collar of the One Piece world. This brave man named Hausen was surprisingly a slave. His life and death were in the hands of the king. No wonder the king will make him into his personal guard. Hausen did not speak, just made a few gestures. Hausen could not speak. His tongue was cut off by slave traders. If he is not physically strong, he may have been killed by slave traders. Pirates. How can pirates get in the palace? Tell the nobles to send people to solve these pirates. Although the king felt that things were not right, he did not care too much. It seemed that he was very confident in the security forces in the palace. Hausen stood in the room, the slave collar on his neck, bound his freedom. The collar could be detonated, and he would die. Outside the palace, Suzayo was waiting for the opportunity. It was not time, although the battle in the palace was fierce. It has not yet reached the culmination. After the chaos fight had continued for an hour or so, the king in the palace could not calm down. The king clearly felt that the shouting was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the king realized the seriousness of the matter. With a bang, the door was pulled open, and a bloody noble rushed into the bedroom. King, things are not good. The pirates had come, and now they had rushed to the third floor. The king's face changed dramatically. Impossible. Where are my soldiers? Those soldiers are carefully selected, so how were they defeated? The nobles squatted on the ground, and all of them huddled and did not dare to answer. There weren't elite soldiers in the palace at all, just some young people who have spent a lot of money. Hausen, you go, wait. The king twitched his face, and Hausen was indeed strong, but if he is sent out, his own safety will not be guaranteed. But if he doesn't send Hausen, the pirates will soon kill him. Just a few bullets will kill him. Resolve the pirates with the fastest speed and then come back soon. Even if you're injured, it doesn't matter. Do you understand? If the king is dead, you will also die. There was no turmoil in the eyes of Hausen, just a dull nod and then left the room. Suzayo, who was waiting outside the palace, soon heard a loud noise came from the palace. In the third floor, a large piece of purple poison gas spread. The time has finally come. Suzayo jumped up and started climbing on the outer wall of the castle. Flexibly climbing up, Suzayo directly arrived on the third floor. The position of the battle was on the third floor, so the king could not be under the third floor. After arriving at the third floor, Suzayo saw that two people were fighting through the window. It was Krieg and another man. But what Suzayo could not imagine was that Krieg was actually beaten very severely. An arm hanged softly, and it seemed that it won't hold for long. The strong man was a humanoid tank. Every time he runs, he will smash a large piece of wall. If Suzayo fights with this monster, he will lose in less than 2 minutes. He did not directly assassinate the king. It was undoubtedly correct. It was looking for death if he wanted to fight with these kinds of people. He conservatively estimated the strength of that man to be higher than 20 points. Krieg was almost unable to hold on, so Suzayo did not have much time. Suzayo needed to act as soon as possible. There were a lot of rooms in the palace, and Suzayo quickly checked through the window. He did not find the trace of the king on the 4th floor, followed by the 5th floor and 6th floor. After a quick search, Suzayo finally found the king through the window. The king was not in a specific room but fled in a corridor. It seems that he wanted to escape to a higher place and reduce the chance of being discovered by the pirates. The king looked messy as he heard the commotion still going on without a stop. The white moonlight entered the window, and the king ran fast in the corridor. King, who, I can't run anymore, let's take a break. The queen, who fled with the king, sat on the ground panting. The face of the king changed several times. He still had some business with the woman, so he did not want to abandon her, but comparing the woman with his own life, a woman was nothing. Then you rest here. After that, the king was ready to turn and leave, leaving the queen full of shock as she sat on the ground. At this time, the window next to the corridor was broken, and a figure with a sharp blade in its hand broke through the window. Pieces of glass splashed. Suzayo ran into the corridor, adjusted his center of gravity in the air, and the sword was swung at the king. The king backed to Suzayo, and he did not note as Suzayo was behind him. His face was full of shock. The shining sword glides through. The knife was shining by moonlight, which seemed beautiful, and the sharp blade cut through the air and made a whimper. Poos. Suzayo cut through the waist of the king. The blood splashed, forming bloody beads in the air. Then touched the ground and the wall. The blood beads broke open. This sword directly cut into the king's waist. The king's legs still stood in place, but his upper body and two broken hands had already fallen down. In midair, the king looked strange and confused, looking at the two legs on the ground. The king suddenly felt that these two legs were somewhat familiar. Pada, the king's upper body fell, and strong pain after that seemed to engulf him. The mouth opened, the king just wanted to scream, and Suzayo's second sword attack had arrived. Still so fast, accurate, and ruthless, the blade passed and the king's head rolled down. Task completed. Shaking the sword slightly from the blood, Suzayo killed the king with his own strength in a world full of monsters. To be able to do this, courage and intelligence were indispensable. You killed King of Goya Kingdom, Philip Herbert. Philip Herbert is the task's target, unable to obtain the origin of the world, and your total world source is 8.9. Your ability as a hunter is activated, permanently adding 2 points of mana. Your current mana is 93. After the death of the king, a white treasure chest floated on his body. Suzayo, who had already opened several white treasure chests, directly chooses to open. You open the treasure chest white and got the following items. The World Tree Ring. Suzayo had a ring in his hand. This ring was transparent and seemed to be made of a particular crystal. The World Tree Ring. Quality white. Rating, Introduction. This is a ring made of the world tree's wood. Please don't underestimate it, because its material is a world tree. It is the branch of the One Piece world. This ring had no attributes, and the quality was white. The introduction was not clear. Suzayo directly threw it into the storage space and prepared to research it in the future. A scream came. It was the queen. Suzayo frowned as the screams will attract others. The footsteps quickly rushed forward, and with a sword to the throat, the screams stopped suddenly. Being kind to the enemies is a foolish behavior, and Suzayo knows this. As long as people are enemies, he will not be kind to them. Those who were indecisive were not suitable for fighting, and even were not ideal for wandering in the reincarnation paradise. The hunter completed the main task, assassinate the king of the Goya Kingdom. Main task difficulty is LV. 3. World difficulty is LV. 6. Exclusive hunter trial succeeded. The identity of the hunter is officially unlocked. The abilities will be released in the next world. The main mission is completed. The hunter will leave the world after 30 seconds and return to the reincarnation paradise. Hunter, please prepare in advance. After many difficulties, it was over. Suzayo finally completed the task. In just 30 seconds, he can leave the One Piece world. Although it was not safe in the reincarnation paradise, it should not be dangerous. Unless the reincarnation paradise wants to kill him, he will not be thrown into danger. Zhu. A loud noise came from below, and with the loud noise, the whole castle began to lean to the side. This should be caused by the fighting between the guards of the king with Krieg. Humans unbelievably can be strong to this level. Suzayo was not afraid of the strength of the two, but his mouth was smiling. He had a feeling maybe he will come to the One Piece world again, but next time he comes here, he will never complete the task in a small country like now. Maybe he will fight a legendary figure or participate in the war. The premise of all this was that he was strong enough. When the time came in 30 seconds, Suzayo's eyes saw darkness and his head seemed to be hammered as he felt dizzy. In the confusion of consciousness, he vaguely felt wrapped in a transparent film, moving at high speed, surrounded by seemingly blurred stars. Dawn. On the way of transmission, Suzayo felt a shock around and was conscious. This is the reincarnation paradise. What a joke. Suzayo looked at the surrounding with some confusion, and the scene that caught his eye was deep darkness. Gen, a sky-high sword smashed the darkness, and in the darkness a large piece of lightning spread. Those thunder and lightning, as if it can devour all matters, even the darkness around them was swallowed, and the thunder and lightning were spreading to Suzayo. Human, how can humans come to the void? Interesting. This kind of time and space power is quite strong. You human, come out, fight with me. A sound came with a bloody smell. Yes, it was a bloody smell. Although Suzayo could not see what is going on, he felt that kind of strong power. Standing up in the dark, Suzayo looked at the source of the sound. Warning, the transmission was interrupted by an unknown powerful creature. It is suspected that this being is Nether Sword. Start repairing. Repairing ZZZZZ. The repair was completed. Transfer continues. Suzayo's eyes were black again, and he regained the former feelings. In the void, a man with a long sword stood. His eyes were sharply perceptive surrounding. Is he fleeing? So boring. I wanted to fight with him. Forget it. The bald head called Saitama was kind of okay. Should I go find him to fight? The void was full of unknown dangers, and Suzayo was somewhat unlucky and had encountered this danger. When Suzayo regained consciousness, he was already in a room. The room was a bit strange, with completely closed walls on all sides, no windows or doors, and the ceiling was shimmering, making the room very bright, and the temperature was comfortable without feeling nausea. As Suzayo looked around, the notification of the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Transfer completed. The hunter returned to the exclusive room. Exclusive room is an absolute safe point. Except for the hunter's permission, no one can enter. The hunter returned to the Reincarnation Paradise, starting to settle the mission rewards. Derivative World 1 Piece. Difficulty LV6 Nightmare. The Origin of the World 8.9. The number of completed tasks 2 Main mission. Assassination of the Goa Kingdom. The side mission. The Collection of the Noble. Comprehensive evaluation. A note. The score is E to S+. The comprehensive evaluation is based on the sum of the world's sources and the number of completed tasks. Because the world level exceeded the hunter level by 5, for the nightmare difficulty, the reward doubled. Start collecting the origin of the world. The origin of the world was collected and began to send rewards. Acquiring rewards, 4 points added to all attributes, 10,000 paradise coins. This bonus is the doubled value. The overall rating is A. The hunter level increased by 1 level and has been upgraded to LV2. The rating is based on the score because the world is the world of trials. The upper limit is LV1. After the settlement was completed, the reward had been automatically deposited to the hunter. Suzayo immediately opened the status and saw what the attribute points were. Sure enough, it didn't let me down. This is the hope of becoming stronger. Suzayo's mouth is tilted up, because it can surprisingly improve any attributes other than luck. As long as he can become stronger, even losing his life is not a big deal. In fact, he wasn't desperate at all as he was enjoying this sense of adventure. Suzayo immediately wanted to use the attribute, but the Reincarnation Paradise suggested that it could only be used in the Enhancement of Attributes Hall, which is a kind of facility in the Reincarnation Paradise. The settlement had ended, and Suzayo looked at it bluntly. On the 4 sides was a strong wall. How should he go out? At this point, a strange suggestion appeared in front of him. Sell the World Tree Ring. The price is 50,000 paradise coins. Yes, no. World Tree Ring was the item that Suzayo obtained after killing the king. Now, the Reincarnation Paradise surprisingly wanted him to sell this item. Looking at the current situation, if he refuses to sell, the Reincarnation will not let him go out. It will keep him in the exclusive room. He hesitated for a moment. Suzayo chose no. He was ready to face death. The suggestion disappeared, and the room was silent. Oh, I don't believe I will be trapped here till death. Suzayo sat down and began to fight with the Reincarnation Paradise. He now understands one thing, that is, the World Tree Ring in the storage space is a very precious item. From the rating of World Tree Rings it could be seen that the Reincarnation Paradise seemed to be unwilling to show the value of this item. Please, Hunter, sell the World Tree Ring so that the Reincarnation can absorb the power of the world. The notification appeared again. Suzayo thought about it and asked, take me to the world of derivation. What purpose do you have, and what is this ring? Surprisingly, the Reincarnation Paradise actually gave him the answer. Reincarnation and hunters are symbiotic relationships, and hunters or other contractors enter the derivative world to explore and gain the world's source. The Reincarnation Paradise needs the power of the world to upgrade and maintain the normal operation. The World Tree Ring contains a lot of power of the world. Please sell immediately. The following contents cannot be viewed due to insufficient permissions. Although there were not many tips given by the Reincarnation Paradise, Suzayo understood the most crucial thing. The reason why the Reincarnation Paradise sent him to the world of the derivative was that it wanted to gain the power of the world through him. This so-called power of the world should be extracted through the source of the world, so the Reincarnation Paradise will give him corresponding rewards according to the amount of source of the world. Reincarnation Paradise was supposed to follow specific rules. Otherwise, they will not let him sell World Tree Rings, but will impose it forcibly. The identity of a hunter showed one thing, that is, the Reincarnation Paradise could not directly execute the hunter under normal circumstances. If he doesn't break the reincarnation regulations in the Reincarnation Paradise, the Reincarnation Paradise could not punish him, not only him but also for other contractors, so there was the existence of hunters. The so-called hunter was the contractor who deals with those violations in the derivative world, but they had not violated the Reincarnation Paradise regulations. For example, a contractor discovered the holes in the regulations of Reincarnation Paradise and used it for getting profit. At this time, it was the moment when Suzayo appeared. Needless to say, those violated contractors should be strong and very cunning. Suzayo was still sitting on the ground, practicing with his sword as if nothing the matter. He had a bold idea to extort the paradise. Although it seemed to take a lot of risks, as a hunter, the Reincarnation Paradise will not do anything to him. Suzayo was betting on whether the identity of a hunter was important. If it is not important, then he had experienced the world with nightmare difficulty was useless. Time passed by and finally, 2 hours later, a notification from Reincarnation Paradise appeared in front of him. Special task choice. Difficulty level, mission introduction, hand over world tree rings to the Reincarnation Paradise. Mission information, none. Mission period, 5 minutes. Mission reward, a high-level inheritance will be given out. Suzayo smiled. It seemed that his hunter's identity had a higher position than he imagined. The Reincarnation Paradise surprisingly released a task. After considering it, Suzayo chose to accept this task. For the cold and ruthless Reincarnation Paradise, Suzayo had a plan in his mind, and he will survive in the Reincarnation Paradise in the future. Special tasks choice completed, ready to issue rewards, please prepare for it. Prepare. It seemed that this reward was that not simple. After the Reincarnation Paradise just gave a notification, a light appeared in the room and wrapped Suzayo. Suzayo sat in the same place and did not move. He looked at the front and lost his sight. There was blue light flashed in his eyes from time to time. At this moment, Suzayo's consciousness had come to a large hall. The hall was so large that it could not even see its end. Suzayo glanced around and found 6 states with hundreds of meters high in front of him. It was a human statue, but it was magnified many times. Inheritors, come on. A majestic voice came. Suzayo's body was tight, and the sound surprisingly came from one of the statues in front of him. The original agreement was at the moment of doing it. Another statue talked. The approach of Suzayo as if caused a regular show. These 6 statues talked incessantly. You are the last inheritor, and our inheritance will end with you. We should disappear in the long river of time. Those stupid magicians destroyed the balance between the world and matter. The so-called magic disturbed the rules. Stupid magicians, even if my body is destroyed, my consciousness will last forever. Suzayo stood in the same place. He felt numb, and those speaking statues in front of him were far more powerful than he imagined. And these statues were not creatures, but only some of the consciousness left by their strong existences. Destruction, birth, destruction, and recovery are all in the sanctuary of birth. Inheritors, remember the names you and I share. We are the shadow of the law, the natural enemies of all magicians. At the same time, the 6 statues opened their eyes and looked at Suzayo. He felt the violent energy pouring into his body. After that, he turned around and screamed in his ears. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Suzayo woke up in the room, breathing hard. He was still in an exclusive room, and the previous scene seemed to be illusory. End of reward, exclusive room activated. After the Reincarnation Paradise notified, a door appeared on one of the walls in the exclusive room, which meant he can finally go out. However, Suzayo had not taken care of this. He felt that the body was full of energy, and this energy will make him explode. What is going on? Suzayo had been unable to speak usually, and the energy in the body was rapidly changing his body. The blood flowed at high speed, and the unknown energy was not destroying his body but strengthening his body in an unusually violent way. The cells in the body had changed. The most apparent change was his hair. The black hair became faintly white, but the difference was minimal and very difficult to detect. Suzayo fell down on the ground. He felt that he could not hold on. If it still continued, he would soon die. Detected that the hunter's life characteristics are abnormal, ready to start the recovery function. This function will consume the paradise coins you had. Do you want to start recovery? Yes, no. The sound of the Reincarnation Paradise at this moment was no longer cold in Suzayo's ears. It was just like the sound of angels. The pain was full of his body and was gradually swallowing his consciousness. Suzayo's voice just fell, the green light wrapped him, and his paradise coins began to decrease rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, the recovery function consumes thousands of paradise coins. After a dozen seconds, the energy in his body disappeared. The energy was all absorbed by Suzayo's body, and the recovery function was also ended at the same time. Suzayo sat up and tried to move his body. He immediately found an abnormality. He looked at his hands in disbelief. After absorbing the energy, he seemed to become stronger. No, it is a lot stronger. However, this kind of strength was not through the help of the Reincarnation Paradise, so the Reincarnation Paradise did not give him a hint. Opening the status, Suzayo was stunned in his place. The reward exchanged from this world tree ring was far more amazing than he imagined. Contractor N13013 to protect the hunter's identity. This is a fake contractor's identity, and no one can know the real one. Name Suzayo Hunter. Level LV2, Rank 1. Every 10th level, the rank will increase, and the level promotion has no attribute bonus. The rank is the authority the hunter has inside the Reincarnation Paradise, which corresponds to the world difficulty and task difficulty. Life value, 100. This attribute cannot be fully digitized and will change depending on the degree of injuries. Mana 153, Intelligence 10. The current mana recovery rate is 4 points per hour. Strength 12, attack power, physical strength, etc. Agility 10, movement speed, attack speed, etc. Vitality 6, health, defense, resistance, etc. Intelligence 12, magic power, mana, perception, etc. Charm 3, socializing, summoning, etc. Luck 1, opening chests, making items, etc. This property is hard to upgrade. Please cherish the opportunity to improve it. Remark, the standard attribute for adult males is 5 points, and luck is 1 point. Hunter talent, after killing the target, mana will permanently increase between 15 points. The limit is 100 point per world. After obtaining the inheritance of the Shadow of the Law, Suzayo's attributes changed dramatically. His strength increased to 12 points from the original 7 points. The change in agility was not that small, from the original 7 points to 10 points, and the intelligence had also increased from the original 6 points to 12 points. The enhancement of strength and agility directly showed effect. Suzayo punched, and the wind howled with this punch. It was much stronger than before by several times. After he moved forward quickly, Suzayo stopped immediately because he almost hit the wall. The speed increase made it hard for him to control. This sudden increase in power made his heart beat faster. If he has the present attributes in the One Piece world, it will be easy to assassinate the king. It does not need to take 3 days. He can finish it in 6 hours. This is power. How fascinating. Even if he needs to lose his life to obtain power, he will do it. However, these attributes were suddenly enhanced. He still needed some time to adapt. If he fights, he will not be able to demonstrate his powers fully. Once he adapts to his current attributes, his combat power will reach a shocking level. It's a pleasant surprise to have the Shadow of the Law. When he was about to close his personal information, he suddenly found his skill options were flashing. Opening the skill panel, the change of the skill panel was not that small. From the original blank became a skill tree. A notification of the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Because the hunter only obtained the first occupation, Shadow of the Law, the skill list changed accordingly. Shadow of the Law first. First skill, Kingang Ying, LV1 active skills. Conditions of use: after opening Kingang Shadow, the hunter will consume 2 mana per minute, and the skill will automatically stop when the hunter's mana is 1. Skill effect: after opening Kingang Shadow, each close attack will reduce the enemy's mana by 10 points and cause the same amount of true damage. The enemy will bear the pain of his mana burning. Second skill, Sword Mastery, LV1. Passive. Skill effect: 10 increase in the power of close attacks, and the proficiency when using swords will increase. Remark, skillful ability was divided into basic. Third skill, Devil Physique, LV Max. Skill effect: unable to learn any spell type. Fourth skill was not unlocked. Unlocking it will require a soul crystal small and 1,000 paradise coins. Suzayo knew that he got a complete inheritance, and that inheritance was an occupation job. This kind of occupation was called the Shadow of the Law. When he saw the superior skills, Suzayo felt that this occupation was the natural enemy of the magicians. After opening Qing Gang Ying, each of his close attacks will burn the enemy's mana. When a sorcerer has no mana, he will be completely useless and would have only his staff to attack with. But what made Suzayo puzzled of whether there were sorcerers in the Reincarnation Paradise or not. Although the Shadow of the Law had improved many attributes, and he had mastered 2 powerful skills, but it was not without disadvantages. He could not learn magic skills in the future. Now considering these were too early, and the 4 skills of the Shadow of the Law, Suzayo was not in a hurry to open. He wanted to see the appearance of the Reincarnation Paradise first. Pushing the door, the loud voice came, and the Reincarnation Paradise was in front of him. Large buildings appear in Suzayo's sight. The buildings looked different. Some were made of metal, some were made of masonry, and some were like some kind of creatures, and the surface leaked liquid from time to time. Because of this row of buildings, the Reincarnation Paradise had formed a street. Looking up, there was a layer something milky white on Reincarnation Paradise's sky, like a big buckle covering the entire Reincarnation Paradise. The ground under his feet was a kind of pale yellow. It was not soft, but very flat. The area of the Reincarnation Paradise was huge. At least Suzayo did not see its end. The crowds dressed differently walking on the street. Some were wearing full body armor, and some were holding a staff, wearing a robe just like a sorcerer. Suzayo felt that he may have walked into an anime cosplay event, and all kinds of strange people have appeared one after another. Some even directly sat on the ground with a carpet in front of them as they were selling things. White 6 rated firearms, 700 paradise coins, the poor should fuck off. 5 life recovery medicine, 1,000 paradise coins, 20 off with more than 3 bottles. Seeking the protection from sorcerer with a high price, my next world difficulty is LV. 3, the price is free to discuss. The tone of these people made Suzayo feel familiar, which made him wonder whether the people in the reincarnation paradise were from the real world. For example, the words fuck off and sorcerer was rarely heard in the other worlds. Suzayo walked out of the room and began to wander around the reincarnation paradise. He needed to know about this place as soon as possible. Hey brother, do you want to see my goods? It's really cheap. I am going to enter a world soon and I need the paradise coins to save my life. A man in a suit with a round face asked Suzayo. Suzayo looked around and found that the person did not cover his face, but he still couldn't see his face. Suzayo was stopping in front of the stall of the suited man. Suzayo began to check the items sold by that person. The goods were placed on a piece of black cloth. He did not fear anyone stealing from him. Suzayo picked up an item and immediately understood the reason. Bone of beast. Quality white. Genre material. Rating 1 note white material scores from 1 to 10. The higher the score, the more precious the material will be. Introduction, the bones of ordinary beasts. This item is owned by others, cannot be taken within 1 meter, cannot be saved in storage space. You need to purchase it so you can take over control over it. It seemed that in the reincarnation paradise, the safety of the goods is guaranteed. But to be honest, the items in front of the suited man were not very good. This thing is this handy. The suited man smiled twice but looked a little unpleasant. This is what I risked my life to get it. To kill the rhino, I almost died. It's 30 paradise coins. Although the score of the animal bone is not high, it is the material for making weapons. Suzayo shook his head and left the bones to continue hanging around. Hey, the new one over there. Yes, it is you. A white, blue-eyed little girl shouted Suzayo. After seeing the appearance of a girl, Suzayo was petrified. Kana kamui. The little girl ran to Suzayo in a few steps, looking at him with a smile. It's me, I am Kana, how about it, am I cute? Little girl's character was very lively and she also turned around in front of Suzayo. Suzayo looked carefully and found that the little girl in front of him was not Kana. You are not Kana, you already discovered it. Sure enough, I should pay attention to the tone. The little girl was not being cute anymore. How about it, do you want to make a deal with me? I will help you understand the reincarnation paradise. You pay me 50 paradise coins. Suzayo was now in need of understanding of the reincarnation paradise, and the fake Kana in front of him was undoubtedly the best choice. Okay, how can I give you the paradise coins? Suzayo's straightforwardness made the little girl surprised. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? You must know that there are many cheaters in the reincarnation paradise. Dragon Flash appeared in Suzayo's hand, and he looked at the little girl with a cold eye. If you lie to me, you will die. The little girl chuckled. No wonder you are a newcomer. In addition to the arena in the reincarnation paradise, contractors cannot attack each other in any other locations. This is an absolute security point. Oh, then I will do it in a different world. Suzayo's chilling eyes let little girl step back a few steps. Hey, hello, we are not enemies, and I will not lie to you. Suzayo's cold eyes made the little girl alarmed. The guy in front of her shouldn't be provoked. He was the kind of cruel person that won't blink when killing people. She quickly thought and decided to leave first without doing business with Suzayo. You receive the contractor 13,013, 50 paradise coins. The little girl's face immediately changed, and she looked at Suzayo with some sadness. There are a lot of people here. Let's just go to a beverage shop and talk. The little girl sighed helplessly, walking in front of Suzayo, and Suzayo followed. Say, I didn't want to do business with you. Since you had already paid for the paradise coins, then I will introduce myself. My name is Zilolo, and I am a worker of the reincarnation paradise. A worker. Suzayo was puzzled but did not speak. Soon, Zilolo took Suzayo to a beverage shop. The name of the beverage shop was a bit strange, and it was called Cat and Dog. Welcome to Izayozai. Did you bring new customers? A mature woman with sexy dress greeted her, and the mature woman's boobs were full, her legs were slender, she was wearing black stockings, and after wearing high heels, she was even as high as Suzayo. Boss, I want watermelon juice. What do you want to drink? Water. Suzayo was just coping with it casually. He could not drink the drinks provided by strangers. Don't worry. We are workers who are different from contractors. We won't do bad things. Suzayo's finger tapped the table and asked, what is a worker? Zilolo lightly coughed and began to answer Suzayo, and soon Suzayo knew what a worker was. There were mostly two kinds of people in the reincarnation paradise. The first one was the contractor, and the other was workers like Zilolo. Contractors needed to execute dangerous tasks frequently, but the workers were different. They were service personnel in the reincarnation paradise, like selling goods and other things like that. Workers were contractors who had lost their jobs because of the failure of the First World Mission. Without these workers, the contractors would even have problems with eating. It should be noted that the reincarnation paradise did not provide the functions of redemption, and these workers are required for daily needs. It was an advantage to become a worker, that is, they could only enter another world once in 2 months. The reason why Zilolo was afraid of Suzayo was because she had to enter another world. If she encounters Suzayo, unfortunately, she will have no possibility to survive with her power. Zilolo took out a transparent tablet and handed it to Suzayo. This is the specific information of the reincarnation paradise. You should check it first. This is notarized by the reincarnation paradise. It will not lie to you. Suzayo took over the tablet computer. This was some high-end technology. It could project 3D stereoscopic images. He gradually understood about the general situation of the reincarnation paradise. The reincarnation paradise was vast, and the population wasn't counted, but there were definitely more than 100,000 people. The reason why no one counts was because the mortality rate of the contractor in the reincarnation paradise was extremely high. According to the information given by Zilolo, the contractor's mortality rate in the first world was 80, the second world was 60, the third world was 50, and there were a lot of details behind. Suzayo did not see it in detail. From this horrible mortality rate, it could be seen how hard for the contractor to survive in the reincarnation paradise. In the reincarnation paradise, most shops are opened by workers who are required to maintain the daily life of the contractor. In the center of the reincarnation paradise, there were more than a dozen buildings built by the reincarnation paradise, including the property-enhanced hall mentioned earlier. These dozens of buildings were very important to the contractors if they wanted to improve their strength, which was closely related to these buildings. After reading the last message on the tablet, Suzayo put down the tablet. It's mentioned here that the contractor can stay in the reincarnation paradise for 3 days, then return to the real world and wait for the next mission. Is it possible for me to return to the real world? Zilolo bit the straw and put away the tablet. Yes, after each contractor has experience in other worlds, he can stay in the reincarnation paradise for 3 days, and then the reincarnation will send the contractor back to the real world. After returning to the real world, it will take about a week or so to receive a call from the reincarnation paradise, return to the reincarnation paradise, and begin the next task. When she talked about this, Zilolo's face became bitter and looked at Suzayo with envy. Workers were different from contractors. They could only return to the real world for 3 days each month. I miss my family. Zilolo, who was holding her chin in her hands, pouted. Right, there is one more thing. You can hide your appearance through the reincarnation paradise, in case someone wanted to take revenge on you in the real world. This also put your family in danger. My current appearance was modified through the reincarnation paradise after I spent 500 paradise coins. Suzayo just sighed and didn't care. Don't you hide your appearance. You can do it now. Zilolo looked at Suzayo strangely. No, I don't have a family anyway. Hearing Suzayo's response, Zilolo no longer spoke. This smart little girl didn't dare to open Suzayo's wound again. The information you have already seen, so the deal is reached. Kindly remind you, don't provoke the sorcerer in the derivative world. Those guys are monsters. Shrinking her neck, Zilolo showed a scared expression. Sorcerer is the sorcerer very strong in the reincarnation paradise. The smile appeared in Suzayo's face made Zilolo shook her head. Not very strong, they are super strong. Any adventurous group will unrestrictedly recruit sorcerer. You know, I have experienced 2 derivative worlds. I was paying for the protection of the sorcerer. Suzayo nodded, and his heart could not be calm for a long time. His current occupation was the shadow of the law, the natural enemy of the sorcerer. He suddenly had some expectations, whether those sorcerers would still be so strong in front of him. Suzayo just accepted the inheritance of the shadow of the law. He did not understand the power of this profession. Now it was not a question about whether a sorcerer is strong in front of him or not, but whether a sorcerer can survive after meeting him. Leaving the beverage shop, Suzayo thoughtfully walked on the streets of the reincarnation paradise. According to the information provided by Zilolo, his first priority was to go back to the center of the reincarnation paradise and learn about the dozen important buildings. First being familiar with the reincarnation paradise, then increasing his fighting power. After that was to consume the coins he got. Now he had a total of 8,400 paradise coins in his hands. It was not only these initially, but he spent more than 3,000 paradise coins to recover from his pain, and he paid 50 paradise coins to Zilolo. Now he had only these. After preliminary exploration, Suzayo had learned the value of the paradise coins. After the ordinary contractor has experienced the first derivative world, contractors will generally receive 1,000 to 2,000 paradise coins, which only can buy one weapon. But the world he experienced was very dangerous, so the number of paradise coins won was much more. It was more than 10,000. Walking on the streets of the reincarnation paradise, looking at the contractors who looked different, Suzayo suddenly liked it here. The reincarnation paradise was like an original forest. The cruelty of it was to tear apart all the false masks and show their true appearance. Although it was cruel here, it was much simpler. If someone wants to fight, they can just decide life and death by battle. The arena in the reincarnation paradise was prepared for these people. After wandering for an hour or so, Suzayo came to the center area. Because he did not cover up his appearance, there were many people on this road looked at Suzayo, but there were no one dumb enough to come and provoke him. There were several possibilities for not covering the face, perhaps a newcomer, or a very strong monster which did not care to cover up his face. What Suzayo didn't know was that people looking had thought of two things: either he was newcomers or super monsters. The inheritance of the shadow of the law improved his attributes by 14 points. The acquisition of attribute points was not easy. Ordinary contractors needed to experience 4 to 6 worlds to barely get 14 points of attributes. This was still an unfortunate situation. Arriving in the central area of the reincarnation paradise, more than a dozen magnificent buildings come into Suzayo's view. Unlike the shops of those workers, these dozens of buildings were much taller and had a feeling of standing out. Attributes enhancing hall, equipment enhancing hall, trial field, arena. Suzayo could only see these 4 buildings clearly, and other buildings were covered by the fog. It should be that he didn't have the permission to see them. Suzayo went directly into the attributes enhancing hall. Just entering the gate, Suzayo felt dizzy. When he regained consciousness, he had appeared in a steel cube of several meters. Kata kata. There was a mechanical sound, and a screen appeared in front of Suzayo. Welcome to the Attributes Enhancing Hall. Please pay the fees, which are 100 paradise coins. In this case, he had already known that everyone would be transferred to a different hall, and then they would need to pay for using the Attribute Enhancing Hall. After paying 100 coins, a notification appeared in front of him. Strength, 12 1 equipment bonus is temporarily invalid. Agility, 10. Vitality, 6. Intelligence, 12. Charm, 3. Hunter can assign points by themselves. There are 4 points available. Ding, the hunter, has an affinity toward these 3 attributes: strength, agility, and intelligence. Suzayo was not surprised by the tips given by the reincarnation paradise. After inheriting the shadow of the law, he received a hint that there will be additional changes when his 3 affinity attributes reach 20 points. Each contractor will choose the affinity attribute, but they generally chose it by himself. For example, the contractor with close attack genre will select strength or agility, while the sorcerer will select intelligence, and so on. Suzayo's situation was a bit special. After inheriting the shadow of the law, his affinity attributes had solidified, and something even problematic was that his affinity attribute had a characteristic. That was, the difference between the 3 attributes could not exceed 3 points. Otherwise, the high attribute will not be increased in the attribute strengthen hall. This undoubtedly limited Suzayo's rapid growth. If he only can strengthen 1 attribute, that attribute will soon reach 20 points, but it was not without benefits. The development of various attributes at the same time, as long as he can keep up with the pace of the same level contractors, he will definitely be in the top. Suzayo now had 4 attribute points. Considering for a moment, Suzayo assigned 1 point attribute to the strength, and the rest of 3 points all allocate agility so that his attributes became balanced. Strengthening started. Because of the great pain came due to the strengthening. You can choose to use anesthesia. This option is free. Do not use. Suzayo replied decisively. Zilolo had inadvertently mentioned it before. During strengthening the attributes, it was better not to choose the anesthesia function, which will affect the strengthening effect. However, most contractors will choose anesthesia because the feeling of strengthening the attributes was similar to death. If he wants to be stronger than others, he must endure more than others. The enhancing started, and a deep pain in his bone was felt. Will other people choose the function anesthesia? Suzayo's body skin began to turn red, cold sweat appeared on the forehead, and the feeling of strengthening the attributes was quite exciting. 10 minutes later, Suzayo, whose body was soaked in sweat, walked out of the attributes strengthen hall. Although it was excruciating when strengthening the attributes, as long as he survived the initial pain, the feeling of getting stronger was also very good. Suzayo did not know what did other people feel, but he liked it. Only the strength gained after suffering was the most reliable power. The so-called anesthesia function, he will not choose it. Not today and not in the future. In fact, Zilolo just mentioned it casually. Except for a tiny number of pervert, most contractors will choose anesthesia. After strengthening the attributes, Suzayo's attributes without weapons became 12 points in strength, 13 points in agility, 12 points in intelligence. If he counts the bonus of the dead wife's necklace, Suzayo's strength will reach 13 points, which is the same as agility. Although Suzayo was a lot stronger now, he was still not satisfied. The attributes that suddenly grew, he couldn't adapt to them currently, and now even walking was a bit awkward. His consciousness did not adapt to the current powerful body. It required a lot of training without any shortcuts, but this was not a problem. The trial field in the reincarnation paradise was his best choice now. Looking at the test field in front of him, Suzayo shook his head. After he left the other world, he had not rested. While in the other world, he couldn't rest as he needed to complete his mission. Activating the brand on his arm, Suzayo disappeared in the place and appeared in the exclusive room. This is the welfare provided by the reincarnation paradise. As long as he is in the reincarnation paradise, he can return to the private room at any time. The comfortable temperature in the exclusive room made Suzayo sleepy, lying on the somewhat soft ground. After 5 minutes, he was already in a deep sleep. The long-term tension in the other world made him unable to hold on anymore. After dozen hours of sleep, hunger awoke Suzayo. If it is not because of the feeling in his stomach, he still wanted to sleep for a while. Before going out of the exclusive empty room, Suzayo frowned. It was too rudimentary here. There is no bed. It seemed that he needed to spend some paradise coins on decorating it. Reincarnation paradise only provided the function of expanding the exclusive space and could not exchange for furniture. This also required Suzayo to purchase by himself. It's really problematic. I need to solve these things as soon as possible today. Looking for a restaurant opened by a worker, Suzayo only had a meal with 3 paradise coins. The food tasted good, and the store manager was very enthusiastic. It could be seen from the enthusiastic attitude that the workers were not easy to survive in the reincarnation paradise. After dinner, Suzayo looked on vendors of both sides of the street. It was not difficult to purchase the furniture needed for daily use. A worker had invented a compression capsule. The size of all kinds of furniture was compressed to the size of the finger, which was very convenient to carry. After paying 200 paradise coins, Suzayo purchased the furniture needed for daily uses. After solving the problem of eating and living, Suzayo went straight back to the center of the paradise and came to the front of trial field. He can also stay in the reincarnation paradise for 2 days, and in these 2 days, he must adapt to the new strength in his body. Welcome Hunter to use the trial field. Please choose the mode. Assist mode, manual mode. Suzayo pondered and chose the manual mode. Assist mode had been selected. Please select the summoning image level. There were 3 options in front of Suzayo. These 3 options were a low-level image, intermediate image, and an advanced image. The 3 options were marked with the price below. The primary image was 100 paradise coins per hour, the intermediate image was 1,000 paradise coins per hour, and the advanced image was 10,000 paradise coins per hour. After hesitating for a while, Suzayo chose an intermediate image. Before he observed in the reincarnation paradise for a long time, the equipment sold by the contractors was basically white equipment, and its rate was very low. The only green-grade gun that Suzayo saw was actually priced at 4,000 paradise coins and was sought after by many contractors. The attribute of the green equipment was not as good as the dragon flash on Suzayo's waist. Items sold by contractors may be better, but it was not easy to find. Comparing with purchasing equipment, Suzayo preferred to upgrade his own strength. The inner strength was more essential. After Suzayo paid 1,000 paradise coins and evoked intermediate image for an hour, a milky white light appeared in front of him, and the light disappeared. A middle-aged man wearing white clothes appeared. The surrounding scenes also changed and became a dojo. Summoning the image of Kashiro from the One Piece world. After seeing the tips of the reincarnation paradise, Suzayo was happy in mind. Suzayo was not clear about the strength of Kashiro, but as for his teaching ability, Kashiro was absolutely strong. Roronoa Zoro was a living example. Although Kashiro did not teach Roronoa Zoro any moves, he helped Roronoa Zoro to lay the foundation for becoming stronger. Hello, I am Kashiro. There is not much time. Let's start now. After Kashiro appeared casually, this was not the real Kashiro himself, just a mirror image. Kashiro looked at the dragon flash on Suzayo's waist and nodded. A weapon similar to mine, that is simple. Cut me with all your power. Suzayo did not talk. The summoning costs 1,000 paradise coins per hour, which made his pocket feel pain, so he directly attacks Kashiro with his sword. As Suzayo's current attributes, this sword can be described as fast and urgent, and the angle was very good straight toward Kashiro. Something made Suzayo stunned happened. Kashiro didn't even pull out his weapon, just used the scabbard to block, then changed the scabbard angle. Suzayo felt that the long sword in his hand was uncontrollably shifted to the side. Because of the excessive force, he also leaned toward the side in 2 steps. The attack was so easily parried, which made Suzayo unwilling to accept it, but he could do nothing. The real world in which he was located, and the One Piece world where Kashiro was located, didn't have the same level of power. His skill of using swords, which he trained hard in the real world, was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Kashiro. There may be some superior skills of using swords in the real world, but the rapid advancement of technology had made those skills of using swords useless. Okay, your understanding of swordsmanship is lower than I thought. Suzayo's swordsmanship was too low in Kashiro's view. Suzayo's heart was filled with frustration. His hard work and training were not worth mentioning in his view, and he had no arguments to refute. This was true compared with Kashiro. It was not shameful to be lower than other people. Just catch up will be fine. It was an embarrassing thing that he was reluctant to admit it. What do I need to do to practice the basic? Suzayo randomly took out a few swords, and several white lines flashed. No, your foundation is very good, far better than most people. Very few people are willing to spend a few years practicing slashing, this simple and painstaking action. Answering a question, how do you see the sword in your hand? Kashiro wore white clothes for sporting, sat on the ground, smiled at Suzayo, and with the eyes on the bridge of the nose, Kashiro seemed gentle. How do you see the sword in your hand? Well, the tool to kill people. Suzayo's answer made Kashiro shake his head again and again. If you have always had this concept, even if you have been practicing for 100 years, you are just swinging it. It's not swordsmanship. Suzayo looked at the dragon flash in his hand and did not speak, perceiving the sword in your hand and turning it into an extension of your body. If you can't even do this, then I can't teach you anything. In the words of Kashiro, Suzayo's face turned black. He spent 1,000 paradise coins to summon Kashiro, and he surprisingly let him train by himself. Suzayo immediately communicated with the Reincarnation Paradise and wanted to suspend the practice. After that, he will take the sword in his hand, then continue training. It was a pity that the notification that came from the Reincarnation Paradise said when it starts, the training can't be stopped. He can leave the trial field now, but the paradise coins had spent won't be returned, and the Kashiro will disappear. In desperation, Suzayo could only sit on the ground, put Dragon Flash on his knees and start to feel. Don't imagine your weapon in your mind, perceive it, feel its sharpness, feel. It has a unique atmosphere. It was not a waste to summon Kashiro. When Suzayo perceived the sword in his hands, Kashiro began to guide him in detail and imparted some experience to Suzayo. These experiences, Kashiro will only teach his apprentice who had potential such as Rorinoa Zoro, and now Kashiro was a mirror image that Suzayo summoned, so this valuable knowledge was passed on to Suzayo without any privacy. Time passed by, and after a half hour, Suzayo vaguely felt about Dragon Flash on his legs. Subconsciously pick up Dragon Flash, and the air around him made a humming sound. Kashiro, who was on the side, nodded with satisfaction and began to guide Suzayo. An hour later, Kashiro dissipated in the air, but Suzayo was still sitting on the ground, and he swung his sword from time to time. He felt that a door gradually opened to him. The skill of using swords he had practiced before was simply a swing. There was not much use except for the basic swinging posture. Sometimes he would swing the sword and other times he would put it back into its sheath. Suzayo stayed in his own world, without even noticing Kashiro's disappearance. Suzayo's obsession with the sword could be seen from adhering to 3 years of practice, a kind of slashing action. As the saying went, one mind could understand the gods. The hard work of Suzayo for 3 years began to bear fruits after Kashiro's guidance gradually. Suzayo held the sword and stretched his arm straight. Although he did not reach the extent of the weapon becoming an extension of his arm, at the moment, Suzayo felt different with a sword in his hand. It was not an easy thing to achieve that level in a short time. Although it cost 1,000 paradise coins for just 1 hour, Suzayo thought that it was worth it. Kashiro did not teach him any moves but opened a new door for him. Summon Kashiro again. Suzayo was in a good situation now, so he summoned Kashiro again. Cannot summon specified image. Ding, hunter permission is activated. Please select the summon time. Suzayo smiled, and it seemed that his identity as a hunter was also useful here. 3 hours, summoning Kashiro's image is completed. Kashiro appeared again. After the emergence of Kashiro, he nodded to Suzayo and did not introduce himself. Suzayo was a little surprised, and Kashiro seemed to recognize him. So let's continue from where we left. You have initially perceived the sword in your hand. The words of Kashiro let Suzayo understand why the Reincarnation Paradise does not provide the same mirror call. After the same image appears, it will continue the last memory, which is undoubtedly a good thing for Suzayo. You are now qualified to fight with me, come on. Kashiro pulled out his weapon for the first time. Suzayo recognized that the sword was one of the O Wazamno series. Suzayo got up and rushed to Kashiro with his sword. Now time was precious. He had to grasp every minute to become stronger. The crisp sound of the collision of swords sounded. Fighting Kashiro was undoubtedly a precious experience. If it is not a reincarnation paradise, Suzayo may not have such an opportunity. During the battle, Suzayo noticed every movement of Kashiro. As if he was a dry sponge, he quickly absorbed the sword skills. After an hour of continuous fighting, the sweat soaked Suzayo's clothes. Now start to rest. There are a few points you should pay attention to. On the way to rest, Kashiro began to point out the previous shortcomings of Suzayo. At this time, Kashiro, because of being a mirror image, did not have any privacy to teach Suzayo. 3 hours passed quickly, and Suzayo still wanted to fight. Time is up, see you next time. Kashiro gradually disappeared. Suzayo would like to summon Kashiro again, but after seeing the remaining 4027 paradise coins, he could only give up temporarily. Suzayo took a breath, the feeling that he had before disappeared. That was the problem of the rapid improvement of the attributes. Making a fist and punching the air, he could finally control his strength. He had become more accustomed to the sudden growth of the attributes, and now he only needed to complete the final step. Reincarnation Paradise, start the actual fight mode. The actual fight mode consumes 10 paradise coins per minute. Yes, no. Yes, the actual fight mode is on. The mechanical doll will appear after 30 seconds. Please prepare in advance. The scenes of surrounding began to change, from the original sword hall to a desert. The Kendo Dojo was a scene automatically generated after the emergence of Kashiro, and the current view was the actual combat mode. The actual combat mode will not end until Suzayo's die. Of course, the death only in the trial field, he will not really die. The strong wind blew up the yellow sand, and a silver-white iron ball emerged from the sand. That was not an iron ball at all, it was the head of a mechanical doll. Mechanical dolls made of steel, drilled from the sand, dozens of pairs of red electronic eyes staring at Suzayo. More and more mechanical dolls appeared, soon added to hundreds of mechanical dolls that surrounded Suzayo. Preparation time is up, begin to actual combat. Kakaka. The neat metal collision came, and the mechanical dolls quickly surrounded Suzai from all directions. The dense mechanical dolls around him made Suzayo not dare to be feckless and quickly adjusted his breathing. Innumerable weapons came in all directions, and Suzayo was heavily wrapped. A few silver sword flashes emerged, and large mechanical dolls broke. Suzayo is different from the past. Now, whether his physical attributes or skill of using swords, the two of them improved by a lot. The metal was broken, the yellow sand splashed, and the tragic killing began. 10 minutes later, Suzayo was transferred to the gate of trial field. As soon as Suzayo appeared, Suzayo touched on his head and determined that the head was completed. Just under the attacks of the mechanical dolls, his head was broken. It's really realistic. Suzayo left the trial field with a smile. Although he spent more than 4,000 paradise coins, he had adapted to the current body. And the harvest was not only these, but his sword skills also improved. Second skill, Sword Mastery, LV2, passive. Skill effect increasing close attack power and sword weapon proficiency by 12. Sword Mastery had improved by 1 level. According to Suzayo's understanding, the improvement of Sword Mastery was very difficult. It required a soul crystal small and 1,000 paradise coins. He wanted to upgrade the skills of Shadow of the Law. In addition to self-exercise, he also needed to use the soul crystal and the paradise coins to upgrade. Now Suzayo understood the value of the soul crystal. He, fortunately, killed the elite creatures, but only got a soul crystal small. He looked for soul crystals in the trading market of the Reincarnation Paradise, but no one sold it. Didn't talk about selling. Most contractors didn't know what the soul crystal is. Therefore, the soul crystal small he had was obviously precious. Returning to the exclusive room, Suzayo spent 100 paradise coins to expand the bedroom, bathroom, and other rooms in the exclusive space and place the purchased furniture properly. After some arrangement, Suzayo's exclusive room changed. It became not only spacious, but also luxurious. Sitting on the soft bed bought by 40 paradise coins, Suzayo fell into his thought. He now had a soul crystal small in his hand, and he had 2 options, either upgrading the existing skills or gaining a new skill. In the current situation, Suzayo, in addition to Kinggang Shadow skills and sword mastery, he did not have much combat skills. However, he already had a general goal, which was to use the sword as the main weapon, supplemented by other abilities. This was a very promising route, as there are many strong swordsmen in different worlds. In the One Piece world, the world's strongest swordsman was Dracul Mihawk, who fought with 1 sword. Dracul Mihawk used a sword, not only Dracul Mihawk, but also Shanks and so on as well. This showed that specializing in a single field was very promising. Suzayo was not really familiar with using Qing Gangying, so he was not in a hurry to acquire new skills. In this way, he could choose a skill upgrade in Qing Gangying or sword mastery. After hesitating for a long time, Suzayo finally chose to upgrade sword mastery, which will make his power growth more obvious. Starting the upgrade, this will consume a soul crystal small and 1,000 coins. Suzayo took a few seconds and then felt more knowledge in the brain, that is the knowledge of knife skill. Looking at the sword mastery again. Second skill, Sword Mastery, LV3, passive. Skill effect 14 increase in close attack power and proficiency while wielding swords. Using the soul crystal to improve skills without any difficulty, he can master it directly without the need to adapt to the changes. No wonder that the soul crystal was rare. This kind of strong items Suzayo could obtain in the green treasure chest. It was also considered to be very good luck. In fact, it was not only good luck. In the world of nightmare difficulty, the benefit of Suzayo to kill enemy had been greatly improved. This kind of good thing may rarely appear in the future. In the Reincarnation Paradise, Suzayo spent most of his time in the trial field and the exclusive space. He did not summon the image of Kashiro, but chose the actual combat mode and exercised his combat skills. Although there were several failures during the period, Suzayo still gained a lot. The 3-day period ended, and Suzayo received the reminder of the Reincarnation Paradise. The hunter is about to return to the real world. Please remember the Reincarnation Paradise regulations. Don't reveal anything about in the Reincarnation Paradise in the real world, and if this warning was ignored, Reincarnation Paradise would execute the hunter. The hunter cannot use the ability gained from the Reincarnation Paradise, except for personal attributes and passive skills. Most of the equipment or items obtained in the Reincarnation Paradise cannot be taken out in the real world. It will be locked and restored after returning to the reincarnation. Transmission begins. Location: the real world. The familiar sense of transmission appeared. When Suzayo regained consciousness, he was already lying in a cold cabinet. The temperature inside the cabinet was very low and it's somewhat narrow. Suzayo's face turned black. There was only one possibility to where he was. One foot hit the door of the cabinet. With his current strength, he directly deformed the door and flew outward. Suzayo's foot not only flew the cabinet door, but also made him fly together with it. The cabinet he stayed was like a long metal drawer. Danlin. The cabinet fell to the ground and made a loud noise in the quiet room. Suzayo looked at the room he stayed. The white light shined the room seemed cold, and his guess was correct. This was the morgue and the place where the bodies were stored. He was shot in the past, and the body was deposited here. He entered the Reincarnation Paradise after they assumed he was dead. The Reincarnation Paradise locked his vitality, so he was not actually dead. The loud noise came from the morgue attracted other people's attention. In the hospital duty room, a nurse in the internship period was shocked by this loud noise. The nurse wore a white coat, heard the voice came from the morgue in the lower layer, but her colleague on duty with her went out to buy the night snack. There was only her who stayed on the first floor of the hospital in the midnight. Other people already went home, and she did not dare to go out. No, it won't be a ghost, don't think about it. The teacher had said that there was no ghost or God in the world. No, woo. The nurse named Yuryu was a nurse who had been an intern for 2 months. Slender figure and the white cheeks made Yuryu look a little delicate, but the delicate face made people want to protect her. After wearing a nurse's uniform, she had a different kind of charm. Dawn. Another loud noise came from the morgue. Yuryu screamed, and the pink hot water cup in her hand fell to the ground and broke. This loud noise was when Suzayo violently broke the door of the morgue. He walked in the narrow corridor, and the rooms on both sides were marked with various departments. The pungent smell of disinfectant water made Suzayo judge that this was a hospital which was in the city he stayed in. Suzayo had been here once, so he had some impressions of this small public hospital. He was not in a hurry to leave here. The sword that his family passed need to be found first. Everything can be lost, but the sword can't. Suzayo was looking for the staff in the hospital. He did not have any clues about the sword. Soon Suzayo came to the front of a duty room. The lights inside were lit up, and a beautiful nurse was staring at him. Suzayo pushed the door into the duty room. Before he spoke, the nurse sitting in the chair turned her eyes up, then fainted and slipped from the chair to the ground. Suzayo looked at the nurse who fell to the ground, stepped forward and smashed the person's philtrum. The nurse woke up, but after seeing Suzayo, her eyes were full of fear, and she subconsciously wanted to scream. Suzayo immediately caught the nose and mouth of the nurse. After the palm of his hand touched the cheek of the little nurse and the soft feeling came, "No sound or I will kill you." Soon after Suzayo just left the world, he had a very murderous aura around him. The nurse nodded quickly and looked at Suzayo with tears. She looked very pitiful. "Which police station sent me here?" The previous reaction of the little nurse made Suzayo guesses that the person may have seen him. That's why she acted like that now. Oh, the nurse pointed at Suzayo's hand and indicated that she could not speak. Suzayo loosened his grip. She first breathed heavily. Aren't you dead? It doesn't matter to me, don't come close to me." The nurse talked while her body trembled, her body was soft, and the tears swirled in her eyes. Suzayo was still looking at the nurse coldly. "Answer my question." Suzayo's cold voice made the little nurse shake. "Yes, it is the branch of Dingcheng who sent you here." After receiving a clear answer, Suzayo immediately got up and left, rushed to the Dingcheng branch. He was born in this second-tier city, of course. He knew where the Dongchen branch is. He stopped a taxi on the street at midnight. Suzayo went straight to the Dingcheng branch. 10 minutes later, Suzayo arrived at the front of the Dingcheng branch. He will not enter the Dingcheng branch from the main entrance. Now he was supposed to be a criminal with a murder case on him. Suzayo sneaked into the evidence room of Dingcheng branch after a half hour. The more he looked through the evidence room, the uglier his face was. His sword was not here. Suzayo had begun to get impatient. The longer time he spent, the lower the opportunity of him finding his sword. He went straight out of the evidence room, and he started to look for the police in the police station. It sounded crazy, but as his current strength, he didn't care about the police here. Soon, a young policeman sitting at his desk and on duty was stared at by Suzayo. Suzayo gradually approached the policeman from behind. After being close, he suddenly violently pulled the policeman's neck with his left arm and the left hand with his right hand, forming a guillotine in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. This trick could be described as extremely fierce. It will completely block the brain blood supply. If the power is enough, it will only take 2 to 3 seconds to make people faint. Less than 10 seconds can die. The young police did not even have a chance to shout out, and the body was directly softened. Suzayo started taking out a young policeman and left the police station from the original road. The police station at midnight, he could easily go in and out. In the dark alleys, the young policeman gradually woke up. If you don't want to die, honestly answer my question. Who are you? I am. The young policeman hadn't finished talking yet. Suzayo has punched his chest. The painful morning came, and the young policeman sat down on the ground. Where is my sword? The young policeman looked at Suzayo with a puzzled, and his face was full of pain. Suzayo's punch gave the young policeman a felt like being hit by a train. What sword? Who are you? Suzayo. Suzayo stood in the dark alley and said the real name without any disguise. When the matter reached the present level, there was no need to cover it. He could be sure that tomorrow he will be upgraded with pleasure as a wanted criminal. It's you. Your sword was taken away by the people in the police department. The tone of the young policeman was flat, and there was no abnormality. Lie. Suzayo grabbed a hand of the young policeman. Kaba, kaba. After a burst of crisp sounds, a scream like a pig's being slaughtered emerged from the alley. This time the 5 fingers, the next time is your neck. After you die, I will go to other police officers and ask, there is more than one policeman in the police station. Think about your family. Is this kind of persistence really worth it? After you die, your beautiful wife will be played by a strange man. Others will sleep with your wife and hit your child. The young policeman's face was distorted. His eyes seemed to be full of anger, and it seemed that he was married. Your sword was taken away by our director, and it doesn't matter to me. Good, take me to your director. Suzayo drove on the street at midnight, and the co-pilot was the young policeman. At this time, the young policeman was tied to the throat by a belt, and the belt was firmly fixed on the back seat. When Suzayo used the brakes, the young policeman would choke, and his eyes would almost turn white. How far is it? Suzayo was already going at high speed. He was going at least 160 km/h, as there were very few vehicles on the street at midnight. In this high speed, Suzayo found one thing. He was still able to see things even though he was going so fast. The agility attribute not only improved his speed, but also increased his reflex. We're almost there, friend. Please slow down. My son is only 2 years old. The young policeman was desperate, as he felt that today may be his last. The kind of gaze Suzayo showed previously, the young policeman was familiar with it. It was the look of a murderer. The young policeman also noticed that Suzayo was different from the general murderers because Suzayo's gaze was too cold, even colder than the serial killers he saw a year ago. Help me find my sword and you can live. Suzayo lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. The young policeman sighed and finally nodded. After driving into a community, Suzayo came to the destination. Get off. Suzayo held a dark pistol in his hand. This was the gun of the young policeman. According to the guide of the young police, Suzayo came to the front of the director's house. Knock on the door. The young policeman hesitated and looked at the gun in Suzayo's hand. The gun was already pointed at him. In desperation, the young police could only knock on the door. Don, don, don. After knocking on the door several times, a faint footstep sound came from inside. Who is it? It's midnight. A slightly tired female voice came from inside the door. It's me, Zairo Zhang. After a dozen seconds, a middle-aged woman opened the door. Come in, it's pretty late now. Is something in the bureau? The middle-aged woman's question stopped, and a black pistol was pointed at her head. Go back slowly, no sound. The middle-aged woman was scared, looking at Suzayo, and after a while she slowly retreated. Suzayo passed the young policeman to the room and entered the room, then softly closed the door. When the middle-aged woman stepped back, she accidentally bumped into a vase half a meter high behind her. Pala pala. The broken ceramic sound was loud in the quiet living room. Don't be impulsive, I didn't mean it. Suzayo did not pay attention to middle-aged women. His eyes were locked on the table in the living room. On the table, a sword holder was placed, and on it his sword rested. When he stepped forward, Suzayo picked up his sword. He felt familiar as he couldn't help but smile. Mom, it's noisy. The door of a bedroom in front of Suzayo was opened. A girl wearing a sling stood in the doorway with her eyes open. The girl stared at Suzayo, and her mouth was slightly open, and she wanted to shout. Suzayo raised his gun. He swayed the gun and told the girl to go back. The girl nodded quickly and slammed the door. Because the sword had been found, Suzayo went away under the eyes of the two people in the living room and quickly left the place. Zhao Zhang, let's call the police. The middle-aged woman was too scared, and she even wanted to report to the police. The policeman Zhao Zhang smiled with bitter and looked at the middle-aged women with some helplessness. I already informed the provincial office that the guy was well-trained. I didn't even know how he did it. This dangerous guy is not an ordinary person. When the thing about Suzayo was informed of the provincial office, he had already taken on the high-speed rail to the neighboring city. At this time, Suzayo's face changed a lot. He looked like a student. He could pretend to be a college student with a little makeup. Arriving at the neighboring city, Suzayo did not stop, just sat on a long-distance bus. Through the bumps of the long-distance bus, Suzayo's body was also slightly swinging. He seemed to have closed his eyes, but he actually checked the situation around him. The child was crying, the two young girls in the front seat talking to each other, and the young man with the headphones was swaying in front of him. News: a vicious criminal appeared in the neighboring city. The video was played on the LCD screen in front of the bus suddenly, and Suzayo's photo appeared. Criminal. The passengers on the long-distance bus were attracted by this news. Suzayo sighed and thought that their action was swift. In less than 6 hours, his wanted order had already been issued. But for Suzayo, this kind of wanted threat was not significant. First of all, do not talk about his own strength. With his hiding ability, it was difficult for the police to find him. After several turnovers, Suzayo continued to hurry for 4 days. In the end, he did not know where he was and stopped. Taking out the new mobile phone to check his position, Suzayo found out that he was in DL City, a coastal town. Good place. DL City was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Even if he is caught by a large number of police officers, he can at most smuggle abroad. What's more, his business was only a murder case. It was not very bad. At most, there was something abnormal about him being dead and resurrecting. As for kidnapping the police, it will not be announced. Not in the worst case, Suzayo will not have to flee abroad. Now the most important thing was to find a place to settle down. Suzayo didn't want to go to a hotel. There were so many people in that kind of place that was not suitable for long-term. Standing on the busy street, Suzayo felt hungry. These days, it was basically running on the road, and he did not have a decent meal. Suzayo found a restaurant and ordered a local crab. The time was May, which was the most productive season for the crab. The crab had at least a pound more than usual. Opening the hard crab shell and sipped the secret sauce of the shop, he bit on it, and the delicious taste spread all over his mouth. The smooth and tender crab meat stimulates his taste buds, and the unique flavor of the seafood made him have an endless aftertaste. Boss, the bill please. Suzayo put down the last crab shell in his hand. The restaurant owner took the bill and walked up, looking at the crab shell on the table with some horror. This. Boss was stunned by Suzayo's appetite, because Suzayo ate more than 7 or 8 servings of food, which exceed ordinary people by a lot. The enhancement of vitality meant that Suzayo needed more energy, as power would not appear without reason, and required a lot of energy. A total is 789. You can give me 780. Suzayo took out a few $100s and handed them to the boss. Is there a rented house nearby? I am a student who just arrived here. I need to find a place to stay for a few months. After the boss took out his mobile phone and searched with it for a while, he pointed his mobile phone at Suzayo, and the mobile phone wrote, DL City Rental Network. The owner looked at Suzayo's eyes at this time, seemed to say, young people, no one is looking for rent on the street now. Suzayo laughed and wrote down the website, then left the restaurant. Walking on the bustling street, Suzayo's thumb quickly clicked on the screen of the mobile phone to check the website. This was a small local social networking site specializing in housing agencies. After a long time, he found strange information. Excellent location, convenient transportation, starting from $100,000 per month. In DL City, the rent of $100,000 monthly was not ordinary, but it was not uncommon as well. It was doubtful that this did not indicate too much housing information, just left a phone number. Suzayo was not short of money, directly dialed the phone, housing for $100,000 per month. The conditions of the house should be good, it should be the specifications of luxury villas. The phone was quickly connected, and a hoarse male voice came. Let's discuss in person, number 37 Tianhai Road. After a simple sentence, he hung up. Suzayo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head as it was too troublesome. There may be other hidden things. The price of $100,000 per month was a bit strange. He did not want to participate in it, so he decided to choose other places. After selecting for a while, Suzayo chose a house. He arrived at the residential area where the home was located by the afternoon. This was a slightly old community, located on the edge of the city, but it was still convenient. Some of the districts were deserted, and only a few old people sat around playing chess. This was a true elders' neighborhoods. Most of the residents were old people, but it was fresh here compared to the dirty air in the city center. It was apparently much better here. Suzayo saw a young man in a suit in the distance that seemed to wait for something as he looked at the watch on his wrist from time to time. Suzayo closed up to him, and the suited young man immediately greeted him. "Hello, are you Mr. Su? I am the agent of the Sunshine Housing Network Zyoji." Suzayo nodded. He was renamed Suzayo at this time. He changed the way he writes his name. This name had a legal identity, ID card, and so on, his ticket. Items such as phone cards were handled in this identity. In the current era, if there is no legal status, it can be said that it is difficult to move. "It's me, take me to see the house." The agent of Zyoji eagerly began to introduce the house to Suzayo. "Mr. Su, I don't want to lie to you. The rent of 800 per month is a perfect price. With the prospect of real estate in DL City now, if you have ample money, it is an excellent choice to buy this house." As the enthusiastic introduction began, Suzayo smiled to deal with it. He won't buy a house here. How long can he stay here as a wanted man was unknown. He needs to be always ready to flee. Although he is currently strong, he did not care about the police, but it did not mean that he can ignore the power of the country. The police only maintained the security of the city. The real power of the country was the army. If the army surrounded Suzayo, he wouldn't be able to do a thing. The real-world army was different from those cowards in One Piece world. The real world's technology was well developed, and the military's weapons and equipment were more advanced here. Unless his attributes exceed 30 points, he cannot compete against the army. And from the attitude of the Reincarnation Paradise, the Reincarnation Paradise did not want to interfere in the real world. This may be the foundation of the Reincarnation Paradise. According to Suzayo's previous observations, most contractors should come from the real world, so the Reincarnation Paradise will avoid interfering in anything of the real world. When Suzayo was thinking, he had already come to the door of the room. "It's here, Mr. Su, please." The agent of Zyoji opened the door quickly. He seemed urgent for some reason. "Do you have something urgent to deal with?" Suzayo looked at the agent. He was not abnormal, just anxious. "Nothing, I want to go to the toilet. Sorry, Mr. Su." Suzayo entered the room, and the entrance was a spacious living room, which had been decorated, which didn't feel bad. The warm decoration style was very suitable for living for a long time. Suzayo walked around the room. The room was well ventilated, and the sunlight could enter the room through the windows. He didn't need to prepare anything. He could just settle in with a bag. Knocking the wall, Suzayo roughly judged the thickness of the walls. The walls of this old-fashioned community were generally thick, which meant that the sound insulation was even better. "Not bad, I want to rent it." The agent was pleased. "That's good, Mr. Su, because the price is relatively favorable, so the shortest rent period here is 1 year. This is the contract. Please take a look." Suzayo checked the contract. When he found no problem, he paid the money, signed, and he officially rented the room. After everything was done, the agent of Zyoji said goodbye to Suzayo politely, but his next move was strange. The agent Zyoji first opened the door, and after confirming that there was no one in the corridor, he quickly left. This scene didn't escape Suzayo's eyes. It seemed there was no problem in the room, but someone was living in this building that made the agent scared. Interesting. Suzayo chuckled, and it was already weird to meet the room cost of $100,000 per month. Now, he rented in another, uncommon community, but Suzayo didn't care about this. He was a wanted criminal. Will he be afraid of others? Bullshit. Suzayo sat on the sofa in the living room and did not know what to do. Last time he killed the last enemy he could find, and he was now in the other foreign place. The revenge could only be temporarily postponed. He was also helpless. Although he now had inhuman strength, it did not mean that he can do everything. Revenge was not completed by impulse. He had been patient for 3 years. He did not care about this period of time. Suzayo believed that as he grows stronger, he will have more ways to find his enemies. After gradually calming down, Suzayo began to plan for the future. A stable residence had been found, and the next thing was to wait for the call back of the Reincarnation Paradise and increase his strength in the Reincarnation Paradise. Biz. The phone suddenly vibrated. Someone called Suzayo. He did not have the habit to make his phone rings. He picked up the phone. It showed an unknown number. After picking up the phone, Suzayo did not speak. "Friend, I had been waiting for you for a long time. Why hadn't you arrived yet?" Suzayo's eyes were slightly stunned. It was the voice of the man who wanted to rent the house for $100,000 before. "It's too much problematic to rent your room. I'm hanging up." After that, Suzayo tried to hang up. Wait, the voice in the phone was a little short, and Suzayo's fingers stopped in the air. "Friends, all of us are selling our lives in the paradise. Are you hanging up now?" Suzayo stood up suddenly. The paradise he said made him think of the Reincarnation Paradise. Not interested. Suzayo's voice was dull, but he suddenly felt abnormal. Why did he call that phone before? Although he was not short of money, when he thought about the rent of $100,000 now, it was far too outrageous. He was not too stupid. At the moment, Suzayo realized that there might be a problem with the rental. He called a person surprisingly. The idea in his mind was that $100,000 were not really high. The quality of the house must be good. But now he thought about it, this was too outrageous. Hypnosis. No, Suzayo immediately denied this point. Suzayo had seen hypnosis before, and it was not this magical. It was similar to a psychological suggestion. Don't be so pretentious. Come to see me right now, or I will kill you. The man on the phone had begun to threaten him. The morning of a dog, when you talk swearing words, you should talk and step on the enemy's head instead of talking on the phone. After that, Suzayo hung up the phone and did not worry about the person tracking his position. The phone he used and spent a lot of money to buy blocked tracking. In a small courtyard in the urban-rural junction, a shirtless old-aged man sat on a little horse and his face twisted as he held tightly on the phone in his hand. 5. Have you tracked the location of this call? The brave man roared with a face full of scars. A slim figure took a few steps out of a bungalow. Boss, the person, seemed to use anti-tracking. The superiors said to give up. The face of the old man was obviously violent. Give up? You know how much paradise coins I spent on It was 10,000 paradise coins. Those sorcerers in psychology were really greedy. Although the old man with a scar on his face said so, he had almost given up in mind. It could only be seen by the contractors, and the contractors with more than 20 points of intelligence were immune to it, and the person just gave him a call, indicating that his intelligence should not be too low. If the person is a sorcerer, the old man would be desperate. He did not want to continue to provoke Suzayo anymore. After Suzayo signed a contract with the Reincarnation Paradise, the real appearance of the real world began to appear gradually in front of him. What they didn't know was that there was a kind of existence in the Reincarnation Paradise, called the Hunters, who specializes in punishing them. Ticking, the sound of the clock rang in the quiet living room. Suzayo sat on the sofa and placed the sword on top of his legs. He was meditating. This kind of meditation was not the one that sorcerers practiced, but a way that Kashiro imparted to Suzayo, which enabled him to perceive himself more clearly. Practicing the sword was not just about slashing, it was also about strong physics and mental power. This process may be boring for other people, but Suzayo was happy doing it. The degree of enthusiasm for one thing also represented the highly he thought about it. If there was no enthusiasm for the foundation, then it was better to give up, especially the practice of sword skills. Suzayo sighed and ended his meditation. Although he did not exercise, he still felt hungry. Picking up the phone, Suzayo ordered 8 servings. With his current food intake, 1 serving was not enough for him to fill his stomach. After half an hour, a knock sounded on the door. Looking at the sweaty delivery guy, Suzayo smiled bitterly. It was hard for a person to take 8 servings of food and go upstairs. Katsa, the door opened in front of Suzayo's door, and a man with sunglasses and a serious look came out. The sunglasses man looked at Suzayo and the delivery guy. After seeing Suzayo, the person was obviously alert because Suzayo lived in his front door. New tenant, new tenant. At the end of the greeting, the sunglasses man went downstairs. After a meal, Suzayo recalled the former sunglasses man. The person's pace was strong. The bottom was stable. He was not ordinary people. But Suzayo will not investigate the origin of the person. It was completely none of his business. Just staying in the real world for a few days, Suzayo did not know why he felt a little annoyed. He was eager to enter the Reincarnation Paradise for an adventure, which made him smile bitterly. Maybe he was born to be adventurous. Ding, the new mission in another world is about to be triggered. The hunter will return to the Reincarnation Paradise. Please make sure that there are no witnesses around. Transfer, the transmission is completed. Suzayo felt dizzy and his ears hummed. After everything was restored, he was already in the exclusive room. The new derivative world was coming. Suzayo couldn't help but look forward to what world he will enter this time. If it is still the nightmare difficulty like One Piece world, then it will be too difficult. This time when Suzayo will enter the derivative world, he will not only receive the main task of the Reincarnation Paradise, but also receive the hunting task. If the difficulty of the derivative world is too high, there is a low possibility that he will succeed in the hunt. Reincarnation Paradise. What kind of derivative world I will enter? Hunter level LV2. You will receive notice before 10 minutes of entering the derivative world. The hunter will enter the derivative world in an hour. Please be patient. Suzayo knew that he could understand what kind of derivative world he will enter in advance, but he needed a higher rank. The higher the rank, the earlier he will know, which meant he would have more time to prepare. He could only be notified 10 minutes in advance, not too short, but not too long. It was not enough time to prepare. Leaving the exclusive space, Suzayo walked to the trading market. It was a circular plaza. Although there were people selling items throughout the Reincarnation Paradise, there were more people here and there were many excellent goods. The green gun that Suzayo saw before was in the trading market. Technical Materials Dictionary, 4 months old shop. It's too expensive, 700. Why don't you rob a bank? Acquiring materials from the derivative world, the price is fair. Don't miss this while passing by. All kinds of restoration products are sold here exclusively. The crowds were bustling, selling sounds and bargaining sounds interweaved. Suzayo still had 2,827 paradise coins, which he deliberately left to prepare for the upcoming derivative world. Stopping in front of the booth that sold the restoration products, there were already a few contractors gathered here, and they looked awkward. This shop Suzayo had seen several times before. The owner of the booth should be a worker who often set up here. Compared with the booth of the contractors, Suzayo was more interested in the stalls of the workers. Many contractors will treat the items they obtained in the derivative world as treasures. The price was very high, and it was outrageous. Workers were different. They stayed in the trading market all the years and had a good understanding of the prices of the reincarnation paradise. If a large number of contractors enter the world with dark creatures soon, then the price of items with light attributes will increase significantly. The range of increasing price will change according to the needs of the contractors, and this was the solid law. Workers did not dare to raise prices. They also had to enter the derivative world, and they may face the anger of the contractors. Suzayo found several good restoration products at the booth. Salt rice ball. Origin Toriko. Quality white. Type restoration. Effect after eating, you can slowly restore 10 of HP. Rating, 3 note, white items are rated from 1 to 10, and the score represents the value of the item. Introduction, a rice ball, a magical rice ball, a rice ball that can slowly help you recover from injuries. Golden fried rice. Origin Shokugeki no Soma. Quality white. Type restoration. Effect after eating, you can slowly restore 40 of your health. This item takes a long time to eat, and the life value is restored according to the amount of food. The lowest value is 1 and the highest value is 40. Rating, 5 note, white items are rated from 1 to 10, and the score represents the value of the item. Introduction, it is not only a medicinal product, but also a delicacy if the food didn't burst in light. It's not a tasty dish. XD12 Vitality Medicine. Origin Reincarnation Paradise, Glow Pharmacy No. 3 Production Line. Quality white. Type restoration. Effect after drinking, restore 15 of health in a short time. Rating, 8 note, white items are rated from 1 to 10, and the score represents the value of the item. Introduction, manufactured by workers, certificated by the Reincarnation Paradise, safe. These 3 kinds of restorative products, although the gold fried rice can recover most, it has to be eaten whole, and the recovery speed was slow. Salt rice ball was similar to golden fried rice, but the eating speed was much faster. According to Suzayo's estimate, he could eat this thing at most in 2 bites, and he could also consider swallowing it in an emergency. The most valuable thing was that the bottle XD12 Life Vitality Pharmacy, although it could only restore 15 of life value, he could be drunk during battle. The Reincarnation Paradise did not have the function of directly using the medicine. He needed to use it himself. In the fierce battle, it was difficult to eat the restorative products, but it did not mean that the medicinal products had no value. It was the best choice to recover from injuries after the battle. These 3 kinds, what's the price for them? The worker saw that Suzayo had the intention to buy. Suzayo and several contractors on the side were different. He looked like he will buy. Salt rice group 100 paradise coins, gold fried rice 200 paradise coins, XD12 vitality medicine 700 paradise coins, a total of 1,000 paradise coins. Friends, I can see that you sincerely want to buy. I am also sincerely selling. This is the most favorable price. You can call me the medicine can. This price is for making a friend. The prices of the first 2 kinds of restoration products were not high. Only the latter's price was as high as 700 paradise coins. But that was a life-saving thing, and it was acceptably high. Imagine a contractor who was in danger and almost dying. He could save his life by using just 1 bottle. It's too expensive, that's it. I want to buy more. After some bargaining, Suzayo bought XD12 Vitality Medicine 1, Golden Fried Rice 2, Salt Rice Group 5 and a total of 1,500 paradise coins. The worker named Medicine Can was very happy and also told Suzayo the correct way to use those products. The Medicine Can was, of course, a fake name. Just like Suzayo's Byakuya, the contractor who used the real name in the Reincarnation Paradise was rarer than the giant. Although Salt Rice Ball can only restore 10 of health, it was easy to eat. There was no such setting like cooldown time of use, but if he eats those products continuously for a short period, the effect will decrease and the recovery effect will be lost entirely. Brother, I wish you come back. The medicine can shake hands with Suzayo while sincerely smiling. The workers were different from the contractors. They had not experienced too much cruelty, and most of the workers had not even killed anyone. After Suzayo wandered in the trading market for a while, he received a hint of the reincarnation paradise. In 10 minutes, the hunter will enter the world, Tokyo Ghoul. With the remainder of the reincarnation paradise, Suzayo found that many of the contractors around him changed their faces. It seemed that the time for the contractors to enter the derivative world was about the same. What a joke, how can I enter the world of Hunter x Hunters? I'm done completely, I'm gonna die. Who can form a temporary adventurous group with me? I am willing to give you all my money, 2,000 paradise coins. The cry of a female contractor came from far in the distance, and Suzayo looked over there. After the female contractor shouted, the contractors near her looked at her with ridicule. There were several high-risk derivative worlds in the reincarnation paradise, One Piece, Bleach, and Hunters x Hunters, and so on. Most of the contractors who entered these derivative worlds were dead, seldom people came back. There were rumors that 30 contractors had entered the One Piece world. At the time of the flight between Monkey D. Luffy and Morgan, only 2 contractors survived, and the rest of them did not survive. Who wants to help me, please? The female contractor revealed desperation and looked helplessly at contractors in the surrounding. The contractors around her had no mercy, and some people even smiled coldly. It was so cruel in the reincarnation paradise. Contractors only could rely on themselves, unless they had a stable, adventurous group. Suzayo did not have a mindset of a saint. He did not care about the others' lives and deaths. But when the person talked, he noticed a word, adventurous group, which should be a way of teaming between contractors. Suzayo softly consulted to the reincarnation paradise and got a hint from the paradise. There were 2 types of adventurous groups, namely, temporary adventurous groups and permanent adventurous groups. As the name implied, the temporary adventurous group was a group of unknown contractors who had formed an adventurous group before entering the derivative world. In the trading market, many contractors had marked the recruitment information. If they entered the same derivative world, they could form a temporary adventurous group. The permanent adventurous group was a bit special. You must first go to the adventurous hall of the reincarnation paradise, and then the reincarnation paradise will release the mission. After completing the task, the contractors will be able to obtain a permanent adventurous group, become the leader of the adventurous group, and invite others to enter the adventurous group. After entering the permanent adventurous group, the contractors with similar levels will enter the same derivative world, which will undoubtedly increase the chance of surviving. Suzayo, as a hunter, of course, will not join any adventurous group. If the goal of hunting is teammates, it will be really embarrassing. However, from the hint of reincarnation paradise, the permanent adventurous group had a special bonus, which made Suzayo somewhat interested in. Maybe he could build a permanent adventurous group, alone without any partners. Suzayo did not care whether he had teammates or not, but he was very interested in the bonus of the permanent adventurous group. It was still too early to consider these things. He could only build a permanent adventurous group after reaching LV 10. In the information marked by Zilolo, Suzayo saw the words Tokyo Ghoul. Zilolo surprisingly will enter the same world as him. She was a worker who entered the derivative world once in 2 months, and she coincidentally will enter the same world as him. It was really coincident. Suzayo did not come forward. He had a hunting mission in the Tokyo Ghoul world, so he will not accept the commission others person. Suzayo was only good at killing people and wasn't interested in bringing people along. Time's up. The derivative world Tokyo Ghoul is open. The world needs to be reset. The timeline is refreshed. The refreshment is completed and consumes 0.03 ounces of the power of space-time. Because of the consumption of 0.03 ounces of the power of space-time, the contractor's lowest complete rate must at least reach sea level. There was a sudden noise in the reincarnation paradise, and several contractors were particularly desperate. Zilolo's face was pale, her fists were tight, and her eyes were desperate. An old man with a gold-colored scepter suddenly screamed, "Which bastard has destroyed the balance of the Tokyo Ghoul world? It must be that the protagonist was dead before the beginning of the plot. Kenki Ken is a jerk in the early period." The roar of the old man was not over yet, and Suzayo Hade felt the transmission of the reincarnation paradise. The familiar sense of transmission appeared that was similar with last time he returned from the One Piece world. In the midst of consciousness, Suzayo secretly speculated whether he would encounter Yashikun Hayato or not. This was just him being too anxious. Him encountering Yashikun Hayato was a chance of 1 in 100 million. When consciousness recovered, Suzayo was already in a building. This should be a company's building, Japanese-style decoration. On one wall, there was a giant fish tank on the wall, which also had a fish swimming in it. The time was now at night. The building was brightly lit, but no one was there. Just as Suzayo wanted to move away, he suddenly noticed a circle of light around him, pushing him back gently, and a series of countdowns appeared in front of him, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The situation was very obvious now. It seemed he can leave only after 5 minutes. There was not only Suzayo, but there were more than a dozen people near him. It could be seen from the dressing that these people were contractors, and Zilolo was one of them, and she was in the same circle of light with several contractors. It seemed that she had found shelter and had formed a temporary adventurous group with several people. Temporary adventurous groups were reasonably reliable. At least they could not fight each other in the derivative world. But there was a drawback, that is, the contractors only needed to pay 10,000 paradise coins of default fine, and they could forcibly withdraw from the temporary adventurous group. There were 18 people, including Suzayo, on the court. There were 2 groups of adventurous groups, 1 group of 5 people and 1 group of 7 people. Others were fighting alone. It could be seen from the circle of light that restricted their actions. Everyone be careful. The current situation is that timeline is reset. The plot is restored to the very beginning. I am Cold Fish. I don't know if you have heard of me. Suzayo had seen the old man with the wand taking the lead in speaking. The intention of the person was apparent. It was drawing people's hearts. As the leader of the temporary adventurous group of 7 people, the action of the Cold Fish was normal. The adventurous group where the Cold Fish stayed had the most significant number of people on the scene, and it was also the adventurous group where Zilolo stayed. The other adventurous group of 5 people changed their faces slightly. It seemed that they had heard the Cold Fish and those contractors fight alone who was staring at the old man. Suzayo did not pay a lot of attention to Cold Fish. He felt that someone was approaching quickly as the improvement of his intelligence attribute made him more perceptive. It's arriving, behind the wall on the left side of the hall. Zhu. When the Cold Fish just wanted to talk, a loud noise came. The wall on the left side of the hall was broken. Several figures flew out from the broken wall, and then down to the ground. No one could tell whether they are still alive or not. Purple Beauty walked out from the hole of the wall. Her figure was excellent and had a smile on her face. Why do you want to run? Isn't it good to be eaten by me? The purple-haired beauty walked up to a few people and seemed to be unaware of Suzayo and others. Save me. A middle-aged man looked like a white-collar worker, difficultly raised his arm. He did not know who he was asking for help from. The purple beauty walked forward and grabbed the white-collared arm with one hand and stepped on the person's back and squatted. Snigger. Blood splattered, accompanied by mourning, the arm was dragged down by the woman. It was hard to imagine this beautiful woman with a nice figure actually had this strange power. The chilling thing happened, and the purple-haired beauty took the broken arm in her hand and bit it. The terrible chewing sound came, and then there was a moan. So delicious, more, give me more. This scene fell on many contractors' sights. The Cold Fish that was still calm before, the face was scared and blue. It seemed he was terrified of purple-hair beauty. What's wrong? What is the difficulty of Tokyo Ghoul World? How can we meet the Kamishiro Rise in S-Class? No, this guy is between S and SS. Other contractors looked at Kamishiro Rise with fear. If there were no protection from the light circle, they would become the delicious food in the mouth of Kamishiro Rise. Suzayo surprisingly looked at Kamishiro Rise, who was the beautiful woman in Tokyo Ghoul, and his eyes were full of doubts. He suddenly had a strange feeling. He seemed to be able to fight with Kamishiro Rise. TN, hey there, this is Otaku Dono, a new member of the Translatin Otaku team. I wish you liked this new story. This novel is currently the top fanfic novel in Kidian, with more than 1 billion clicks. At this time, the information of the derivative world finally appeared in front of Suzayo. Entering the world, Tokyo Ghoul. World difficulty, LV3. Difficulty is lower due to the strength of the contractors. The source of the world, 0. It will grow when hunters explore or communicate with current world characters. When calculating the world source, it will be estimated with world's difficulty, then form the final score. World introduction. In a chaotic and modern society, Tokyo has a kind of cannibal monsters, which were called ghouls. The appearance of ghouls is no different from ordinary people, but after the RC cells in the ghoul are active, they will show redness in their eyes. Ghouls maintain the activity of RC cells in the body by swallowing humans, and RC cells also give ghoul a physical power which is far more superior than ordinary people. Main mission: joining CCG Ghoul Investigator or one party of Ghoul Aegiri Tree, Clown. Subsequent missions will be activated after the hunter joins a party. Hunting mission: cleaning up the offender N12470 contractor. When the hunter enters within 1 kilometer of the N12470 contractor, the hunting function will be automatically turned on. Warn: do not mention anything about the world of Reincarnation Paradise. The warning is ignored. The hunters will be executed forcibly. Hint: the main task of this world is a chain task. After completing 3 main tasks, you can choose to return to the Reincarnation Paradise. Hunters need to complete the hunting task. The more times of completing the mainline tasks, the higher the final evaluation will get. Hint, it is detected that the hunter does not master the world language, consuming 100 paradise coins to learn the world language automatically. The world start, seeing the difficulty of the world was LV. 3. Suzayo breathed a sigh of relief. His face could not help but smile. Finally, it was not a terrible difficulty such as a nightmare, and he will not be as nervous as in the One Piece world. Now he only needed to judge the strength of CCG and ghouls. Suzayo received the main chain task for the first time. As for how to choose, he will undoubtedly choose CCG. It was a terrible choice to join the ghouls. Don't talk about his human identity. He could feel that ghouls were not worth trusting. As for the hunting mission, Suzayo was completely confused. This unlucky guy number 12,470. He did not know who the person is. There was no clue now, and the hint given by the Reincarnation Paradise was that the person can be tracked within 1 kilometer. Fortunately, the city of Tokyo was not big, and the range of perception of 1 kilometer was sufficient. Now he only needed to complete the mainline task normally. The main task time was 48 hours. The failure penalty was losing 13,000 paradise coins. If the paradise coins he had were not enough, the equipment would be deducted. If it is still not enough, he can only wait for death. As for the hunting mission, Suzayo did not see any punishment or time limit. Suzayo felt that there were other hidden situations in the hunting mission. Perhaps it was not time. The contractor who could be in the hunting list was not a nice guy. Maybe it won't take long for the person to jump out in front of him. He was not in a hurry. Kala kala. The sound of chewing blood and flesh meat came, and the ghoul had eaten 2 people. Suzayo was surprised to look at the bloody beauty, sighing that she was really enjoying her food. No wonder she is called the binge eater, swallowing the flesh and blood of the 2 people. Her flat belly was only slightly uplifted. Vomit. The vomiting sound came behind him, and Zilolo, this little girl with tear, looked at the scene in front of her in horror. Some newcomer contractors were also scared. After all, Kamishiro Rise was eating people. Suzayo shook his head as their mentality was too weak. 2 minutes later, Kamishiro Rise was still eating wildly. Duh. The footsteps came out in the distant corridor, and a man with a strong figure and a mask walked out from the darkness. It seemed that the name of the Binger Eater is not just a nickname. The man was wearing a white suit with a white mask. The mask had holes in the mouth and nose. After approaching Rise, he pressed the index finger with thumb and made a sound. Rise stopped eating, and her face turned somewhat unpleasant. I hate to be interrupted. Well, 2 began to talk, and the strong killing intent was spread. It seemed they wanted to fight. Not good, Mr. Cold Fish. What can we do? 2 S-class ghouls. Kamishiro Rise is even between S-class and SS level. Many contractors were desperate. This kind of opening wasn't good, not for them only. Even Cold Fish had never seen it. The Reincarnation Paradise surprisingly sent them to the front of 2 S-class ghouls. After the protective cover disappears, you should immediately escape. Whether you live or not depends on your luck. The Cold Fish wasn't relaxed like he was before. The cover only had less than a minute, and once the protective cover disappeared, it may be their time to die. Suzayo had already recognized the 2 people in front of him. The purple-haired beauty is Kamishiro Rise, and the mask suit male name is Amori Yakumo. The name of Amori Yakumo may be strange. CGG called him Jason. Ghouls called him Gecko. It was the gecko who disciplined Kanki Ken in the original story. My superior sent me to catch you back, and he needs you alive. Gecko held long-handled iron pliers in his hand, which was actually a surgical tool of ghouls. It was different from ordinary humans. Because his body contained a lot of RC cells, the membrane was very hard, and regular knives or medical equipment could not hurt them. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, ordinary humans also had RC cells, but only a small amount. The reason why ghouls swallow humans was both their appetite and the RC cells in the human's body. It could be said that the RC cells were very magical energy, which could strengthen the human body and form a powerful weapon such as Kagyun. If it is not the desire to eat people, RC cells will be an excellent way to strengthen, at least better than vampires or werewolves. These kinds of bloodlines had apparent weaknesses. Suzayo guessed that there should be contractors in the Reincarnation Paradise that uses this method to strengthen. Although he will not choose it, some contractors with a heavy taste will not hesitate to choose it. The battle between Rise and Gecko was about to begin, and Gecko was in a state of excitement. Can you give me a finger, 3 or 4 arms, 5 or 6 feet before I catch you? The Gecko laughed loudly. This guy was a sadist. Gecko preferred to abuse the opponents compared to killing them. That huge body likes small toys. Do you want to play so much? You're so cute. The ridicule of Rise made Gecko angry and rushed directly toward her. The long-handled iron pliers in his hand went to the back Rise's head. Rise did not look back. From her slender waist, 4 Kagyuns suddenly burst at the end of her spine. The Kagyuns were dark red, like 4 long tails, with a red light on the surface, which was the highly active appearance of RC cells. Boom. Gecko stepped back due to the Kagyuns, and the wall fish tank near the 2 was pierced by the Kagyun, and a large amount of clear water poured out. Rise did not plan to fight with Gecko. Her body leaped high and was ready to leave. Just after Rise jumped highly, the protective circle around Suzayo disappeared as its time was up. When it was said that it was too late, Suzayo's legs tightened and he jumped fiercely. When he appeared again, he was already in the air, just in front of Rise. Suzayo kicked his foot on the soft belly of Rise. Rise in the air was a bit stunned. She could not escape Suzayo's attack. Her beautiful face immediately revealed pain. Boom, a foot shot. Rise hit the ground with high speed, rolling for several times. Suzayo landed. His leg felt sore, as the skin of a ghoul was harder than he thought. Dragon Flash appeared in his hand. Suzayo smiled and looked at Rise and Gecko. This is the S-Class ghoul. Oh, unexpectedly weak. I was worried about how to join the CGG, maybe kill both of you. It should be no problem. Rise found it so hard to stand up. Her mouth overflowed with blood as she looked at Suzayo with fear. Her eyes looked around and she began to think about how to escape. In the distance, those contractors were shocked while looking, and Cold Fish was full of cold sweat. He finally knew why they will meet two S-Class ghouls in the beginning. That was because there was a monster stronger than them within the contractors, and the Reincarnation Paradise made this decision to balance the plot. Suzayo held the Dragon Flash while standing in the same place. Kuru, the difficult sound of swallowing broke the silence. Xylolo looked at Suzayo's back. Her two big blue eyes were shining, and it was obvious that Xylolo recognized Suzayo. At this time, on the top of Suzayo's head, Xylolo had automatically added a few labels: strong man, super shelter, big guy. Xylolo suddenly regretted not asking his number last time. If she knew that Suzayo was so strong, she could pay for his help when she encountered difficult derivative worlds. Who are you? Why did you appear here? Gecko had no excitement on his face anymore. He looked at Suzayo, and Kagyun appeared quickly, wrapping around his arm. Gecko's Kagyun was a Rinkaku. The position of the Rinkaku was around the waist. The Rinkaku has a strong, but its defense was weak. There were 4 kinds of Kagyun, which were Yukaku, Rinkaku, Kukaku, Baikaku. All types of Kagyun had their own advantages and disadvantages. They had no fixed shape, and they were shaped according to the imagination of the ghoul. At this time, the appearance of Gecko's Kagyun was formed based on his imagination and his fighting habits. Who am I? Well, you can call me Byakuya. Your Kagyun is good. I will take it. Suzayo activated the Shadow of the Law, opened the Qing Gang Ying at the first time. His mana was reduced by 2, and it will continue doing that every minute. After he turned on Qing Gang Ying, he felt that some kind of energy in the body was activated, that is his mana. The mana spread on his body, and after some time, new energy was formed. This energy was first rooted through the arm and then spread to the Dragon Flash in his hand. The surface of the Dragon Flash suddenly wrapped by that energy. If you look at it closely, there is a faint blue light wrapped around it. That was not light, but the new energy which was the core of Qing Gang Yin that was formed by the transforming mana. Qing Gang Yin was an active skill. After Suzayo turned it on, it consumed 2 points of mana per minute. It didn't sound much, but if he fights for an hour, it will consume 120 points. He now had totally 153 points. It was enough for an hour. The advantage of sufficient mana could be seen here. It gave him the ability to fight for a longer period. After opening Qing Gang Yin, every attack of Suzayo will burn 10 points of the enemy's mana. It was not that much, but if the enemy were attacked a few times, his mana which will be burned would be enough to kill him. Imagine if Suzayo and the enemy fought fiercely, but the enemy suddenly found out that he had no mana anymore. This was a desperate thing, and Qing Gang Ying not only consumed the enemy's mana, but also caused the same amount of true damage. Suzayo once asked the Reincarnation Paradise what was real damage. The reply given by the Reincarnation Paradise was, ignoring all defenses, even if the enemy's defense is strong, they will still be injured by him. Suzayo shook his shoulder and took off his shirt. His upper body appeared naked. He had a habit when fighting, that was, he liked to take off his shirt, which will make his perception closer and sharper. Perhaps it was an illusion, but this was his habit. 13 points of strength, 13 points of agility, 12 points of intelligence. Suzayo wanted to test what kind of combat power these attributes had. Don't think that the intelligence attribute was useless in a close fight. The increase of intelligence attribute will not only increase the magic damage and mana, but also improve his perception. This was also a great help to close fight, so I will just test it on you. You look rough and thick, and you should not be easily smashed. Suzayo slammed his feet on the ground and rushed toward Gecko. The 13 points of agility made his speed surpass anyone in this place. Gecko just felt dizzy. Suzayo's face suddenly appeared in front of him, while a long sword that bloomed in blue light smashed toward his neck. Suzayo's sword could be described as extremely fast, and the teachings of Kashiro had greatly improved his sword skills. Holding the sword with both hands, Suzayo's attack will soon smash on the neck of Gecko. Although Ghoul's resilience was extremely strong, if Ghoul's head was severed, they will still die. At this critical moment, Gecko screamed, using his arm to defend too late, but Gecko's Kagyun was close to his neck and it immediately wrapped it. Snigger. The sound of the sharp blade cutting into the flesh came, but there was no trace of blood. Suzayo smashed his sword on Gecko's Kagyun, and Suzayo knew that Rinkaku was not for defensive. Suzayo immediately cut it off. Gecko's face under his mask was twisted. What is this power? If his understanding is right, the opponent uses only a common weapon, not a quink made by Kagyun. Escape, he must escape immediately. The human beings in front of him was too strong, don't mention him. Even if they were SS-class ghouls, they would be cut into slices of meat. Just when Gecko wanted to retreat, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the wound of the Kagyun, and then some kind of energy in his body was burned. It was his RC cell. As the RC cells were burned, Gecko felt a sense of pain that he never felt before. Even with his endurance, he could not help but scream. The real damage after the mana burn worked. Chingangying Suzayo had literally meant burning the enemy's mana, but what if it was a creature was like a ghoul with no mana? The answer was to burn other energies. The principle of Chingangying was to consume Suzayo's mana to form a special energy. The special energy was attached to the weapon. After Suzayo attacks, the special energy will invade the opponent's body, and the energy in the enemy's body will be annihilated, and finally the effect of burning mana will be achieved. If there is no mana in the enemy's body, then the special energy will choose to annihilate other energies, such as RC cells, chakra, Atsu, and so on. Compared with mana, Chingangying had a lower rate of annihilating of other types of energies, from 10 points to roughly 7 to 9 points. The feeling that the energy in the body was burned was of course uncomfortable. Compared with the real damage caused, the kind of severe pain affected more in battle. The skill description of Chingangying is, after opening Chingangying, each close attack will burn 10 points of mana of the enemy and cause the same amount of true damage. The enemy will bear a strong pain after his mana is burned. Suzayo didn't care about the causing strong pain previously, but now he could see Gecko's expression. He understood that the feeling was not good. After Gecko screamed, Suzayo's second attack had arrived. The blade crossed the air, making a horrible sound, and the sharp edge broke open in the air. Snigger. One arm and a half of the ear flew at the same time, and Suzayo's second sword strike also smashed into the head of Gecko. But Gecko abandoned an arm to defend Dragon Flash for a moment, then fiercely swayed his head to avoid the fate of losing his head. With only 2 attacks, Gecko was seriously injured, and his Kagyun was cut off. The broken arm fell to the ground on the side, and the combat power dropped by at least 50. After seeing this scene, the Beauty Rise felt a little numb and mourned at the same time in her mind. Are humans in the 20th district so strong? He didn't use Quink and still could confront ghouls directly. No, this scene was not confrontation at all, it's abuse. Rai's first thought was also to escape, but a pair of sharp eyes had been coldly looking at her. Where do you want to go? Kamishiro Rise. After perceiving Suzayo's gaze, Rai's body stiffened. She stared at Suzayo and did not dare to move. At this time, Dragon Flash on Suzayo's hand had been deeply immersed in the head of Gecko, piercing from his eye socket to the back of his head. Even so, Gecko was still alive, showing how strong the vitality of ghoul species was. After Kagyun was cut off by Suzayo and broke his arm, Gecko basically had no power to fight, so his head was pierced by Suzayo. No, it's impossible. How can humans be so strong? Gecko's body twitched, and his brain was damaged, causing him to be confused. Suzayo held the handle tightly and pulled Dragon Flash horizontally. The cruel scene appeared, and the sharp Dragon Flash directly broke the skull of Gecko and emerged from the position of Gecko Temple. Half of Gecko's head was opened and slammed into the ground, and the white-red liquid flowed out of the eye socket, which looked disgusting. Being pierced in the skull and then cutting his head in two, although Gecko was tenacious, if he doesn't eat human flesh in time, he will die soon. Suzayo knew a bit about the stubbornness of the ghouls. In the original, Fudi Tsukiyama Shu, who was once beaten by Kirishima Toka and half of his head was severed, but he survived miraculously by eating flesh and blood. The sword moved and Gecko's head fell, and the white mask that was stained with blood on his face broke. Suzayo knew that Gecko had an essential role in the original story. If there is no Gecko, Kenki Ken's growth will be much slower, but what did it have to do with him? He came here to complete the task and improved his strength by the Reincarnation paradise. He did not come here for being submissive to the role of the original story. If Kenki Ken appears in front of Suzayo after becoming stronger, Suzayo will still go up and attack him. Now Kenki Ken had no value for him to kill. You killed the S-class ghoul, Amori Yakumo. Amori Yakumo is a key role in the plot, gaining 5.2 of the world source. Now you have a total of 5.2 world source. Your talent as a hunter is activated, permanently adding 10 points of mana. You currently have 163 points. After killing Gecko, a green treasure case floated on his body. This green treasure case can only be seen by the contractors. At this time, a dozen contractors in the distance were greedily staring at the green treasure case. If Suzayo wasn't there, these people would have already swarmed. What do you want this treasure case? If you want, you can come and take it. Suzayo looked at the contractors with a smile. If he was not worried about Kamishiro Rise fleeing, he would have started clearing the place. In fact, Rise had long wanted to escape, but Gecko died too fast. In a very short time, Gecko was killed by Suzayo. He attacked just 4 times to kill him. The first sword strike broke the Kagyun, the second cut his arm, the third penetrated his skull, and the fourth severed his head. Rise wanted to run, but she just did not have time. Don't get me wrong, we don't have any other ideas. The cold fish first stated and brought those people who followed him to retreat slowly, and other contractors did the same way. Little girl Zilolo hesitated for a while and retreated with the cold fish. Although she had a deal with Suzayo, they did not have any friendship. From Suzayo's cruel and violent fighting style, it could be seen that he was not a kind person. The contractors began to retreat but did not leave immediately. After back to safe distance, they watched the situation on the field. So it's your turn. Suzayo lightly shook Dragon Flash. The blood on it fell to the ground, and the blade was bright again. After several battles, Suzayo found that Dragon Flash was a very good weapon. Although it was only white equipment, the score was very high, reaching the limit of white equipment, which is 10. This made him understand one thing, that is, the equipment with the full score was generally good, even white equipment. If it is full score green equipment or blue equipment, the attributes must be pretty high. As for the higher level equipment, Suzayo had not seen any of it. But what was certain was that there must be a higher level of equipment. The murderous aura seeping out of Suzayo made Rise step back 2 steps. This ghoul's appearance at this moment was somewhat pitiful. If Rise wipes the blood on her face, Suzayo would be seen as a bastard, bullying a weak woman. But Rise was not a weak woman. This is a ghoul. Even if she was beautiful, she is still a ghoul. Don't come over, we don't have hatred, let me go. Rise used the most helpless method, that was to talk. Gecko's headless body was still lying on the ground, and if she fought it wouldn't be a good end for her. Suzayo picked up the green treasure case that fell from Gecko's body and smiled at Rise. Let you go, what advantages will I get? Rise hesitated for a while, her eyes filled with violence, but in the end she threw a wink. Many contractors saw this scene in the distance, and they almost fell to the ground. Kamishiro Rise was absolutely an existence-like boss in front of them, but in front of Suzayo, she actually wanted to sell herself for survival. What unfairness. Not fair. They only saw the power of Suzayo now, but when Suzayo was in the One Piece world, it was too difficult. Assassinating the king of a country in the world that was full of monsters, the difficulty can be imagined. The real power of Suzayo now greatly exceeded his LV, too, so there will be cases of him beating S-class ghouls more often. What's more, in Suzayo's view, the world was originally unfair. The only fair thing was that everyone will die. Suzayo was more interested in looking at Kamishiro Rise and slowly walked to her. Rise took a moment and began to meet Suzayo, but she did not put away her Kagyun. Rise had confidence in her appearance. She used this beautiful appearance to allure countless men, but the men's end was very miserable and they all became her dish. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Suzayo's left hand lifted up and stroked the cheeks of Rise. The skin of the ghouls was very tough, but the cheeks of Rise were very smooth and tender. The 4 deep red Kagyun behind Rise gradually accumulated power, and the surface emits red light, which was ready to go. Dead. The 4 Kagyun suddenly burst up, as if they were 4 iron hooks, and they pierced toward the back of Suzayo. Snigger. The sound of the weapon into the flesh came, and the long sword on Suzayo's hand passed through Rise's chest. The red eyes of Rise gradually rounded, and there were some cruelty, madness, and fear in them. I knew it. Rise smiled bitterly. Her eyes looked helplessly at the long sword that had pierced her. Dragon Flash directly passed through Rise's heart, and its tip was stained with blood. A man like you, it's not so easy to be tempted, it hurts. The surprising pain in the burning of RC cells came. Rise bent down. Suzayo held the handle with one hand, and the other hand pressed against the back of the knife and pushed it to the side. Dragon Flash supposedly passed through Rise's chest and broke out from her armpit. Hwala. A large piece of blood was scattered on the ground, and Rise's body weakly fell. The Kagyun dissipated in the air, and her body softly leaned towards Suzayo. From the beginning to the end, Suzayo had no lust in his eyes. He would be silly to allow himself to be tempted while in battle. At this time, the Reincarnation Paradise surprisingly gave Suzayo tips. Warn, the hunter is trying to kill important plot characters. Kamishiro Rise, please take out the Kagyun from the person's body before she dies, to ensure the continuation of the plot. Suzayo nodded. This was expected. With a bang, Rise fell down beside the foot of Suzayo, breathing heavily, and the blood spread on the white tiles. Suzayo lowered his body, and he moved his long knife on his hand hesitantly on Rise's body. He didn't know exactly where the Kagyun was, and according to the information of the original story, it should be on the waist. Suzayo cut a wound on Rise's smooth belly directly, and then his left hand reached into her body. Woo. Rise mourned painfully. There was some fear in her eyes, which was looking at Suzayo. In the eyes of Rise, the man in front of her may be a pervert and wanted to torture her before killing her. Hey, don't just play with the girl's body, it will be misunderstood. A female voice came, and a figure walked out from the dark corridor behind Suzayo. The first one was a small guy with a bandage on his body, wearing loose pink clothes and a hood because of the wrapping of the bandage. Suzayo could not see the person clearly. Suddenly, the appearance of these people made Suzayo stop his movements. He looked for a long time in Rise, and he did not find the Kagyun. The left hand was pulled away from Rise's belly, and Rise's body was obviously shaking. Lying on the ground, it seemed she was feeling pain. If Rise is lucky enough to escape, Suzayo will become her shadow. Aogiri tree. A few people suddenly appeared. According to Suzayo's memory, the little girl with a bandage was the leader of the Aogiri tree, the one-eyed king, Ito Yashimura. Ito Yashimura's human identity was Takatuki Sen, disguised as a novel writer in the human society. As a rare eye in the ghoul world, Takatuki Sen's strength was unquestionable. Although she was not in the top of the SSS class's ghouls, she can't be underestimated. The few people around Takatuki Sena were Tatara in SS class, Nori in SS class, and Kirishima Gato in S class. Tatara with a red mask, white trench coat. The mask covered the lower half of his face, which made his appearance unclear. Nor was wrapped more tightly, except for his two hands. No other parts of his body were exposed. Kirishima Gato was also wearing a mask with a pair of insightful eyes stared at Suzayo. The goal of these four was very obvious. It's taking Kamishiro Rise, the same goal as Gecko. Set her free or you'll die. Tatara's tone was dull. It didn't sound like a threat, but his Kagyun had already appeared on his back. The headless body of Gecko was on the side. Although several people did not scare Suzayo, he didn't underestimate them. If he can defeat two S-class ghouls, this proved his strength, but there were a few ghouls here that had other ideas. They thought that after Gecko and Kamishiro Rise fought and sustained injuries, Suzayo was lucky and took advantages of the situation. It seems that it's my lucky day. Suzayo wiped the blood of his left hand on the clothes of Rise, and he did not pay attention to Rise anymore. Before he took out the Kagyun in Rise's body, Rise mustn't die. Otherwise, the plot may not continue. Suzayo did not want to take this kind of risk. This was something that was clearly suggested by the Reincarnation Paradise. One SSS ghoul, two SS-class ghouls. Suzayo felt pressure this time. As for the S-class ghoul of Kirishima Gato, Suzayo directly ignored him. Suzayo could be sure that he could now beat the S-class ghoul. As for the SS level, it should be no problem. As for the strongest SSS class, he wasn't sure. Could he kill these people in front of him? He should give it a try. Even if he could not fight with them, Suzayo could also escape. He had confidence he could escape. Dragon Flash slanted to the ground. Suzayo walked slowly toward the Aogiri tree's people. An idea flashed in the minds of the other contractors, which is Suzayo was crazy. Facing one of the strongest ghouls in this world, which is Takatuki Sen, this guy actually wanted to fight directly, and that is while other ghouls were present. Many contractors no longer hesitate and started running. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If Suzayo were defeated, they would die, but even if Suzayo escaped, they might be in danger. Several people in the Aogiri tree noticed the contractors who fled, but just glanced at them and ignored them. Gato, kill him. Tatara had a higher status in the Aogiri tree, so he directly ordered Kirishima Gato to kill Suzayo. Kirishima Gato was a rebellious teenager. Although he did not refute the orders, he still snorted and was somewhat unhappy. Human, I am in a good mood today, so give you a chance to disappear before I change my mind. Although several ghouls had speculated that Suzayo's strength was okay, they did not care too much about Suzayo. The main reason was that Suzayo did not have Quink in his hand, but a long sword. Quink was the main weapon of CCG against ghouls, manufactured by CCG's test center. The raw material produced was the Kagyun of ghouls. Suzayo did not speak and continued to walk toward them slowly. He did not care about the enemy's contempt. This was also an advantage. Shit, since you're looking for death, then I will send you on your way myself. The rebellious young boy Kirishima Gato's Kagyun appeared, and he had an irregularly shaped wing on his left back. This wing was his Kagyun, Yukaku. The characteristics of Yukaku Kagyun was speed. Most had the ability of long-range attacks, but there were also big defects, that was, lack of durability. If he can't solve his opponent quickly in the early stages of the battle, Yukaku ghouls will usually lose soon. Although Kirishima Gato was a bit arrogant, he was not stupid. Suzayo was a close fighter, so Kirishima Gato won't go near Suzayo. The Kagyun on Kirishima Gato's back extended. Dense diamond-shaped blood-red crystals flew toward Suzayo. Tizu. A burst sound which broke the air came, showing that the diamond-shaped crystals had strong attack power. Suzayo stopped moving, and his dark eyes stared at the blood-red crystals that were quickly shot. In his eyes, those fast blood-red crystals gradually slowed down. because his agility attributes improvement, his dynamic vision was much better. The long sword in his hand slammed continuously, and the sword left a few white lines in the air. Ding, ding, ding. The crystals shot in front of him were all smashed away. Kirishima Gato was a bit shocked. He did not expect that Suzayo can easily solve his attack. Just at the moment when Kirishima Gato was stunned, Suzayo suddenly moved quickly. In 3 steps he arrived in front of Kirishima Gato. So fast. Kirishima Gato's eyes shrunk. He wanted to step back subconsciously. He was already preparing to jump back, but his feet didn't leave the ground. Was it easy to escape after Suzayo was near him? Of course not. Suzayo took a step forward and kicked on Kirishima Gato's calf. Although that bone was hard, he didn't care. Kappa. The miserable sound of bones breaking was heard, and Kirishima Gato's calf was twisted to the opposite direction, forming a V shape. The bones penetrated into his flesh. Kirishima Gato screamed miserably. His leg was broken. He fell down backward pitifully. Suzayo smiled, and the sharp sword in his hand was not merciless as it cut Kirishima Gato's throat. This was Suzayo's fighting style. He doesn't fight, but kill. Dragon Flash had yet to hit his throat. Kirishima Gato felt pain in his throat. If he were cut, he would definitely die. Kirishima Gato was very regretful. He was too savage. He did not have much vigilance against the unknown enemy. Just when Kirishima Gato was about to be killed on the spot, a thick Kagune appeared in front of Suzayo's sword. The Kagune was extraordinarily strong, and there were skeletons with fangs on the tip. This is the Kagune of Nora. Suzayo's Dragon Flash was not easy to block, and the Kagune of Nori was directly split. Suzayo continued to put strength, but he felt as if he was hitting on a rubber tire without doing much damage. Qing Gang Ying launched. Light blue energy entered the wound of the Nori's Kagune. Nori snorted in near distance, immediately put away his Kagune. Suzayo knew some of the details on Nori. This guy was very strong. His body was the same as a Kagune, which made him hard to kill. Kirishima Gato, that escaped the fate of being killed, was gasping heavily. At the moment when Suzayo took his sword, he wanted to kill him. This time, they didn't dare to underestimate Suzayo anymore. Tatara and the others came forward. Unfortunately, I thought it was a treasure case. Suzayo's longsword tapped the ground, and the upper naked body was already stained with blood. It was the blood of the great beauty Rise. Because he cut her belly, she spurted a lot of blood. Yato, stop him. Tatara's voice was low. In the Aogiri tree, he was one of the few people who know Takatuki-sen's true identity. You take Kamishiro Rise and go first. Takatuki-sen looked at Suzayo seriously. Tatara's eyebrows wrinkled. Is it necessary? It is necessary. This human being is a monster. Takatuki-sen took off her shirt and she was wrapped in a bandage. She seemed to be ready to fight Suzayo seriously. Understood, let's go, Gato Nor. Tatara was no longer hesitant, and because Kirishima Gato was there, Takatuki-sen didn't want to reveal her real appearance. As for Nora, he also knew Takatuki-sen's identity. He was the adoptive father of Takatuki-sen. Hey, are we escaping like this? This guy killed Gecko. Kirishima Gato, who was in pain, was very unhappy as Suzayo almost killed him previously. Tatara did not speak, just silently looked at Kirishima Gato. Kirishima Gato was felt that there is something wrong. He finally snorted and turned over his head. HWA la. The sound of the broken glass came, and everyone looked at the sound source. It was Rise who chose to break the window and escape after she recovered a bit. It was a dozen meters high from the ground, and Rise was forced to choose to jump off the building. Although she will not die after being caught by Aogiri tree, the result will not be too good in the end, and if she stayed here she would be killed by Suzayo, so Rise chose to jump off the building. Boom, there was a loud noise downstairs, and the rushing car alarm sounded. Suzayo no longer cared about these few people in front of him and quickly ran to the window. He saw Kamishiro Rise walking with a broken leg. Kamishiro Rise fell down and escaped directly while she was injured. Escaped, the prey had escaped. The smile on Suzayo's face gradually disappeared, and the handle of the Dragon Flash in his hand squeaked. We seem to have provoked this guy. Kirishima Gato did not know why he felt a chill in his heart, and subconsciously retreated, but the pain in his calf caused a large drop of cold sweat to appear on his forehead. Suzayo looked coldly at those few people there, and the blue veins burst in his forehead. Even if he can't kill Kamishiro Rise, if he can get her Kagune, he would definitely get a generous reward. But after Aogiri tree came out, the reward he wanted to get just jumped from the floor. She escaped, then you are going to replace her, Ito Yashimura. After Suzayo said the name of Ito Yashimura, the 3 faces on the scene changed. Only Kirishima Gato was confused. He heard the name for the first time. Take him away. Takatuki-sen's voice was a bit cold, and it was no longer the previous child's voice. The Kagune behind Nora violently rose, and the sharp teeth on the Kagune gripped Kirishima Gato. Nora, what are you doing? Let me go. Kirishima Ayato had struggled a few times, but the power gap was somewhat different, and he could not escape. Nor jumped out of the floor-to-ceiling window that had been smashed by Rise. It seemed like he was going to chase after Rise. Do you need help? Tatara was somewhat afraid of Suzayo's strength. After all, such a powerful, pure human being was a first for him. The smell of ghoul was very sharp, even more than most animals. Through the smell of Suzayo made Tatara judge that Suzayo was pure human. The purity surprised him a lot. Ordinary humans in the ghoul world had a small amount of RC cells in their bodies, and the ghoul judged whether this person is human or not by the density of RC cells. But Suzayo had no RC cells, not at all. No, you go to chase Kamishiro Rise, she is very important to me. Among the selected goals, she is the most excellent. After Kirishima Yato was forcibly taken away, Takatuki-sen no longer concealed her true voice. CCG is coming, and the people below can't stop them for a long time. Let's fight quickly. Tatara jumped out of the window, leaving only Suzayo and Takatuki-sen in the room. Who are you? How can you know my real name? Although Takatuki-sen was 25 years old, she was pretty short, only about 1.5 meters. Takatuki-sen's Kagen became active. As the one-eyed king, she had 10 Kagens in her body. With the appearance of Kagyun, the bandages on Takatuki-sen's body loosened, especially the bandages on the 2 white rabbits on her chest, which directly fell off, revealing a large piece of delicate skin, and the characteristics of women were completely exposed. Takatuki-sen didn't care about that, she just looked at Suzayo intently. Byakuya. Suzayo's brief answer made Takatuki-sen shocked. What? Suzayo did not speak anymore. He was ready to fight. A large number of Kagyuns appeared from Takatuki-sen's body, wrapping her. Soon Suzayo could not see Takatuki-sen's body. In front of Suzayo, there was a monster at least 2 meters high. It had 2 white claws on the ground. Its back was like a blossoming flower, and a long thorn-like thing formed by the Kagyuns, which seemed to have a really strong attack power. At this time, the appearance of Takatuki-sen was not that of a common ghoul. Her current form was Kakuja. Kakuja was different from the common ghouls. To transform into a Kakuja, the ghoul needed to be very cruel. It needed to swallow up by a large number of other ghouls before it became a Kakuja. Suzayo did not know how many powerful ghouls had Takatuki-sen swallowed before she could gain this appearance. Takatuki-sen on her Kakuja form opened her mouth and spat red mist. Hahaha, you are such a pure human being. I have never seen it. You must be very delicious. Takatuki-sen's temperament changed a lot, and her tone was a little crazy. The mental state of Kakuja was generally not stable. After the body was flooded with a large number of RC cells, the extremely fierce RC cells will affect the brains of ghouls. Although Takatuki-sen had been able to control her emotions very well, her character had been outgoing. Suzayo became vigilant if the pressure of Takatuki-sen gave him was 5 previously. It is at least 13 or so now. Suzayo sighed and calmed down. He could not be affected by anger when fighting. She became a lot stronger, and her personality changed a lot. Suzayo did not directly rush up, but moved sideways and circled around Takatuki-sen. While he was circling around Takatuki-sen, she turned her body and kept facing him all the time. Suzayo moved slightly toward her, and Takatuki-sen's claws were lifted up and ready to face him. But Suzayo did not rush to the front. His body that had been rushing to the front suddenly stopped, and after a sham he continued to wait for the opportunity. Takatuki-sen began to be impatient. After screaming, her 4 claws rushed to Suzayo. Her speed as Kakuja wasn't that fast, but she was extremely strong and seemed like an armored car. The strong wind was blowing toward his face. After rushing to Suzayo, Takatuki-sen stood up, and a white hand came and tried to grab his head. Suzayo's body moved to the side, the claws grazed his ear, and the accompanying strong wind blew his black hair. Suzayo just escaped Takatuki-sen's claws, and a Kagyun like a sword on the opponent's shoulder came to him. Under the circumstance, Suzayo chose to fight back. Holding the knife in both hands, Suzayo smashed the Kagyun. Tizu. A loud noise came, and the tiles under the feet of the two shattered, and the dust rose. The huge force made Suzayo's face change, but the next situation made him a little surprised. The blue color of the surface of Dragon Flash flashed, and the special energy converted by Qinggang was poured into Takatuki-sen's body. Takatuki-sen snorted and subconsciously retreated. This kind of opportunity, Suzayo certainly will not miss. His hand moved. Takatuki-sen's hand was cut off by him. The claw that supported her body was cut off, and her body fell to the side. Suzayo cut again. This time was on the back of Takatuki-sen. A large piece of Kagyun was smashed and turned into broken debris. The fragments of Kagyun, which shined with red light, were particularly beautiful in midair. Being so badly hit, Takatuki-sen was very angry. She bared the pain of burning RC cells in the body and used the remaining hand to hit Suzayo's abdomen. Suzayo jumped immediately, but it was slow. Several deep claw scars appeared on his lower abdomen, and blood dripped on the ground. His reaction had been very fast, and if he does not escape immediately, the claw would have pulled out his intestines. Hoo. Takatuki-sen supported her body by one hand. The man named Byakuya in front gave her a weird feeling. She could not continue fighting. She was at a disadvantage because of the sudden pain in her body. Takatuki-sen ran to the window. Suzayo would not be willing to give up. His left hand on his abdomen and his right held the sword as he rushed toward her. Takatuki-sen jumped out of the building. Suzayo's footsteps stopped and held the sharp-edged sword and stood by the window, looking coldly at Takatuki-sen. Takatuki-sen in the air turned her head, and the head of Kagyun split a gap, revealing half of her lower white cheek. Takatuki-sen actually smiled at Suzayo. Suzayo did not jump. Although his strength and agility were very high, his physical strength was not high. If he jumps from a position of more than 10 meters, although he will not die, it is inevitable that his legs will be injured. Today, there were too many ghouls from the Aogiri tree, and the terrain was not good for Suzayo. He could not stay Takatuki-sen just as Suzayo had temporarily given up and was about to leave. He saw a man in a suit carrying a metal box in his hand standing in the short distance. The suit man's mouth was slightly open as he was watching him. Ammon Kautaro. The scene of Suzayo chasing after the one-eyed king was coincidentally caught by the eyes of Kautaro. This made Ammon Kautaro stunned. After all the members of Aogiri Tree retreated, the battle stopped. Suzayo put away Dragon Flash and picked up his shirt and put it on his shoulder. Just fighting Takatuki-sen, he lost a total of 12 of his life value because his lower abdomen was still bleeding and his HP was still slowly decreasing. Suzayo also paid attention to Takatuki-sen's bloodline. His previous 2 attacks probably caused Takatuki-sen to lose more than 10 of her HP. It must be said that the vitality of ghouls was indeed amazing. Takatuki-sen was in the form of Kakuja, and her vitality was at least 15 points. If we compare the attributes, Takatuki-sen must be stronger than Suzayo, but if talking about combat strength, these two will be somewhat hard to compare. In Suzayo's view, Takatuki-sen's combat experience was quite rich, but her combat skills were terrible. She was basically relying on brutal force. This was also the reason why he can beat the S-class ghouls without difficulty. In the battle, ghouls were rushing without thinking, and they defeat their enemy with brutal force. Otherwise, CCG's search officers would not be able to fight ghouls at all. CCG's search officers were just ordinary people with a good physical body. They were fighting with ghouls by fighting skills and wisdom. Of course, there were exceptions among them. The appearance of Ammon Kautaro means that this place had been surrounded by CCG people. It was undoubtedly a good opportunity to join CCG. Suzayo went slowly to Ammon Kautaro after putting away Dragon Flash. "Stop," Ammon Kautaro shouted, and at the same time he pressed the button on the handle of the suitcase. The suitcase showed a huge change, and some kind of object inside was rapidly expanding. As the suitcase landed, Ammon Kautaro had a strange weapon in his hand. A metal stick in the upper half, wrapped in a circle, was a Kagyun. This was the quink of Ammon Kautaro. This strangely shaped quink made Suzayo surprised. Can he really fight with this weapon? What kind of person are you? Ghouls or human? Ammon Kautaro held the quink tightly with both hands, watching Suzayo with vigilance. The scene of Suzayo chasing the one-eyed King Takatuki-sen stimulated this first-class investigator. Have you ever seen a ghoul fight with a sword? Suzayo pressed his hand on the handle of the waist and continued to walk to Ammon Kautaro. Ammon Kautaro just wanted to talk. Suzayo had already spoken in advance. "Don't be nervous. If I want to kill you, you would already be dead." A white light flashed, and Dragon Flash came out, and Suzayo placed it directly on the neck of Ammon Kautaro. Rumble. Ammon Kautaro swallowed. The speed at which Suzayo took out his sword was too fast, so don't be nervous. Putting away Dragon Flash, Suzayo patted on the shoulder of Ammon Kautaro. Ammon Kautaro was frustrated. If this person was a ghoul, his head would have already rolled. "Hey." What? Ammon Kautaro looked at Suzayo in confusion. "Do you need people in the CCG? The lying ghoul on the other side is a meeting gift to join CCG." At this time, Ammon Kautaro was aware of the headless body of Gecko. "This is S-Class Jason." Ammon Kautaro held quink and walked to the front of Gecko in a few steps. Gecko was named Jason in the CCG file. "You have not answered my question yet." Suzayo took out some medical bandages from the item box, wiped the blood of his wound, and wrapped the wounds indiscriminately. Ammon Kautaro was hesitant, but he knew that this was an opportunity. Suzayo could kill the one-eyed king. He was strong without a doubt. There were no more than 2 people who can do this in CCG. Joining CCG requires a rigorous assessment, but your situation is a bit special. We just need to confirm that you are not ghouls. Joining CCG should be fine. Getting a clear answer, Suzayo smiled. The thing he was most afraid of was that joining CCG was too troublesome, and his time of solving the main task won't be sufficient. Da-da-da. A rush of footsteps came. An old man carrying a suitcase run into the room. The old man was not only full of white hair. He had one big and the other one was small. His movements were somewhat neurotic, giving people a kind of a sick feeling. Where? It must be here, owl. The person coming was the boss of Ammon Kataro, the superior investigator Kuriomato. Kuriomato was originally an investigator with a sense of justice. He was modest, but because his wife died by ghouls as he witnessed her face being eaten by ghouls, Kuriomato changed his temper. He was extremely hateful, and he was obsessed with making quink. But even so, Kuriomato was nice to his coworkers, and it could be seen from teaching Ammon Kautaro seriously. Mr. Curio, you are. Ammon Kautaro greeted him and talked about something with Kuriomato with a small voice. After a while, Kuriomato's originally big and small eyes suddenly rounded up and stared at Suzayo with awe. Kuriomato took a few steps toward Suzayo. His movement was very agile. Afterward, he acted like an animal and sniffed something around Suzayo. Humans, it can't be wrong. The smell of those animals. I will not forget it even if I die. After confirming that Suzayo was a human being, Kuriomato became very enthusiastic. Hello, I am Kuriomato. Did you really fighting with the one-eyed owl? Inside Kuriomato's eyes, there seemed to be a burning flame. He was full of expectations. Seeing these eyes, Suzayo sighed. This sight was familiar. He used to have these kinds of eyes. Hatred, endless hatred. Oh, yes, I did fight with her. The terrain was somewhat unfavorable, and the guys escaped. It's unfortunate. Ha ha ha. A sick and nervous laughter came. At this time, Kuriomato did not care about the origin or the identity of Suzayo. As long as he could kill the one-eyed king, he could give everything, including his life. Mr. Curio, calm down. Ammon Kautaro put his hand on Kuriomato's shoulders, and Kuriomato took a breath and nodded. What is your name? Ammon Kautaro said, and he smiled at Suzayo. Byakuya. What is your origin? Suzayo's silence made Ammon Kautaro a bit helpless. How about this, Mr. Byakuya? You were also injured before the battle, and it is fighting with ghouls. We have our medical car below. As for joining CCG, we will go to the 20th district to discuss in detail. Suzayo squatted and finally nodded as he followed Ammon Kautaro to go downstairs. Kuriomato had discovered Gecko's body. He picked it up and went downstairs with the two. At this time, under the building, more than a dozen cars had been paradise. The sirens were everywhere, and the red and blue lights were flashing. The CCG may have received reports from citizens. There were 2 ghoul investigators here, so the police officers present were only responsible for evacuating nearby civilians. In the presence of ghouls, these police officers had no fighting ability. Behind a medical car, Suzayo sat on a simple bed. A beautiful little nurse concentrated on dealing with his wound. That the voice of the little nurse screamed, Suzayo stared. The wound is too deep. We need to use the anesthetic, otherwise. No, the anesthetic will affect my reflex speed, and it can be sutured directly. The little nurse snorted and finally nodded. Although the little nurse was beautiful and had a timid voice, she was easy to be thrown down, but her way to deal with the wound was violent. It could be seen from Suzayo's face that was twitching from time to time. After the wound was wrapped, Suzayo's face was full of cold sweat. The beautiful nurse looked at Suzayo and took some anti-inflammatory medicine for him. Whether wrapping wounds or medicine, all were free. It was not because a small nurse was interested in Suzayo. This was the privilege of CCG. The superior investigator even had the right to mobilize the police to evacuate the people. Mr. Byakuya, let's go. We will go to the nearby branch to discuss the thing about you joining the CCG. No problem. They directly drove toward the 20th district. Half an hour later, Suzayo arrived in front of a magnificent building. This was just a branch of CCG, but it had a large area in Naramaku. In the ghoul world, the force against the ghouls was CCG, so the status of CCG could be imagined. The hearts of ordinary people, CCG was similar to the protection of God. This was also a fact. If there is no CCG to clean up ghouls, humans will go extinct in less than 100 years. What is a ghoul? It was a powerful creature without natural enemies, and human beings were the only foods of ghouls. In the case the number of ghouls increased, extinction was taken for granted. If the number of species is 1/2 of humanity, then humans will be extinct in less than. But now the situation in the 20th district was the opposite. Human beings were living in the sun, but ghouls were hiding and did not dare to reveal their identity. CCG spent lots of efforts to find them. However, CCG also had a lot of drawbacks from the inside, but Suzayo did not care about this. He joined CCG only because it was convenient to complete the task. It was early in the morning, but the CCG branch was brightly lit. Entering the CCG branch, there was a large security gate. If he wants to enter the CCG branch, he must pass this security gate. This was actually not a security gate, but the RC cell detection gate. The RC cell content in ghouls was 10 times or even hundreds of times greater than ordinary people, so it's impossible for them to pass undetected. Of course, except for some extremely powerful ghouls that had been able to control RC cells in their bodies, the others won't be able to pass this test. Suzayo walked through the RC cell detection door as usual. Ding! The green light illuminated and Ammon Kautaro was relieved. Soon, Suzayo was brought to a conference room by Ammon Kautaro. Mr. Byakuya, wait a moment. After bringing Suzayo in, Ammon Kautaro left the conference room. When Ammon Kautaro entered the conference room again, he had a laptop in his hand. The computer was turning on the video function, and the screen showed a sleepy face. Ammon Kautaro put the computer in front of Suzayo. The person in the video spoke. Did this cruel person fight with the one-eyed king alone? Seeing the person in the video, Suzayo recognized him, Maru Itsuki, one of CCG's 7 special investigators. Ammon Kautaro actually contacted CCG's top management directly. If an ordinary person joins CCG, there will absolutely not have such treatment. However, Suzayo's record of making Takatuki-sen retreat was too fierce, and CCG could only pay attention to it. It's me. Both of them were silent. About you wanting to join the CCG, we need to check it out. Suzayo browed up and seemed to see his attitude, and Maru Itsuki continued. Your identity is still uncertain. Now the headquarters has mobilized your information overnight. If there is no abnormality, after the check of your fighting power, I can make an exception for you to join CCG. Tonight, you will stay in the 20th district, stay and eat. Suzayo had some headaches. He was transferred to the world by the Reincarnation paradise. If there is no accident, he has no legal status. This made him somewhat confused. If he needs to get legal status first, then the main task is too difficult to complete. At the beginning of the derivative world, he met Kamishiro Rise, and then people in CCG appeared, but he did not have a legal identity. It was impossible for the Reincarnation paradise to issue tasks that could not be completed, and there must be shortcuts. Reincarnation paradise, can I forge an identity? Suzayo meditated in his heart. Surprisingly, the Reincarnation paradise gave several options right away. Identity, fighting coach in certain areas cost 50 paradise coins. Identity, ghoul cost 100 paradise coins. Identity, a family member of ghoul investigator had been killed, fee 100 paradise coins. Below these 3 options, there was a large row of options. The consumption of the paradise coins were high and low. This should be a prerequisite for joining a certain camp. Let us not mention the difficulty of joining CCG. Most of the contractors were human beings. Joining ghouls was difficult, but with the camouflage function of the Reincarnation paradise, things got simpler. Joining a certain camp was only a preliminary of the main task, and there was no reward, so it was not difficult. Suzayo decisively chose. The family member of ghoul investigator have died. This identity was prepared to join the CCG. The hunter's choice is complete. The deduction of the paradise coins is automatically completed. With a legal identity and the powerful strength of Suzayo itself, there was no problem in joining CCG. Well, I will wait for your reply, but be quick. Maru Itsuki nodded. Although he was tired, he squeezed a smile. This guy laughed naughtily. It could be seen that he was not a rigid person. The video was closed, and Ammon Kautaro was not vigilant toward Suzayo. After all, this was in the branch of CCG. Suzayo sighed in mind. Sure enough, his own strength was the most important. Thinking about how he was treated in One Piece world when he joined the soldier team, and then looked at the present, it was completely different. Mr. Byakuya, let's have dinner together. If there is no accident, we may be colleagues in the future. Suzayo was also a little hungry. Fighting the Aegiri tree previously, he consumed a lot of energy. Agreeing to the invitation of Ammon Kautaro, these two walked in the direction of the restaurant. On the suburb of the 20th district, a black shadow swept over the dry grass, and after convinced that there was no one, the shadow stopped in place. The red light flashed, and a large bandage fluttered in the wind. In the center of the bandage, a short person with big boobs appeared. It was Takatuki-sen, who had fought with Suzayo before. After going back to her normal form, Takatuki-sen was obviously weak and fell to the ground. That guy, who is he? Fighting him was so dangerous. Takatuki-sen had a long green hair. The long hair was soft, scattered on her shoulders. Her red eyes gave her a strange beauty. Should I inform him that this sudden emergence of human may have disrupted the plan which had been prepared for 13 years? It must not be interrupted now. Takatuki-sen picked up the bandage on the ground and wrapped her seductive body with it. 5 minutes later, Takatuki-sen turned into a little girl. Now she is Ito Yashimura with bandages on her body. In the quiet bedroom, Suzayo sat on the bed. He was meditating. This had gradually become his habit because, in meditation, he felt calm. Today's battle brought large benefits to him. Not only did he get a green treasure chest, but also understood the ability of the Shadow of the Law. The Shadow of the Law normally restrained sorcerers, but Suzayo found that the Shadow of the Law was absolutely not so simple. From the fact that Qing Gang Ying can burn RC cells, this profession was far more promising than he imagined. Not only fighting with sorcerers, but when he fights against other enemies, the pain of burning energy will also affect them. And the real damage of Qing Gang Ying was also very powerful. If it wasn't for Qing Gang Ying causing great pain to Takatuki-sen previously, he could not easily get the upper hand. The current Qing Gang Yin was only level 1. If the skill level rises in the future, his sword strike will be absolutely harsh. At the same time, Suzayo was also interested in other skills of the shadow of the law. When he woke up from meditation, Suzayo took out the green treasure chest that fell from Gecko with some expectation in his heart. Open the treasure chest green, yes, no. After agreeing to open the chest, a few items appeared in front of Suzayo. You opened the treasure chest green and got the following items: 900 paradise coins. Kakuhu S grade. The roar of evil spirits green, Kakuhu S grade. Place of origin, Tokyo. Quality white. Type material. Rate 9. Note: white items scored from 1 to 10, and the higher the score, the more precious the item. Description: Gecko's Kakuhu can be used for equipment training or transplanted into the body. After transplanting Kakuhu into the body, there is a 5 chance of becoming a ghoul, 94 chance of death, 1 chance of unknown variation. Price: 1100 paradise coins. Roar of evil spirits. Place of origin: Tokyo Ghoul Jewelry Store in the 13th District. Quality green, genre ring. Durability none. Jewelry equipment has no durability, and no repair is required. Equipment demands 10 points or more intelligence. Equipment effect: roar active. After activating this skill, you will ignore the pain in the upcoming 20 seconds, and during the ignoring pain period, increase the attack speed by 5. The attack speed could only increase up to 50. After the roaring effect disappears, this bonus will disappear. Tip: roar active cooldown time is 12 hours. Forcibly using it continuously might turn you crazy. Rate 21. Note: green equipment scored 10 to 30. Green equipment with a score of 30 will be marked as rare with special attributes attached. Introduction: let me go all out. Price: 2,700 paradise coins. Holding the ring in his hand, Suzayo was silent for a while. Although this ring did not add any attributes, it comes with a superb ability, ignoring the pain for 20 seconds. This didn't look like special, but the pain was not to be underestimated during a battle. Strong pain could lead to a slow response time and could lead to defeat, but losing the feeling of pain for a long time is never a good thing. This ability to ignore pain for a short time was similar to a potent stimulant. This ring could make him burst into full strength when he is almost dead. Although it was only a short 20 seconds, it was still precious. After the life value was below 10, creatures will enter a weak state. After less than 5, most of the creatures lose resistance. If Suzayo's life value was less than 5 during the fight, he could use this ring to temporarily ignore the body's pain and fight with the enemy. Wearing the ring directly on his finger, Suzayo felt the strange energy around the ring. He could activate this strange energy at any time. Opening the hiding function of the equipment, the ring was hidden. Suzayo was satisfied as he nodded. He then looked at Kakuhu in his hand. This was Gecko's Kakuhu. The Kakuhu was round and had the size of an egg. The surface was surrounded with some bright red lines while it was entirely dark red. This thing had a hard texture and was heavy. It didn't appear like an organ. It was more like a hard object. Suzayo will not transplant Gecko's Kakuhu into his body, let alone to the extremely high mortality. A ghoul itself was not a high-level creature, so it was not worth the risk. Suzayo already had a career. He will not choose other bloodlines. If there was confliction between the two, the possibility of death was extremely high. As for the fusion of the two became the more advanced lineage, it was totally a dream. It was fortunate being alive. Even if he was lucky to get an infusion, the two unrelated abilities would only give birth to a useless ability. Just like the combination of tiger and dog, it will never produce an elephant. Putting Kakuhu into the storage space, this thing can be sold even if it had no use. A white material with a 9 rate was very valuable in the Reincarnation paradise. In particular, materials could create weapons. Many people in the trading market would be willing to buy. Opening this green treasure chest, the items obtained were satisfactory, and overall his luck was good. After opening a few treasure chests, Suzayo summed up a few things. That is, the creatures that could drop the treasure chests were generally stronger, as some relatively weak creatures will not drop the treasure chest. But even after getting a treasure chest, it was not known whether he can get a generous reward or not. After opening the treasure chest, Suzayo slept in bed. CCG will be able to respond to him tomorrow morning. If there is an accident, Suzayo will need to join the ghouls quickly. Otherwise, the cost of failing the mission will not be affordable. At about 700 the next morning, Suzayo's door was ringing. By Akuya, the news of the headquarters has arrived. It is the voice of Kurio Mato. Suzayo had already finished washing up. He opened the door directly and saw Kurio Mato wearing a white robe. The CCG General Administration agreed to let me join you, of course. Getting a clear answer, Suzayo became confident. This is your entry document and certificate. I didn't expect your father to be an investigator. This will greatly help you join CCG. Suzayo took over the entry documents, and the Reincarnation Paradise immediately gave a hint. Hunter completed the main mission 1. The camp selection, there is no reward for this mission, and the follow-up mission is started. Main task 2, Superior Investigator. Difficulty level LV3. Mission introduction, quickly improve your position in the CCG and prepare for follow-up tasks. Mission information, use any method to get promoted, eliminate ghouls, bribery, and so on. Mission period, 20 days. Mission reward, 1 attribute point, 1,500 paradise coins. The hunter successfully joined CCG, and the camp contribution value was turned on. Current position, 3rd class investigator, CCG contribution points, 050. Expulsing ghouls can help you obtain contribution points. After you get the necessary points, your position can be upgraded. Contribution points can also be used to purchase items within CCG or to make quink. The follow-up mission finally appeared. According to the tips the Reincarnation Paradise gave before, he had to complete 3 main tasks in total, then he could return to the Reincarnation Paradise. But just after he successfully joined CCG, there was a bad news that came from the Reincarnation Paradise. Announcement: a contractor has joined a camp, and the contractor is enough to interfere with the balance of the camp. Balance mechanism is open. This was an announcement, not just a reminder of Suzayo, but also a hint of all the contractors in the world. Except for Suzayo, the main task 1 of all contractors had changed, from the original choice to join a camp into joining a ghoul camp. This was a balancing mechanism for the Reincarnation Paradise, so the other camps won't be too weak. Suzayo's face was a bit ugly, as he also received a reminder. The current situation was that he was the only person in CCG, and the other contractors could join a group of ghouls. From this, a doubt he had was cleared, that is, the identity of the hunter. It seemed that he will only receive preferential treatment in the Reincarnation Paradise, and in the derivative world, the Reincarnation Paradise treats all contractors the same. Suzayo did not complain about anything. This actually made sense. The Reincarnation Paradise always gave him the feeling that it was cruel, cold, and fair. However, he thought carefully. It was helpful that he was in the CCG camp alone. At least there won't be any other contractors to interfere with him. By Akuya, you are assigned to the 14th district, where the situation is a bit complicated, and they need your strength. Kuriomato showed pity because Suzayo was not assigned to the 20th district. Understood, I have a feeling that I will return to the 20th district after a short time. Kuriomato was confused as he saw Suzayo leave the branch of CCG in the 20th district with his papers. Before leaving the 20th district, Suzayo suddenly remembered something. He hesitated as he thought whether or not to go to the coffee shop named Antique. After all, there were a lot of ghouls gathered there. The noisy streets were bustling, and the whistles of the cars were intertwined along with the pedestrians. Suzayo walked on the street and held a map in his hand. He had already arrived in the 14th district. Although he wanted to go to the coffee shop named Antique, he decided to give up, considering the strength of the manager of Antique. There was no need to play with the store manager. The manager was different from Takatuki-sen, although they all were SSS-class ghouls. The manager's combat skills were much stronger than Takatuki-sen, however, because he was old. The store manager's combat power somewhat decreased. Instead of going to find the store manager, it was better to expel ghouls in the 14th district. Soon, Suzayo found the branch of CCG in the 14th district. He was now a 3rd-class investigator, so he walked directly into the branch. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning. There were many search officers in the branch. The strange face of Suzayo had attracted the attention of many search officers. These guys were very sensitive. They belonged to the investigator's occupational disease. "Excuse me, where is Mr. Shinohara Yukinori?" Suzayo came to the front desk of the branch, and in the front desk was a young female receptionist. "Are you looking for Mr. Shinohara Yukinori?" The reception showed a professional smile and a mild attitude. "I am the new 3rd-class investigator, by Akuya, and I am here to report for duty today." Suzayo took out the certificate and handed it to the female receptionist. After confirming the documents, the female receptionist made a call first. "Mr. Byakuya, hello. Mr. Shinohara Yukinori is in his office on the 12th floor. You should go quickly because Mr. Shinohara Yukinori is going out soon." Suzayo took the certificate, took the elevator, and went straight to the 12th floor. The person in charge of the branch of CCG in the 14th district was the special search officer Shinohara Yukinori. Suzayo had seen him in the original story. He was a flat-headed middle-aged uncle who was modest and very easy to get along with. "Dong, dong, dong, please come in." Suzayo pushed the door of the office, and Shinohara Yukinori in the office was sorting out his quink, which he prepared to go out. "It's very early, Byakuya 3rd class." Shinohara Yukinori put down the quink in his hand while sitting at his desk and indicating to Suzayo to sit. Shinohara Yukinori began to look through documents. "Let me see, found it. Shirakawa's family, 20 years old, started practicing from childhood. Combat Power SSS+. Shinohara Yukinori looked at Suzayo with amazement and looked at the documents in his hands carefully. He suspected that he was wrong. He had only heard that he had to transfer a very strong third-class search officer, but he did not expect the person's power was SSS+. It seemed that the identity of the third-class search officer had induced the judgment of Shinohara Yukinori. Hello, Mr. Shinohara Yukinori. Shinohara Yukinori's eyes were still moving between Suzayo and the files in his hand. He could hardly imagine that Suzayo's not-so-strong figure actually had the power of SSS+. Hello, Byakuya, but before you officially serve, you need to conduct a combat assessment. No problem, when will it start? The main task 2's time limit was 20 days, which made Suzayo's nerves relax. Judging from the difficulty of the ghoul world, his current strength was not the strongest, but it was not weak. Being transmitted to this kind of not-too-difficult world may have a certain intention of the Reincarnation Paradise. Reincarnation Paradise used the One Piece world to test whether he was qualified to become a hunter, and now the ghoul's world was the reward from Reincarnation Paradise. After Suzayo asked, Shinohara Yukinori considered it. You can be assessed here. After that, Shinohara Yukinori took off his suit and moved his arms. Suzayo understood the meaning of Shinohara Yukinori. He wanted to fight with him. He only believed things he sees with his eyes. I am ready. Come on. Suzayo's eyes suddenly sharpened because it was an assessment of strength. Shinohara Yukinori did not use Quink. Suzayo did not use Dragon Flash as well. The office was not big. Suzayo rushed to the front of Shinohara Yukinori in a few steps, using the 13 points of agility attributes, which made his figure somewhat difficult to be detected. Shinohara Yukinori quickly raised his fists to his front. Suzayo's current power had already made Shinohara Yukinori secretly scared. Suzayo said nothing and punched the arm of Shinohara Yukinori. Boom! Shinohara Yukinori could not help but retreat for 2 steps. His arm was full of pain. What a heavy punch. When Shinohara Yukinori retreated, Suzayo's punched. Shinohara's shoulders and arms were quickly smashed. However, as a special search officer, Shinohara Yukinori was not a weak person. After being smashed by Suzayo for a few rounds, Shinohara Yukinori gave a big sigh, and his thick arm attacked with the intent to make Suzayo retreat. The two of them clashed. Suzayo's style was elegant and flexible, but each shot was very heavy. Shinohara Yukinori was steady, preferring to get a few more laps and not revealing the key points. Boom, boom, boom. The dull blows spread, and both of them were more and braver, so they couldn't help but be serious when they were fighting. Suzayo's foot swept toward Shinohara Yukinori's chest, and the latter moved. He was able to escape this kick. Shinohara Yukinori had escaped, but Suzayo's attack hit the corner of the desk next to them. Pala. The table corner was directly kicked, and Shinohara Yukinori's mouth was pumping, but he became more aggressive. Being a special search officer of CCG, there is no such thing as a weak guy. It took great courage to fight with powerful ghouls. After Suzayo kicked the table corner, there was a sudden cry in the distance. This voice interrupted the fighting between Suzayo and Shinohara Yukinori, and both of them looked at the source of sound at the same time. In Suzayo's sight was a teenager with white hair. From the appearance, it was more like a girl, a white face, a petite body, and a neutral dress. Suzuya, are you okay? Shinohara Yukinori went to the teen and looked at him with concern. There was a bruise on his forehead, which was hit by the table corner kicked by Suzayo. Nothing, Mr. Shinohara. Why did you stop? I haven't seen enough. The person named Juzo Suzuya was a subordinate of Shinohara Yukinori. In other words, Shinohara Yukinori was not only the boss of Juzo Suzuya but also his guardian. He's even taking care of Juzo Suzuya's daily life. Although Juzo Suzuya looked like a woman, he is a male, and currently talking about gender was no in front of him. Juzo Suzuya was raised by ghouls, and the one raised him was called Big Madam, who is an SS-class ghoul. Big Madam was a pedophile and masochistic. Juzo Suzuya looked like a girl when he was a child, but as he grew elder, his original feminine face began to change. This change was not tolerated by the Big Madam, so she cruelly crushed Juzo Suzuya's penis, stopping his hormones from transforming him more into a guy. In a subsequent raid by CCG, they accidentally rescued Juzo Suzuya, so Juzo Suzuya became Ghoul's investigator. The misfortune of childhood made his personality somewhat weird, lazy, lack of basic cognition, a combination of abuse and sadism. After looking at his wounds, Shinohara Yukinori found that he was really fine. It's okay, this is a new colleague, Byakuya, say hello. Shinohara Yukinori moved sideways, indicating Juzo Suzuya to say hello to Suzayo. Hello, my name is Juzo Suzuya, can I cut you? The strange greeting of Juzo Suzuya made Shinohara Yukinori a little helpless. This child is not malicious, but there was no basic common sense. Oh, kids. Hey, hello, everyone is a colleague. You have to get along with each other, Suzuya. You can't say hello to your colleagues like this. Shinohara Yukinori blocked between the two and began to instill basic knowledge to Juzo Suzuya. For a person who didn't even have basic common sense, Suzayo certainly won't make something big out of it. However, if there was a chance, he will definitely clean up this kid in the future. Is it? I got it, sorry. Juzo Suzuya laughed, and he was in a contradictory character compared to before as he apologized to Suzayo. Mr. Shinohara, is the test over? Shinohara Yukinori moves numb arms and nodded. It's over, you are now officially a CCG investigator. Shinohara Yukinori looked serious. Being an investigator is a responsibility. Protecting ordinary people and expelling those ghouls is our primary responsibility. For this, we may have to sacrifice, but we will not hesitate. The heated speech began. Suzayo did not show impatience despite listening in boredom. That's all. If you are mentally prepared, you can now perform the task, but the third-class investigator cannot act alone and needs to be protected by the superior investigator. Suzayo lightly coughed. Mr. Shinohara, who do you think can protect me? Shinohara Yukinori laughed and shook his head. It's the rules. I can do it alone. It is nothing more than ghouls. What matters is completing the task. The process is not important. After hesitating for a long time, Shinohara Yukinori nodded. Suzayo did not need the protection of the superior investigator. Suzayo protecting superior investigators was more reasonable. In this case, I will give you clues about the ghouls now. Shinohara Yukinori went to his desk and handed Suzayo a document. Suzayo looked at its content, which was very trivial. Strange sounds in the sewer, underwear was burned, female students who were prostitutes are missing, and so on. This is our daily work, and ghouls are very shrewd, especially in the 14th district, which is not stable. It was not easy to chase ghouls. Most of the ghouls in the 14th area were hidden among ordinary people. In addition to predation, they won't reveal their true bodies. They only need to pray 1 or 2 times a month to maintain their body's needs. To get rid of ghouls, the most important thing to do is to find them. For Suzayo, most of the difficulty of killing ghouls was to find them, and things will become simple after finding them. Now the information on your hand should be about a ghoul. Find him and kill him. Shinohara Yukinori looked serious, and there was a killing intent in his eyes. No problem. Suzayo turned away from the office. Although there was still plenty of time, he didn't want to waste time. Byakuya, remember to go to the logistics department to get some tools. Those tools are very useful. Suzayo took a step, then nodded and left. It's a cold colleague again. Hey, what a headache. After Shinohara Yukinori sat at his desk, he gently pressed his forehead and looked up to see the smirk of Juzo Suzuya. His began hurting even more. Suzayo came to the logistics department and received many tools after presenting the documents. An hour later, Suzayo arrived alone in a park and sat on a bench by the road. The park was covered with trees, the breeze blew, leaves rustled, and the midday sun was scorching hot. Because of the hot weather, the people in the park felt very good as the cold breeze passed from time to time. Suzayo was sitting in the shadow of the trees, feeling the cool breeze. The information given by Shinohara Yukinori was not detailed, but there were general goals. There were more than a dozen cases of disappearance in half a year. It all happened in this park. CCG has a clear division of labor, and ordinary investigators were responsible for finding clues, and those investigators were not good at fighting. When the clues were fairly clear, it was possible that after encountering the ghouls, the superior investigators will personally look for them with their subordinates to avoid unnecessary casualties of ordinary investigators. Even so, 5 ordinary investigators had disappeared in this park. Shinohara Yukinori was leaving previously to come to this park for inspection. Suzayo paid attention to the passing pedestrians. There was no gain for a long time, but he was not in a hurry. According to the information given by Shinohara Yukinori, there had been no case of disappearances in the park for 2 weeks. That ghoul will appear soon because here is the place for the ghoul to prey. Some of the ghoul's moves were similar to beasts, such as the camp's territories. Because of the competition for the territory, 2 ghouls may also fight. In less than 3 days, this ghoul will appear, and this ghoul may not be a low-grade one. He won't be lower than a class. Most of the deaths of ghouls were due to the inability to refrain from eating and were eventually discovered by the investigators. Success and patience were inseparable. Suzayo sat on the bench in the park and silently waited. Time slipped by in a flash, and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A soothing sound of music came from afar. School. Suzayo looked at a building in the distance. After half an hour, the number of pedestrians in the park gradually increased. They were some high school students who had just left school. Most of the species will prey at night, so Suzayo was going to spend the night here. Brother, why do you sit here alone? Are you lonely? A female high school student in a school uniform sat next to Suzayo. A female high school student wearing a sexy top, a black short skirt, and black stockings revealing her slender legs. Suzayo was stunned. Did he meet the legendary prostitute female students? It was an unexpected beginning. Silence. Oh, what a boring guy. She found that Suzayo ignored her, and the female high school student got up and walked away. As night fell, the street of the park lighted up. Suzayo had been observing for an afternoon, and he was hungry. When he was about to get up and go to have dinner, he suddenly heard a short scream. The scream was very short, only for a moment, but he sharply captured it. Suzayo immediately got up and hurried to the sound source. The sound came from the corner of the park, not far from him. After rushing to the location of the source of the sound, Suzayo glanced around, but there was nothing. Don't talk about people around, not even a ghost. He heard a scream earlier. He will never get it wrong, so something must have happened here. After a careful inspection, Suzayo found a few drops of blood on the edge of a flower bed and half of a broken nail. Some blood stained his fingers. The blood was cold, but it did not solidify yet, which means that the blood was still fresh. Kaz, the sound of tearing the flesh came in the forest not far away. Suzayo quietly entered the forest, and a cruel scene came into his view. The victim, who could not be seen clearly, was kneeling on the ground with a ghoul on top. It should be a good thing to find a ghoul, but Suzayo frowned. The ghoul in front of him was not strong, probably only B-class, and this barbaric predation method was unlikely to escape the investigation of the ordinary investigators. Suzayo guessed the matter roughly from the appearance of ghouls eating. This may not be the territory of this ghoul, but this ghoul was so hungry that it could only choose to take risks. Wild dog who allows you to hunt in my territory, do you want to die? A crisp female voice came from the woods, and at the same time a very thin Kagyun waved toward the ghoul who was eating. Snigger. Its head flew up before the ghoul talked. The ghoul that was eating was beheaded, and his face was full of fear. The master of the Kagyun came out of the trees. After Suzayo saw the appearance of the person, he was shocked. The person was surprisingly the female high school student who he saw in the morning. She was surprisingly a ghoul. Suzayo stood behind a big tree. The female high school student ghoul began to deal with the bodies on the scene. He had to say that the female high school student is very skilled. First, she cleaned up the high blood on the ground and then dragged the two bodies on the ground. Snigger. The sound of swallowing water came, and the female high school student stared at the human body in front of her, and the hunger in her belly made her feel pain. This is the last time. I won't eat raw meat in the future. I am not a beast. The female high school student's hand reached the body and blood stained her white hand. Are you going to eat in front of me? Suzayo walked out from the trunk. Didn't know why, the female high school student's body trembled and her red eyes in the Kagyun disappeared at the same time. The hands that were stained with blood were hidden behind her, and she wiped it quickly and looked nervous. Who are you? Why are you here? CCG Third-Class Investigator by Akuya. Dragon Flash appeared in Suzayo's hand, and the bright blade flashed a touch of coldness under the moonlight. CCG's investigator this day finally arrived. Female high school students bowed her head and her hands hidden behind her hang down, and the blood on the palms were not wiped clean. Her Kagyun and the red eye reappeared. The Kagyun of this ghoul is Baikaku, which is at the end of the spine. There were two Baikaku which were only as thick as a finger. Have you seen my face? My name is Chinatsu. The person will kill you. The delicate face of Chinatsu became distorted. This ghoul was still somewhat human, but she was still a ghoul. This park was your territory. With your previous actions, you should have tempted males. What about those missing female students? Suzayo's problem directly provoked Chinatsu. Those sluts sold their bodies for a little money, and they have a human identity. Why don't they find someone they like and live quietly? Yes, I am jealous of them. They are human beings. I always tear them apart every time I see them, then cook them. Most of the ghouls, because of devouring humans for a long time, their hearts had some distortions. After all, there was only a little difference between humans and ghouls. Suzayo understood the cause of the incident. The kind of ghoul he was looking for was Chinatsu in front of him. Give you 10 seconds to leave your last words. Chinatsu was stunned and looked at Suzayo funnily. You are just a third-class investigator, and you want to let me leave last words. Just relying on the broken sword in your hand. That thing can't hurt me. What wonderful words. After that, Suzayo took the sword and rushed forward. Fight, scream, cry. Minute later, the forest was quiet, and Chinatsu was lying on the ground full of blood. The Kagyun on her back was cut off, and the two arms disappeared. It hurts. I didn't even know death will be so painful. No wonder those prey will scream very loudly. There were tears in her eyes. She was only a ghoul between the A and S classes. Are you going to kill me? Suzayo did not make a sound, stood by the side of Chinatsu and raised the dragon flash in his hand. Living as a ghoul, is it really wrong? Haha, eating raw people will be met with revenge. It has nothing to do with me. This is just a task. Goodbye. The longsword fell and the blood splashed. You killed the S-class ghoul, Chinatsu. Chinatsu is a common ghoul, gaining 0.5 of the world source, and now you have a total of 5.7 of the world source. Your talent as a hunter is activated, permanently adding 7 points of mana. You currently have 170 mana. You got 40 points CCG contribution points. Although Chinatsu was an S-class ghoul, she did not drop a treasure chest. This was not surprising. The gap of strength between Chinatsu and Suzayo was too great. It could be seen from the source of the world. Chinatsu has no influence on the plot. The reason why Gecko could drop the green treasure chest was not because he was strong, it was because of the close relationship with the original story. Suzayo took out the CCG's special telephone dialing and explained the situation to the branch in the 14th district, then hanged up the phone. They didn't need him to deal with the rest. CCG will send someone to deal with the body. When the Kakuhu of Chinatsu was taken out, he could get some contribution points. Of course, he could also keep this Kakuhu and spend the contribution points to make Chinatsu's Kakuhu into a quink. The quink made by S Kakuhu should be only white equipment, so Suzayo chose to hand over to the Kakuhu and get 10 contribution points. In this way, Suzayo's contribution points will allow him to be promoted. Third-class investigator contribution value 50-50, promote to the next class, yes-no. Choosing to be promoted, his position did not change, and the Reincarnation Paradise gave him a hint. Waiting for feedback from the CCG General Administration, estimated time, 3 hours. Promoting a position could be done not only by choosing to upgrade, but it also needed confirmation from the CCG General Administration. With the influence of the Reincarnation Paradise, it was a certain matter that he will be upgraded to the second-class investigator. If there was no Reincarnation Paradise, it might take several years for Suzayo to be promoted to a superior investigator. This had nothing to do with the number of ghouls he kills. It was a matter of qualifications. Now that there was the influence of the Reincarnation Paradise, the qualifications issue had been abandoned. Suzayo only needed to hunt and kill lots amount of ghouls. Even so, it was not easy to reach the superior investigator rank. There were 6 levels of CCG investigators, from low to high: third-class investigator, second-class investigator, first-class investigator, superior investigator, quasi-special investigator, and special investigator. The third class was the weakest, and the special was the strongest. When Suzayo returned to the branch of the 14th district, Shinohara Yukinori took the initiative to find Suzayo. The way things go is like this. In short, the ghoul has been killed. Is there other kinds of things that need to be explained? Suzayo described the passage of the matter, and Shinohara Yukinori nodded. You have killed an S-class ghoul on your own. I have already reported to the General Administration. If there is no accident, you should be able to get promoted to a second-class investigator. After all, with your ability, the third class is too weak. No, second class is also a bit weak, but if there are no certain merits, the General Administration will not promote you. Suzayo did not say anything, he just wanted to continue finding ghouls. The current situation was that, except for him, all the contractors were classified into the ghouls camp. That was to say, the target 12,470 he needed to hunt was also in the ghouls camp. Looking at the 2 tasks of the main task 1.2, the main task 3 afterward was very likely to be a confrontational task. Otherwise, it was not necessary to divide the 2 camps and open the balance mechanism. Since this is the case, then Shinohara Yukinori, may I ask you to provide me some more places to find ghouls? It was definitely a great benefit to complete the main task 2 earlier. Well, this is also a solution, but what you need now is rest. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Moreover, I have something to ask you tomorrow morning, or more like that Mr. Curio has something to do with you. Suzayo had some doubts, but he did not ask more. After saying goodbye to Shinohara Yukinori, he came to the dormitory allocated to him by the CCG branch of the 14th district, and the location was on the 16th floor of the branch, 11th district. As the old nest of Aogiri trees, the 11th district was now almost a restricted area for human beings. The Aogiri tree repeatedly attacked the CCG branch of the 11th district, resulting in the weak human's influence over the 11th district. Only some civilians were scattered and lived in the vicinity of the CCG branch of the 11th district. These civilians were not able to leave, they were trapped. Ghouls in 11th district trapped them there as an emergency food. No one can freely enter or exit the 11th district except for the powerful investigators. Ghouls lived here, their human flesh supply all depended on import, showing how dangerous the 11th district is. At this time, in a rotten building on the suburb of the 11th district, more than 20 humans gathered here. These 20 people were not one group. They were divided into 3 groups. Each group had more or less 6 people. These were the contractors of the ghouls camp. Cold fish, don't talk nonsense. The balance mechanism is just because CCG is now stronger than Aogiri tree. As a freaking strong contractor, you don't need to build an enmity with me here. An anxious young man with short red hair and a grumpy look was watching Cold Fish. Cold Fish smiled coldly and shook his head. If Hot wasn't a fire sorcerer, he wouldn't take the initiative to join this group. Don't think that I took the initiative to find you for an alliance, you can't be arrogant. The scepter in the hand of the Cold Fish was on the ground, and a layer of thin ice under his feet gradually spread out. The Cold Fish was also a sorcerer, but he was the ice sorcerer. His ability was not strong, but he was good at control. If we're not in the same camp, I will kill you now." The short wand in the hands of the fire, a heat wave spread. A large piece of flame appeared around Hot's body. The hot momentum made Cold Fish changed his face. "This feeling, have you found a wand that fits your attribute?" The Cold Fish looked at the short wand in Hot's hand. The short wand was very silly, like a fire stick. At the top position was a red crystal. The red crystal seemed to have a flame burning inside of it. Hot stared at the scepter of the Cold Fish. "This baby, I spent a total of 14,000 paradise coins, which is the total income of the two worlds, but also the cost of bringing people along." Hot's face was full of pain, but there was some excitement as well. Lucky guy. Cold Fish was full of envy. Shaking his head, Cold Fish took out a small camera from the storage space and threw it at Hot. After catching up the small camera, Hot's face suddenly changed. In the small camera, the process of Suzayo killing Gecko and Kamishiro Rise was recorded. Although Hot's temperament was violent, he was not without brains. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to gather a temporary group with 10 people. "Let's be allies, Cold Fish. We must cooperate in this derivative world. Otherwise, we will be killed by that pervert, killing S-class ghouls. Fuck, how can this guy enter the ghouls' world? This guy should at least be LV 7 or above. I will provide information as a show of goodwill." The third part of the main task was a confrontation task. This was the information I bought for 400 paradise coins. The Cold Fish was relieved, and if they were in Hot's group, they might still have a chance. Suzayo didn't know about this. Although he guessed that the third link of the main mission was a confrontation, it was only based on the speculation of the previous missions. Early in the morning, Suzayo came to the office of Shinohara Yukinori, who said last night that he was needed him today. "Have you had breakfast?" Shinohara Yukinori stood up and greeted Suzayo with enthusiasm. Suzayo was shocked. Shinohara Yukinori's attitude was too enthusiastic. "Not yet." "That's just right, let's go to a small shop nearby. It's good. Although the breakfast provided by the branch has balanced nutrition, the taste is now." Suzayo could be sure that this person needed his help for something. "It's my treat," Shinohara Yukinori said. He was sure of it. Suzayo nodded, followed Shinohara Yukinori, and came to a small shop. The shop was not big, but it was very lively. The seats were already taken by a lot of guests. The aroma of the food in the store made Suzayo's stomach act, and hunger emerged. "Here." Shinohara Yukinori found a 4-seat table, indicating that Suzayo should sit opposite to him as he ordered several plats. While eating, Suzayo did not move and looked at Shinohara Yukinori. "Shinohara, this breakfast is really unexpected abundant." Shinohara Yukinori found that Suzayo had no reaction. He chuckled and signaled to Suzayo that he didn't need to be polite. "We will eat first, she will come soon." Suzayo didn't make a sound and started to have breakfast. "Byakuya, the ghoul that was killed last night, has been sent to the headquarters. The headquarters has made an exception to raise you to a second-class investigator. This is your new certificate." Suzayo put down half of the snacks and took the documents. "Hint, the hunter is promoted to second-class investigator. Your contribution points till the next promotion is 5,400. Suzayo did not need qualifications to upgrade his position, but needed to expel more ghouls. The contribution value of 400, probably need to kill 2 to 3 S-class ghouls. The difficulty could be imagined. It was more difficult to get the promotion from the first-class investigator to a superior one. According to normal circumstances, the main task 2 should not be so difficult, mainly because Suzayo stayed in the CCG camp alone. According to normal circumstances, there will be more than 10 ordinary contractors on the CCG side. If more than 10 ordinary contractors share the contribution points, each person only needs to contribute 30 points to increase the value to become the first-class investigator. But Suzayo was alone in a camp, so the task of more than 10 people must be completed by him, so this kind of difficulty is born. Most of the places in the 14th districts were very peaceful, and it was difficult for Suzayo to hunt and kill. If he is assigned to the 1st to 4th districts, the difficulty of the mission will decrease vertically. The density of ghouls in the 1st to the 4th district was very large, and it had reached the point where ordinary people could not survive there. The ghouls there were all dependent on each other to survive, so there are many strong ghouls in the 1st to 4th districts. According to the normal situation, the S-class was the limit of the ghouls, and if they want to continue to become stronger, they can only increase the concentration of RC cells in their bodies by eating other ghouls. D-classes were kind of children to ghouls, and C-class could use Kagyun, but its strength was weak. B-classes were common ghouls, hiding within human society. A class belonged to the elite within the ghouls' forces. S-class was a minority of talent. As for those higher than S, they could only rely on eating each other. The strength of ghouls didn't grow by training, but through eating, constantly consuming other similar species. Thinking of this, Suzayo bit the snack in his hand. "Sorry, I'm late." When Suzayo thought, a beautiful woman was sitting next to him. The pale yellow blonde hair was bunched up, and a black female suit made the beauty's skin look extraordinarily white and delicate. The black stockings were highlighting her two sexy legs. Let me introduce, this is Mado Akira, your future subordinates. Shinohara Yukinori looked at Suzayo with a smile, and the gaze seemed to say how eloquent he was to let such a beautiful woman be Suzayo's subordinate. I got it, I have no opinion, but Suzayo looked up at Shinohara Yukinori. She may die soon, and I am currently preparing to enter a high-density location of ghouls, such as West Street District. Hearing that Suzayo did not refuse, Shinohara Yukinori smiled, but when he heard the West Street District, and Shinohara's smile disappeared immediately. West Street District. There is a symmetry area in the 14th District. There are so many S-class ghouls that people can't imagine. Byakuya, are you sure you want to go? Yes, if it is someone else, Shinohara will never agree, but Suzayo's strength made him have nothing to say. Akira, it seems that I have to give you another boss. Shinohara Yukinori looked to the side at Mado Akira. Shinohara, I have no problem. As an investigator, I am already ready for everything, even going to the West Street District. Mado Akira straightened her body, and her tone was very firm. She also glanced at Suzayo. Don. Shinohara Yukinori tapped the table with his index finger and dialed the phone in his arms. The phone called Mado Curio, and Shinohara Yukinori only said a few words and hang up the phone. Curio, this guy, well, you will follow Byakuya temporarily. Although you are also a second-class investigator, you have to follow the command of Byakuya. Byakuya, when are you going to West Street? It seemed that Shinohara Yukinori also intended to let Suzayo go to the West Street District, where the mutual eating of ghouls was very serious and urgently needed to be cleaned up. I'm going now. Let's go, mascot. The mascot in Suzayo's word was Mado Akira. According to the original information, Mado Akira's strength was ordinary. As for the life and death of Mado Akira in the West Street District, it depended on God's will. When Mado Akira heard the name mascot, she was really stunned and pointed at herself. Seeing this scene, Shinohara Yukinori had no choice but to smile, indicating that Mado Akira had to follow Suzayo. A black car was driving on the road. Mado Akira was driving. Suzayo was in the co-pilot and closed his eyes. They were heading to the West Street District. What are your plans for going to West Street District, Byakuya? What do I need to do? Mado Akira looked seriously and her chest was up. After arriving at the West Street District, we kill. This simple and rude plan obviously shocked Mado Akira. The big beautiful woman stepped on the gas pedal, almost chasing the front car, quite a female driver's demeanor. Then what do I need to do? After calming down her emotions, Mado Akira asked the second question. You can just be beautiful. Suzayo's calm look made Mado Akira angry. These kinds of ghouls will not covet my beauty. Suzayo chuckled and looked at Mado Akira. Don't worry, you have a very important role. Without you, my plan is unlikely to succeed. 2 seconds ago, Suzayo thought of a plan. Mado Akira was suddenly aware of Suzayo's gaze. She had the idea of turning around and running. Then can you share your plan? Suzayo's mouth was lightly picked and he shook his head. No, if you understand the situation, it may affect the plan. Mado Akira felt bitter as she vented it and stepped on the gas pedal. In the unstable mood of Mado Akira, these two came to the West Street District, this cruel area. After arriving at the West Street District, Suzayo did not get off immediately. Mado Akira, do you know the specific information of the West Street District? Although there were a variety of ghouls eating each other in the West Street District, there were also some civilians living nearby. Of course, after I was assigned to the 14th District, I learned more about this place. Mado Akira looked for a while in the car and found a file bag. 14th District, Nakano District. This area was popular for ghouls eating each other, and most of the ghouls are hidden among ordinary people. Here, there are various kinds of ghouls forces, which are social places between ghouls, and there are many kinds of ghouls information agents. Suzayo lit a cigarette and listened to Mado Akira quietly. Opening the window, Suzayo exhaled the smoke. Byakuya, please don't smoke. There are more than 4,000 kinds of chemicals materials in cigarettes. 60 of them are very harmful to the body: nicotine, tobacco tar, carbon monoxide, irritating compounds. And secondhand smoke can affect my skin. The smoke smell was lingering. Suzayo spoke. Can you find a bar called Helter Skelter? It should be nearby. Mado Akira sighed helplessly. No problem. Taking out a small computer, she started looking at the nearby map. Found it just. When Mado Akira had not finished her words, Suzayo suddenly got up and looked at a pedestrian on the street. Ghouls. Suzayo's sharp eyes surprised Mado Akira. What? Mado Akira was looking at Suzayo. She did not believe that Suzayo could distinguish them by sight. Suzayo got off the car and walked behind a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked tired. It seemed like an office worker who was not in a good business while carrying a bag in his hand. Byakuya, wait for me. Mado Akira carried a suitcase. She quickly followed Suzayo. Can you tell me, how did you judge that man to be a ghoul? Intuition. The middle-aged man turned and walked into an alley, and Suzayo quickly followed. Intuition. There was some doubt in her eyes. Looking at Suzayo's back, her mind was not only confused, but she also questioned whether he was all right or not. The middle-aged person was still moving slowly in the dark and humid alleys. Stop. Suzaro's voice with chill came from behind the middle-aged man. You are? The middle-aged man looked at Suzaro with a confused look and glanced around. Don't pack the human flesh in a bag next time, the blood will leak. Suzaro's words made the middle-aged man's face change. It's none of your business. Are you really looking for death? The expression of the middle-aged man suddenly became fierce, and his red eye appeared as he quickly rushed to Suzayo. The ghoul in front of him was not strong, only about B-class. Suzayo did not even take Dragon Flash out. The middle-aged man rushed to Suzayo in a few steps, punching his head with a fist. His movements were stiff, and his speed was very slow. This kind of attack Suzayo did not have the interest to avoid. His left leg was lifted up fiercely. Suzayo kicked on the lower abdomen of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suffered because of the pain. The whole body was kicked into a V shape and spit out a large amount of sour water. The middle-aged man's posture at this time just put his head into the front of Suzayo. Suzayo used his arms to circle the neck of the middle-aged man. He tightened his arms and reined it. Loosen up, you. Just as Suzayo reined the middle-aged man's neck, Mato Akira quickly ran into the alley. Kaba. The bones were broken and the crispy sound came. The middle-aged man's body suddenly became soft. Suzayo released his arm and the body of the middle-aged man fell to the ground. Asked someone to clean up. Suzayo walked by Mato Akira. Mato Akira was surprised to see the dead ghoul. This made Mato Akira suspect. Can people really find out ghouls by instinct? Suzayo returned to the car. He didn't know why. After unintentionally seeing the middle-aged man, he suddenly felt that the person was a ghoul. At that time, the bag in person's hand was bleeding, which was what happened afterwards. Suzayo secretly guessed that this may be related to his attribute's improvement. While the attribute was improving, he felt that his body had changed a lot. The body shape had not changed, but the muscles of the whole body were obviously more firm and powerful. Before entering the reincarnation paradise, Suzayo practiced the sword skills for a long time every day. Unscientific training caused him some damage on the wrist of his right hand, and it hurt every day when he trained. But now the old wounds on his wrists were basically healed. It did not take a long time to heal completely. Mato Akira also returned to the car. This time she looked at Suzayo's eyes differently. Byakuya, where are we going? Helter Skelter Bar. The car started and 5 minutes later, they came to the front of the Helter Skelter Bar. Wait for me in the car. Suzayo got off the car and left Mato Akira alone. The Helter Skelter Bar was opened by a woman ghoul named Itori. Although Suzayo did not know the specific location here, he knew that it was a small information center. He did not come to kill Itori, but came here to inquire about information. Itori was an SS-class ghoul. According to normal conditions, Suzayo will not let her go, but Itori had more important uses. An information dealer who knew the ghouls was far more valuable than a treasure case, so you could get more treasure cases through Itori. Walking into the bar, Suzayo didn't find any guests because it was daytime. The bar was retro style. The walls on all sides were not decorated. It looked dark yellow. The whole bar had no windows, but there was a lamp on the bar, so the bar was a little dim. Welcome, some lazy female voices came from behind the bar, and Suzayo sat in front of the bar. Guest, what do you want to drink? Itori stood behind the bar. Her long orange hair looked particularly conspicuous in the dim bar, which was the most vivid color in the whole bar. Itori seemed to be calm, but in fact she was very vigilant. As a reporter, Suzayo's appearance was immediately recognized by Itori. Paying attention to her eyes, Suzayo knew that things were much easier to handle. Answer my question, I am not looking for trouble. Itori stepped back a few steps and kept a safe distance from Suzayo. The third-class investigator, Byakuya, and monster-level humans who fought with Ito. The bar was in quiet, and neither of them spoke. The ability of Itori to inquire about information made Suzayo feel surprised. The person knowing about Takatuki-sen was normal, but the person surprisingly knew that he had joined CCG. Say, what do you want to ask? Itori sighed and chose to give in. Where is the mutual eating zone of 14th District? Just here, West Street. Itori picked up the glass around herself. The glass contained half a cup of dark red liquid which looked like red wine. In fact, it was human blood. The taste bud structure of ghouls was different from that of human beings. After eating human food, they will feel like vomiting. Even if it was a drink, it was impossible for ghouls to drink it. Apart from water and coffee, all human foods could not be eaten normally. The specific location of the West Street District, the more specific will be better. Suzayo had been somewhat impatient. Don't show such a terrible expression. Okay, well, after 9 p.m. every night, the central location of the West Street District is the most serious area of mutual eating. Itori did not hesitate too much and sold out other ghouls. Knowing the specific situation, Suzayo left the bar, and he already thought of the way to complete the task quickly. If it goes well, no more than a week, he can complete the main task too. What is the picture of mutual eating? I'm really looking forward to it. At night, the moon was high into the sky. 14th District, the center of the West Street District. Here was notorious for the whole city of Tokyo, and whenever night fell, it will become a small place for ghouls to gather. The ghouls that gathered here were all thugs. Their purpose was very simple. They were killing each other and eating each other. They stood out among many other ghouls. The status between ghouls was nothing but strength. The current time was around 8:30 in the evening, and shadows flashed from time to time on both sides of the street. Most of the ghouls had begun to gather eagerly. A man and a woman were walking along the street. Compared with those sneaky ghouls, the two didn't think about hiding. By Akuya, is this really not a problem? Mato Akira held the suitcase, wearing a black uniform, and glanced around slightly nervous. Ha, Suzayo yawned. No problem, I will act by the plan. Unlike the nervous Mato Akira, Suzayo looked casual. By Akuya, I always had a question. Okay, where is your quink? We may have to fight with ghouls later. Suzayo did not have quink. He preferred to use Dragon Flash compared to quink. I don't need quink. When Mato Akira heard Suzayo's words, she suddenly stopped and looked at Suzayo with confusion. You don't need a quink. The voice of Mato Akira was obviously higher, and she even seemed to have some doubt about life. Come on, Akira, you can just stand here. Suzayo patted on Mato Akira's shoulder, then leaped forward in few steps and jumped on the top of a second floor of the street, disappearing in the night. By Akuya-sama, a quink in Mato Akira's hands almost fell to the ground. She vaguely guessed Suzayo's plan. She was now the bait. As a second-class investigator, Mato Akira at most can kill B-class to A-class ghouls. If she encounters the A-class ghoul, she may not be able to win. She felt like being stripped down and thrown into the ice by Suzayo. When Mato Akira just wanted to run, several pairs of red eyes appeared in the darkness around. 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 ghouls. She's gonna die. If Suzayo does not save Mato Akira, she will absolutely die. Mato Akira pressed the button on the handle of the suitcase and her quink appeared. It was a kind of weapon-like whip called a maze. Ghoul's investigator. How can an investigator appear here? It's okay to kill her. Now is not the mutual eating time yet. I haven't eaten an investigator before. Didn't know why there were no fights amongst these ghouls, and their mutual eating surprisingly had a certain time. It seemed that the situation in the West Street District was definitely not a spontaneous organization. There seemed to be a power that maintained the place. Otherwise, these ghouls will never start killing each other until 9 o'clock. This should be a sort of selecting method. After standing out among many ghouls, that ghoul could join a certain force. Come, this woman is not strong, she isn't dangerous. The more ghouls gathered from the original few ghouls to more than a dozen ghouls. Mato Akira's heart had already become cold, and now she had no chance to escape. It seems to work well. Suzayo's voice came from the roof beside the street. When Mato Akira heard Suzayo's voice, she was really relieved, but she still had no some idea what will happen. Can this new CCG investigator really handle this amounts of ghouls? Although she heard that he was very strong. Who are you? Are you an investigator? The dozen of ghouls surrounding Mato Akira watched Suzayo vigilantly. Suzayo gave them a different feeling from Mato Akira. It was a feeling of a natural enemy. Suzayo had already held Dragon Flash and jumped from the top of a few meters high roofs and landed smoothly. 14 ghouls can be solved in 5 minutes. Suzayo walked slowly toward the ghouls, and his footsteps became faster and faster and eventually turned into a blur. 2 of them were witty. They found something wrong immediately and they turned around to run. The remaining 12 ghouls were facing Suzayo. 10 Rinkekus and Baikakus hit Suzayo. At this moment, Suzayo was almost wrapped up by Kagyun. Seeing this scene, Mato Akira was shocked. She held quink rushed to an A-class ghoul. This was already the best ability of Mato Akira. Even if it was an A-class ghoul, she might not be able to cope with it. Dark red Kagyun wrapped Suzayo, and the bright sword light crossed in the night. Suzayo opened Chingang Ying. 2 mana points were consumed per minute. The 10 Kagyuns were instantly cut off, and the broken Kagyuns turned into a red mist and dissipated in the air. The ghouls that had their Kagyuns cut off made a scream, and some looked at Suzayo with fear. Suzayo quickly rushed to the front of an A-class ghoul. Dragon Flash left a light blue-white line in the air. A skull rose to the sky. Just a face-to-face, the ghoul died in Suzayo's sword, a crisp and clean kill in seconds. Suzayo's rapid steps did not stop, and when he moved, he rushed to a nearby ghoul. Perhaps the partner died too quick. This ghoul was actually stunned in the same place. After a second, the ghoul turned to run. Stupid. Suzayo's black eyes seemed to be shining. It was undoubtedly the most stupid behavior to escape while fighting and turning your back at the enemy, and it was no different from sending yourself to die. Snigger. Dragon Flash cut through the heart of running ghoul. Suzayo held the handle with both hands, and the strength attribute of 13 points made it easy for him to pick up the ghoul, and then threw it at another ghoul who was running. With a snigger, the ghoul rolled on the ground. When the ghoul wanted to get up, a sleek sword light came to its sight. First, there was a humming sound in his ears, and then the ghoul fell. The last memory of this ghoul was a headless body that was squirting blood, and a man standing in the moon with a sharp blade like a god of death. 12 ghouls, except for the one who was entangled by Mato Akira. There were still 8 remaining. In less than 20 seconds from opening the war, only 8 of the 11 ghouls were left. The remaining 8 ghouls now only had the idea of escaping. They needed to get away from this god of death. That's impossible. How can such a strong human appear in the mutual eating area? Why didn't the organization do anything? After a roar, the ghoul turned around and ran. Suzayo's agile attribute was 13 points, which was the same as the strength attribute. In the world where the power system was not strong, he was considered quite strong. Suzayo was not strong because of his attributes, which were higher than ordinary people, but because of his sword and fighting skills. Of course, the function of the Shadow of the Law could not be ignored. There was only one combat skill in the Shadow of the Law, as the time from when he got the Shadow of the Law was too short. The power of this profession had not been completely used yet. Suzayo ran on the street and killed a ghoul from time to time, painful sorrow and pleading around the streets. They were not stupid, they all ran in different directions. In the end, from the 8 ghouls, Suzayo killed 6 and 2 lucky guys escaped. At this time, Mato Akira was still struggling with the class ghoul. The class ghoul had been almost crying out. He was not afraid of Mato Akira, but afraid of the man that seemed to be a god of death. Mato Akira was engaged in battle, as the level ghoul gave her a lot of pressure. She didn't have time to check the surrounding situation. She was still too young. Checking the surrounding in battle and looking at the situations was necessary. Otherwise, it was very likely to be sneakily attacked. Please let me go. Suddenly, Ghoul asked for mercy, which made Mato Akira stunned. When the ghoul had the upper hand, why did he start begging for mercy? The battle temporarily stopped. At this time, Mato Akira just saw the situation around. Suzayo was sitting on the body of 2 ghouls, smoking the cigarette, and the long sword in his hand was still dripping blood. The pretty eyes of Mato Akira were rounded. She had not solved this single ghoul. The person surprisingly killed the remaining ghouls. The one over there, if you dare to run, I will cut slice by slice. Suzayo looked at the last remaining ghoul, and the new bait appeared. After all, it was not too good to use the subordinate as a bait. Mato Akira's stopping gave the ghoul an opportunity to escape. The ghoul just wanted to escape, and he then heard Suzayo's threat. The ghoul hesitated for a moment, and immediately turned around and ran, not paying attention to Suzayo's words. Or this was the right choice. If he ran, he would die. Why doesn't he fight for that chance to escape? When the ghoul just ran a few meters away, a long sword came with a broken wind. Snigger. Longsword cut through the ghoul's calf and nailed him deeply into the asphalt-paved streets. Ah, the ghoul screamed and fell to the ground. His face was kissing the asphalt road. The wrong choice. Suzayo got up and walked slowly toward the ghoul. The behavior of the ghoul was normal to him. If he faces the same situation, he will choose to run as well. If he doesn't escape, he will still die. Why did not he wait for it? What are you going to do? The eyes of the ghoul were flustered as he tried to crawl forward. Dragon Flash nailed him to the ground and he couldn't move. Suzayo took the handle of Dragon Flash and pulled out Dragon Flash. The ghoul immediately wanted to get up and escape. The light of sword swept, and a large piece of blood spattered on the asphalt road. 4 strikes, Suzayo broke the limbs of the ghoul and did what he had said. With the vitality of ghouls, this kind of injury could only be described as a serious injury, but there was no danger to his life. What should we do next? Mato Akira looked slightly tired. The battle just made her feel a little tired. Sweat drenched her clothes, and the pale yellow hair clung to her forehead. Continue. How many ghouls come? We will kill all of them tonight. Mato Akira felt cold in her mind. There were hundreds of ghouls in the West Street district, and even more. Can we really do it? Suzayo did not make a sound and began to clean up the bodies on the streets. He was going to put a bait here, and a ghoul with cut-off limbs was a good bait. However, ghouls were not stupid. There were so many bodies here, and it will only scare other ghouls away. The bodies were piled up in an alley, but the blood on the asphalt road wasn't cleaned, and the bloody smell could also attract ghouls. The ghoul with cut off the limbs was thrown at the center of the street by Suzayo. He did not need to bring other ghouls too close, he just needed them to show up. With Suzayo's agility attributes, as long as they show up, they could not escape. Hunting low-level ghouls, although the chance of dropping the treasure chests was small, he could get the contribution value of CCG. Not only that, but his talent ability, the psychics, could also increase his mana. Now mana was very important to Suzayo, and Qing Gang Ying was a big weapon which consumed lots of it. Suzayo held the Dragon Flash while standing in the center of the street, and Mato Akira stood aside. Will ghouls appear? Suzayo didn't care about Mato Akira. The kind of ghouls that can eat each other were beasts. The bloody smell will not scare them away, it will only lead them. In just 2 minutes, the first ghoul appeared. It was an old ghoul, his body was thin. After seeing Suzayo with a sharp sword in his hand, the old man hesitated for a moment and chose to retreat. But it was too late. Suzayo has already rushed forward. A minute later, Suziya had blood stains on his shirts and returned to the same position and waited for the next prey. on a roof of the high building in West Street District. The night wind blew, and under the moonlight, two people could be seen standing on the roof. What do we do if we do not do anything? All of the ghouls here will be killed. Kirishima Gato, wearing a black rabbit mask, spoke and looked at Suzayo in the distance with vigilance. Tatara stood beside Kirishima Gato without speaking and silently looked at the scene in front of him. This place was the army of the Aogiri trees, and the cadres of Aogiri trees came here often and invited those stronger ghouls. For example, the Bin brothers were here before they joined the Aogiri tree. Give up. Tatara's words made Kirishima Ayato a bit unwilling. When Kirishima Gato was about to speak, he found that Tatara was staring at him. Are you going to stop that monster? Kirishima Gato was stunned and turned his head away. Suzayo gave a strike made him still remembered it deeply now. Then, you want me to go? Tatara's eyes were full of killing. No, I mean to assemble members and kill this human. It seemed that Kirishima Gato's hatred toward Suzayo was not shallow. After all, Suzayo almost killed him. Tatara thought for a while and shook his head. The price is too great. Even if we can successfully kill this man, you and I may die in battle. Going away, I will give up completely in this place. Knowing that this monster is in the 14th district is also very important information. Although Aogiri Tree not only had this army, it was a big loss to abandon it. They were forced to do so. Both Tatara and Kirishima Gato had left, and the ghouls lost their backers. The sun gradually rose, and a golden morning glow emerged. In the center of the West Street district, Suzayo was sitting on the street with a tired face. The street within half a kilometer away was full of blood, and the rich, bloody smell filled the street. Suzayo couldn't remember how many ghouls he killed this night. At the end of the day, not even half a ghoul could be seen in this place. The unusually rich, bloody smell made ghouls alert, and a message was gradually spread between ghouls in the West Street district. Never come close to the central area. There was a terrifying human there. Although Suzayo was covered in blood, he wiped the dragon flash clean and put it into his storage space. He loved and cared about his weapons. Suzayo started by looking at his contribution points. Second-class investigator, contribution points 390-400. In one night, Suzayo got 340 points, which showed how many ghouls he killed. Not only was the contribution points, Suzayo's talent ability, the psychics, had swallowed 68 points of mana. His current mana had become 238 points, and the opening time of Qinggang Yin had greatly increased. In the storage space, there were also 3 white treasure cases. The number of ghouls he killed was too much. Even if the probability of dropping the treasure chest was small, he still harvested 3 treasure chests. Byakuya, let's go back, I can't do it anymore. Mato Akira was lying on the street, and she didn't care about her elegance anymore. I'm also reaching my limit, let's go back to the branch. Suzayo got up and took a few steps and found that Mato Akira still was lying on the ground. That, I am off. The tone of Mato Akira was somewhat unnatural. Last night, Suzayo was basically hunting and killing. Mato Akira was responsible for handling the body and was not responsible for the battle. Even so, Mato Akira had already lost her energies. Suzayo walked to the side of Mato Akira and put Mato Akira on his shoulders. The full and soft touch came from behind. Please do not go back to the branch. I look too shameful now. The close contact made Mato Akira's face look a little red. My home is nearby and can be reached by car in a few minutes. Suzayo thought about it. The advice of Mato Akira is good, and he was in urgent need of rest now. Driving toward Mato Akira's house while she recovered some energy along the way, at least she could walk alone now. Mato Akira lived in a single apartment. The room was small but very warm. After entering Mato Akira's home, Suzayo took off his shirt while Mato Akira was horrified as he went straight to the bathroom. He was now covered by blood, and it was very uncomfortable to sleep like this. Just as Suzayo washed his body with warm water, the bathroom door was ringing. Byakuya, please be faster. I must take a shower as soon as possible. I have cleaned my body. The blood condensing on the skin is a nightmare. In the afternoon, Suzayo woke up from his deep sleep. Ample sleep made him feel energetic. He sat up on the sofa in the living room and the smell of food came. There were a few delicate foods on the coffee table next to him. A bowl of rice, a grilled fish, and a bowl of aroma soup. Next to these foods there was a note. Byakuya, I went to the branch to deal with the follow-up events of the killing ghouls Mato Akira. Suzayo was stretching. Although Mato Akira was not strong, she was a good assistant. After eating the food in front of him, Suzayo took out the 5 white treasure chests and opened them separately. These 5 treasure chests white were all coming from common ghouls, and Suzayo did not expect too much from them. He obtained the following items respectively. 1100 paradise coins, the total amount of paradise coins from all 5 treasure chests, Kakyu grade A2, Kakyu grade B1. Of the 5 treasure cases, 2 chests only had paradise coins, and the remaining 3 were the only Kakyuhu. These Kakyuhu were temporarily useless, and Suzayo also needed to contribute to the promotion of positions and could not make a quink temporarily. Fortunately, upgrading his position required only a certain amount of contribution point and did not consume them. After he was promoted to the superior investigator, he was able to make a quink with the cumulative contribution points. Even if he does not make quink, these kakuhu can also be sold in the Reincarnation paradise, which will be significant income. Acquiring 1,100 paradise coin was generally good. Suzayo leaned on the sofa and began to plan his next move. First of all, he had to complete the main task 2. The punishment of the main task 2 was very serious, which is deducting 3 points for all attributes. Power, agility, and intelligence attributes were okay. Even if it is greatly affected by the deduction of 3 points, it was still not unacceptable. If the vitality was deducted by 3 points from the 6 he had, it would be reduced to 3 points. The consequences can be imagined. As for the charm and luck attributes, they were even more daunting, as they will turn to 0. Regarding the charm attribute, Suzayo had a speculation that the charm attribute did not represent the beauty and ugliness of appearance, but about personal temperament. For example, some people are very friendly, and the charm attribute will be inherently high. For example, those stars in the real world should not be low in charm attributes. As for Suzayo's murderous appearance, his charm attributes will definitely be low. However, this kind of temperament for him was not without benefits. If he joins the evil forces camp, he will be particularly popular. After being deducted by 3 points, his luck attributes may even be in the negative if that is allowed. At that time, he will be in danger of losing his life at any time. Therefore, the main task 2 must be completed, not to mention that completing it would get him 1 point of attributes and 1,500 paradise coins, which was not a small gain. The second task was to complete the hunting task. Regarding the hunting mission, the Reincarnation paradise did not indicate the reward. Suzayo had a feeling that the reward for completing the hunting mission should be very good. After all, he was helping the Reincarnation to remove hidden dangers. So continue to finding the gathering places of ghouls. Last night, the benefits of large-scale hunting made Suzayo get some benefit. He will not go to find ghouls one by one. It not only wasted time, but also could not help him gain a lot. It was convenient to look for a large-scale gathering place for the species. It is not easy to find a large gathering place of ghouls. The gathering places on the bright side were too horrible. For example, there were hundreds or thousands of ghouls in the first to 4 districts. Even Suzayo did not dare to go to the super large gathering places. Thousands of ghouls rushed up at the same time. Even if they were all B-class, they could still kill him. The population of ghouls in the gathering place was preferably controlled within 100. More than that numbers, Suzayo will not be able to cope with them. Last night he was able to kill dozens of ghouls without pain, mainly because those ghouls did not rush into him together at the same time. Fighting with one ghoul and fighting with 100 ghouls were two different things. The so-called two hands would hardly be able to fight 4. Suzayo was also a human. He will also get injuries and will die after that. In this way, he needed to go to the helter-skelter bar again. Itori should know this kind of information. And this time he would not ask for information in a threatening way. It was not a long-term solution. The rabbit will bite if it was nervous, not to mention that Itori is an SS-class ghoul. Picking up the phone from the coffee table, he dialed Mato Akira's number. By Akuya, you woke up. Mato Akira's voice was crisp and the tone was pleasant. How was the matter handled? I have already finished it, and the headquarters has received bodies of ghouls. If nothing happens, I can get a new quink. Mato Akira's chuckle sounded like a bell from the phone. By Akuya, how do we deal with those ghouls kakuhu? They were all killed by you. You have the right to deal with those kakuhu. Suzayo had thought for a while. His current contribution values were second-class search officer. Contribution points, 39400. He only needed 10 points of contribution points for the next promotion. Hand in 2/3 to the headquarters, and the remaining 1/3, help me to change them for a thing from the headquarters. Suzayo exchanged the contribution value with 2/3 of kakuhu. After hearing what Suzayo wanted, Mato Akira was stunned. You want that thing? Okay, I will report it up, but the stock of that thing in headquarters is not much. It will only be used when they're making quink. Now Mato Akira was diligent to work with Suzayo, because working with Suzayo, she could not only gain achievements but also develop her combat skills quickly. The phone hung up. After an hour, Mato Akira returned home. I got that thing. There is just one in the branch, but I'm a bit curious. By Akuya, what do you want to do with this thing? It is dangerous for humans. It is highly toxic. Mato Akira took a small metal box, and she was very careful as if there was something fragile inside. Some things you better not knowing. After receiving the metal box, Suzayo opened. Be careful. The metal box was opened. Mato Akira has subconsciously backed up 2 steps. After confirming the thing was no problem in the metal box, Suzayo closed the metal box and placed it in the storage space. He didn't avoid Mato Akira, and she was not surprised because the items suddenly disappeared, as if all this was taken for granted. This was the camouflage mechanism of the reincarnation paradise, allowing various abilities to be integrated into the ghoul's world. Let's go to that bar again. Mato Akira was full of doubts, but she did not ask. As Suzayo said, some things were better known. Suzayo could trade with the ghouls, but it impossible for her. This was because of concepts. 20 minutes later, the two drove to the Helter Skelter bar. Suzayo still let Mato Akira waited in the car, and he walked into the bar. Welcome. Itori used to speak. After seeing Suzayo, Itori suddenly stopped. In the eyes of Itori, Suzayo was simply the existence of evil. One night, the Western Street District was cleared of a large number of ghouls, and Itori was even more vigilant to him. Don't be nervous, I am only going to make a deal with you this time. Taking out the metal box, Suzayo took out a test tube from the metal box. The test tube looked exquisite, with a length of 10 centimeters, a thumb thickness, and a light red half-transparent liquid inside with bubbles in it. After seeing this test tube, Itori swallowed, and her eyes could not move away from it anymore. Ghouls rarely got the things in Suzayo's hands, but almost all of them were eager for this kind of thing. The test tube was turning in Suzayo's fingertips. The test tube left some shadows under the dim light. After paying attention to the look on Itori's face, Suzayo smiled. Ding! The test tube was placed on the bar, and the glass collided with the marble. The crisp sound made Itori's heart pumped out. She feared that Suzayo would break the test tube in his hand. How about working with me? This was the first time I see this kind of investigator. You surprisingly want to cooperate with ghouls. Itori looked at Suzayo with surprise. She knew clearly that it was absolutely dangerous to cooperate with Suzayo, but the liquid in the test tube in Suzayo's hand had a fatal temptation to her. It was not a panacea in test tubes. For humans, this was highly toxic. RC cell concentration. Quality white. Type material. Rating 8. Note: white items scored from 1 to 10. The higher the value of the item, the higher the value. Introduction: the test tube contains a high concentration of RC cell solution, which is an essential item for CCG to manufacture quinks, and it is used for the activation of quink. RC cell concentration is only produced by CCG, and it is unlikely obtained by ghouls. If this thing is infused by ghouls, the amount of RC cells in ghouls' body will soar, though the risk is not small. It is much less dangerous than mutual eating. You put this thing in front of me, can I refuse? Itori was smiling, and her attitude changed a lot. Talk about it, what do I need to pay? Trade was based on the common interests of both parties. The threat of force may benefit in a short period of time. It was absolutely not a long-term solution. I want the location in the 14th district that ghouls gather in, the more the better. Suzayo threw the test tube to Itori, and the charming smile on Itori's face disappeared. You are ready to clear the 14th district. There was fear in Itori's eye. Do you have a problem with that? Suzayo looked straight at Itori. At this moment, Itori felt that the test tube in her hand was a little hot. No problem, wait a minute. Itori took out the pen and paper, and then she wrote and drew on it. 5 minutes later, a simple map appeared in Suzayo's hands. The locations where I circled are all ghouls' gathering places, including restaurants, auction houses, information exchange points, etc. Although the map is simple, its use was not small. If the map is not accurate enough, I will come back. Suzayo looked at Itori with a deep meaning. She was a ghoul. He will not completely believe in her. After Suzayo left the bar, the expression of panic on Itori's face disappeared. Hey, come out. Itori took a cup of human blood next to her hand and took a light sip. Her red lips were even more beautiful after doing this. A ghoul with a special appearance, he looked quite the smart type. The name of the ghoul was Yuta. He had a mask shop in 4th districts. The mask of Kanki Ken was made by him. He found me. Yuta sat next to Itori. How is it possible with your hiding skills? How did the man find you? Itori felt somewhat unbelievable while there was a drop of blood falling from the corners of her lips. It can't be wrong. I just felt cold in my back, just like being stared at by some kind of beast. After all, he was a monster that could fight the one-eyed owl. This is not unexpected. Yuta leaned on the seat and didn't know what he was thinking. Forget it, as long as we don't provoke him there won't be a problem. Does the organization have any plans recently? Itori secretly decided to move. Stay away from that monster. She still wanted to live. Being stared by Suzayo was not a good feeling. Although Itori was eager to get more RC cell concentration, life was more important. No plans, I don't know where Nico and Roma are. The organization of Yuta and Itori is named Clown. It's a mysterious ghouls organization. There were 5 members, Furuta currently the biggest villain, the clown leader, Nico a shemel and a masochist, Itori the owner of the bar in the 14th district. She had provided Kamishiro Rai's information to Kanki Ken. Roma Hoito, the woman ghoul, got into the coffee shop in Antique District. In the late stage of the plot, became a waitress in Antique District. Yuta mask shop owner. Among the 5, except Furuta, the remaining 4 were all SS-class ghouls. which usually hid their strength and pretend to be harmless to human and animals. Furuta, his full name was Sauda Washu Furuta. He was not only the leader of the clown, but also a member of other organizations. This guy was now hiding in the dark, and his strength was on the top. After Sauda Washu Furuta transplanted Rise Kakuhu in the later period, his strength grew dramatically, even reaching the level of easily defeating Takatuki-sen. It was true that the clowns were powerful, but these people usually did their jobs and rarely gathered. In other words, the clown organization was staying between Aogiri trees and CCG, not to fight, but to get some benefits when these two organizations were fighting. After Suzayo got the ghouls gathering places in the 14th district, he returned to the car. Akira, where is this? Suzayo pointed to a circle on the map, and Mato Akira looked at it closely and frowned for a long time. This seems to be the Yuan auction. Seems. Mato Akira took the map and studied it for a long time with a confused expression. It should not be wrong. Suzayo sighed. The simplicity of this map was far beyond his imagination. It can't be wrong. Here is the Yuan auction. Mato Akira took out the formal map of the 14th district and made a serious comparison. At 11 p.m. on Sunday, a large auction is held. What does this mean? Mato Akira read the slogan on the map and was puzzled. We need to keep working tonight, continue to kill ghouls, let's go to Yuan auction. Today it was coincidentally Sunday. Suzayo leaned on the seat. He didn't know what would be auctioned between ghouls. It should not be valuable items. More than 70 of ghouls were psychologically distorted. The only food of ghouls was human. The appearance of humans looked exactly the same as ghouls. Ghouls would definitely not be healthy because they often devoured creatures that were similar to their own appearance. And Suzayo felt that ghouls may not be a living creature originally, otherwise in the long history of evolution would have already gone extinct. The ghouls' world was not strong, but comparing ghouls with ordinary humans, they were much stronger. If they were normal beings, then the first human would go extinct and then ghouls would follow suit. The time limit of the main mission was 20 days. Only 2 days passed. Suzayo may be able to understand the secrets of the ghouls' world deeply. It was too early to think about these. Maybe he should think about it after completing the main task too. At this time, the Reincarnation Paradise gave a hint. A large number of low-level Kagyun have been sent to CCG headquarters. You obtain 135 points of contribution. Postician, second-class search officer. Contribution values 525-400. Get a promotion, yes, no. Suzayo twitched his eyebrows. Those points he got from the Kagyun were not bad. As for why Suzayo did not leave those Kagyun, it was because those Kagyun could not bring out from the derivative world. Except for the items in the treasure chests, most of the items could not be brought out from the derivative world. Choosing to get the promotion, the hint of the Reincarnation Paradise disappeared. If he wants to be a first-class investigator, he needs CCG's appointment, but the appointment will come soon. Now he only needed to continue hunting ghouls. He wanted to clear the entire 14th district. Suzayo did not believe that he will not be promoted to superior investigator after he kills all ghouls in the 14th district.